just like a razor. Murked up in this world, my place. I got all the boys on me, I got all the lines on ring. 나 근데 turning heads, I got all the eyes on me. Lady face, 걸어 들어와 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아, 애 같아잖아. You like roll, 갈리 유도 gold. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아, 나날래 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye, 믿어봐 그만큼 크게 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해, 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss, 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게.
I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모두 날 따라해, 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane.
Coming at you like real, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, cause that's what the baddest do. I never going back, nah, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, cause that's what the baddest do.
It's crazy. Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, no it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Without a look, should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I said. When you see me coming, get out of the way. Back in the sleigh, back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모두 날 따라해, 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy.
Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 해. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex.
wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow.
never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
Welcome everyone to World's Countdown for the last day of the group stage. There's only 2 spots left in the quarterfinals as the teams in Group D fight for the right to challenge the victors from previous days. And our first game of the day might very well be the most important one. The last hopes of NA FlyQuest look to take down DRX from the LCK. My name is Shox and I'm joined here by Vedius and Amazing as we go into the last day. And you might say, again? Another day of games, but you're not going to be saying that tomorrow when there's 3 days without Worlds and you don't know what to do and you're running up the walls. So let's take it all in. I'm ready. How about you guys?
Yeah, I'm ready. I cannot wait to see these quarterfinal draw-ups. I'm looking forward to seeing how the rest of this group is going to play out. And can the NA final hope come through for FlyQuest? Can the upsets happen? We saw some cool stuff from Team Liquid. Maybe we can see it from FlyQuest today.
Yeah, I mean, I think they got a good shot. I don't even see it as much of an upset, like at all. At least when it comes to DRX. But I'm also, I guess, trusting Power of Evil to perform as he did last week.
Oh, well, we'll see. Indeed, our final group does have the LPL powerhouse TES on top at 3-0, with the rest of the teams falling in a cascade below them, DRX, FlyQuest, and then UOL. We'll talk at length about Group D, but first, let's look back on what happened yesterday in Group C. Gen G Esports locked that first seed. Fnatic ended up falling to 2nd place after that final game, and TSM and LGD were eliminated. It has been big news, and there's been a lot of chatter from the fans, and understandably so. The first seed from the LCS didn't manage to pick up a single game, and TSM exits the group stage with an 0-6 scoreline. Now, that's just brutal.
Yeah, personally, I think that it is like an unacceptable level of performance from a first seed representing North America. I think that we've seen multiple times in the past an ability for teams to upset and create growth throughout group stages, and I think that that's something that TSM has severely lacked. And I think that the NA analysts have been a lot more critical than probably many of us, and I think that the disappointment is very much felt because we did not get to see any of the TSM that made that run through playoffs here at the World Championship.
Yeah, we have to contextualize their performance a bit though. Like if we think about the regular season, they came in 4th, so their best of 1 play wasn't actually that dramatically good. And then obviously coming in, their whole play was kind of focused around top lane. Every single team at Worlds kind of is able to play around top lane to a certain extent. So all of their strengths were kind of negated, and it wasn't like they had anything to fall back on. So the adaptation is something I would criticize them for, but also we shouldn't have had that much of an expectation coming in, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess so, but you can't do anything different when you have a first seed, because you look at that amazing run, you see them falling down to Golden Guardians in the playoffs, then getting back up and really fighting their way back. And I think the main takeaway here is we didn't see that much fight out of them, which is what most fans would have expected.
I think that is a disappointing part.
In that. And yeah, there's nothing more to say about that unfortunate exit. There's still a chance for NA. FlyQuest is on the docket today, but yesterday that did leave Gen G and Fnatic fighting for the #1 seed in the last game of the day. If you wanted to watch it back, just watch the first 10 minutes and you can turn it off after that. It was a stomp. Gen G ran over them, and it was kind of an odd draft coming out of Fnatic as well.
Yeah, they definitely seem to try something a little bit different compared to what we've seen before. The Lulu as an answer to the Lucian was definitely an interesting one, but honestly, early game, I was kind of optimistic. Things are looking pretty promising, especially after Lulu got double buffs, but then on your screen, you saw the Lulu getting solo killed, the bot lane dying 2v2, and then while this was happening, top lane getting massacred as well. So very quickly, this game kind of dissolved into a very poor state for Fnatic, and Gen G were able to just steamroll over.
Yeah, I don't think the experimentation stopped in the draft phase. It actually kept on continuing throughout the game, where they tried to make some plays happen and didn't quite work out for them. And I don't think that they were quite focused on winning that one as it felt. And it seemed like they were actually trying to experiment overall.
We're going to listen to a Reckless interview later, but I did gather that he said, well, this was kind of our last chance to try something. And I'm just sitting here like, you saw that from G2 as well, and now you did that as well. Is that really something you should do, Amazing? I mean, you've been in those games. Is that the time to experiment.
No, the first seed of the group is so important when it comes down to it, because you basically have a weaker pool to choose from, basically, which opens are going to be there for you. So I think that in itself is just a lot better for you, and also puts fear into the opponent's hearts when it comes down to it. Because if you run in with a 5-1 record against other Korean teams too, if you think about it, they will suddenly have that kind of respect for you. And I think that is really, really important when it comes to best of fives.
That's a great point. We're going to dive into possible quarterfinal matchups in just a second. But one highlight from Fnatic's run to the quarterfinals was Bwipo's huge TP play, which earned him the Red Bull top play of the day. That bear is going to maul some people, Vedius.
Yeah, it was fun to watch. Funnily, because in this game, a lot of top lane action wasn't happening from Bwipo. Yeah. He was not actually getting involved in a lot of the bot lane skirmishes, but then the one time that he does TP in, double kill, almost immediately, and that's really where Fnatic started to get a huge amount of momentum in that matchup as well.
Yeah, he has been really crucial for the play so far. Like, all of his bruiser plays have also been impressive, but it's also that he always finds a way to be effective in any single game that he's in. So, I mean, we talked about so much about Hilly and Bwipo kind of being the X factors for the team, and I think he's continuing to actually prove that he belongs up here and belongs amongst the best top laners in the world.
And what about the Volibear? We didn't hear that much about him in the top lane before. Obviously a viable pick, but now it seems to be that it's becoming a very, very good pick on top of that.
Yeah, it seems to be mostly picked into Camille. That was at least the Chinese approach to begin with. I think now the pick itself becomes more and more like, I mean, general, I would say, where it's picked blindly, partially too. I still would prefer it more or less as a counter pick to Camille, but honestly speaking, if you get at the champion and he can make laning phase happen like Bwipo did, I think you can always pick it.
Let's see what happens there. And as teased a little earlier, for more on how Fnatic's day played out, Locke got up with Rekkles to get his thoughts going into the quarterfinals.
And no Fnatic second week drama this time. I mean, the road was actually easy for you for once. So how does it feel to get the second seed, I mean, get out of groups in an easy way, not a Fnatic way?
It feels strange. I was kind of worried actually going into today, because normally we go in with a negative record, or basically a scenario where we have to win every game to make it out, and then the energy is very high, and it's quite easy actually to play the games. I prefer much more that scenario than the one we were in now, where we have 2-1 in our backs and we kind of don't have to win all of our games. I think it's a bit scary. So I was actually really worried for example, for the TSM game. I felt like they were in the shoes we were usually in, and we were kind of not in the ones we were usually in. So I was a bit scared, but I was happy to see that we got that win, because I think that was the most important one. After that, it was much easier just to play the day out, and I am happy we managed to pull through. It's an amazing thing once again to be here in the top 8 and have a chance of taking the trophy.
I can imagine, and I'm looking forward to see you guys facing the other teams waiting for you, because talking about this, you get second seed, which means that you're going to have to face either Damwon, Suning, or Top Esports if they come first tomorrow. So any first thoughts on these opponents?
Obviously, it's not an easy road, but I feel like if you ever want to get the trophy, it's not going to be an easy road. I can't think of a single Worlds where a team has won with just easy best of fives. I think it's always been a banger one way or the other. So I don't mind it at all. If anything, I'm actually quite excited. It would be fun, for example, to play JackeyLove again and get some revenge for 2018. So I don't mind it at all. I think it's great fun. If anything, I may be even happy that we don't have to play G2, because I feel like when you go to Worlds, the last thing you want to do is play a team from your own region. So I'm actually quite happy about it. I didn't want to get seeded into them.
Agreed. Only exciting matchups ahead, but Rekkles, thank you very much for the interview, and we will see you next week. Congrats on advancing to quarterfinals.
Thank you so much. See you next week.
I can think of a world champion or two that had an easy matchup in the final, at least, to get their title, but that's neither here nor there. Just joking. Rekkles seems in good spirits, and that's good to know. He says, you know, you got to beat everyone, and we dodged G2, so that's a good thing. However, the quarterfinals do look incredibly stacked already, and I wanted to take a bit of time to think about possible matchups and also LEC's chances with those two second seeds.
Look, for me, honestly, I prefer Fnatic's chances overall, because I do think they match up better with most of the teams. I think obviously the dream matchup would be Suning, to me at least, because I do think that, I mean, Fnatic can always lean back and kind of scale to a certain extent, but they've also shown the ability to early aggress, and I think self-made matches up pretty well with SLFM, so that shouldn't be an issue. And overall, Nemesis has been stepping up. Reckless has always been there, so I don't see any weakness in that matchup. Versus Damwon or top esports, it could be a bit more harsh coming in. But I still see them as a potential semi-finalist. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
That's different to what I've definitely thought and what we've heard until now.
So I think that when we look at expectations, you look at Damwon, and if we assume that top esports get out as the first seed today, like, yes, they are obviously very scary teams, right? But I think one of the cool things is that JDG proved that Damwon can be beaten. Not easily, but they can. And I think the top esports, pretty much throughout the year, I think have showcased that there are weaknesses in their play that can be exploited, again, not easily. So I think that there is no perfect team at this World Championship. At least I think there are some teams that are very close. Yeah, Damwon is very close, but like the chances are not low. Now, I think that I'm kind of in the opposite camp of amazing, because I think that when we look at the junglers, yes, I think it's fair to say that when you compare Selfmade to Jankos, Selfmade is really set up for success in this current meta. But I think one of the big things that G2 have going for them is the pedigree of their players. I think that across the last 2 years, what we've seen from the talent on this roster is that they are world-class across the board, and the longer they have, the better they become. And in a best of 5, I think is really where you get to see this team shine.
Well, what I said yesterday at the end of the show, I think we can repeat it here. There's not been any tournament where G2 got out of groups and their quarterfinal was drawn that I thought they actually will beat this opponent, or they have a big chance of beating this opponent. It started when they were up versus RNG and completely turned the world on its head, off maybe a Perkz 1v9 in the last game. There was the MSI where they ended up winning but had to go through SKT. And there was Worlds last year where we can't rewrite history here. A lot of people were saying similar things about Damwon when G2 went into them, and they still went deep and they got there, right? And it seems harder for me now just because all these teams seem to have leveled up. Damwon isn't 2019 Damwon. They're scarier. The LPL representatives in top look even scarier than the ones last year. So it's going to be difficult, but if you don't have Fate, why are you even here, right?
Yeah, and I think the kind of message that we're sending here is that, like, EU is not favored right now. We do not have a lot of hope or optimism, but I think that we have seen signs of greatness from both G2 and Fnatic. And I think that, as you rightly said, I think the Perkz example is a great one. RNG back in 2018. Like, across the board, there are clutch players. And when you really need them to step up, a lot of these players can. And I think that's what I'm most excited for come the best of 5s, seeing some of the European talent showcase why they are world-class players and why they can compete with the best.
So for me, what made G2 last year as strong as they were last year was basically the fact that they were able to adapt in the moment and they could band-aid whenever it comes down to it. I think that was a really unique ability to them. I don't think any other Worlds team had that. Even FPX, the eventual winners, they just stuck by the players that didn't have to adapt potentially. So this year, though, I would say that Damwon and TS both have that ability. So for me, it doesn't seem to be that unique anymore. So maybe in the best of 5 system against these two teams, it's going to be really, really tough. But I do see your point when they can still like have these individual pop-offs. They have that development throughout the year where they at some point basically become a really great team. And I think Worlds has always been showcasing them as the potential greatest team EU has.
And now there is a week, right? And don't get us wrong, we're not saying there's big chances or big hopes of either of these teams making it to the semifinals, but we're saying there is a chance, and you have to take a lot of things into account and hope they have a damn good day on the day. But we're going to find out who exactly they will be facing at the end of today. So after all the games have concluded, we will have the quarterfinal draw, and I think it's Tian and Ning doing the drawing. So great in terms of EU history. I'm sure they're going to draw us like a great opponent.
Just sweating.
Thanks for that. So we'll see. Okay. Well, we're not there yet. There's at least 6 more games to be played before we find out the quarterfinal matchups. So we're going to be back with a Group D preview in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Those two, they had to pick those two.
Again, you want a dose of this right now it's KD8 I'm a goddess with a blaze 소리처럼 나 이름 잊지 못하게 loud 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 I could take you to the top 절대 멈추지 못해 내가 끝내주는 bag yeah yeah And when I start to talk that oh you know how to react I'm a picture perfect ready for this? Let's go. See, 언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지. 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아? 견딜 수 없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여. I'm troubling you, running it. I'm so cold. When I move that way, you gon' be so blown. I'm the realest in the game. Said I'm on fire with the blade. You're about to hear my name ringing in your head like whoa. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. I'm so tough. Let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we're gonna wear the crown. You could go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. We go hard till we get it, we go hard. We're so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. 난 멈추지 않아. We go hard. We pop stars. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we're gonna wear the crown. You could go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. We go hard till we get it, we go hard. We're so
This group has some of the most fun individual 1v1 matchups. There are some of the most dangerous players in the world.
我觉得第一组的中单选手实力都是非常顶尖的，就都是来自各个赛区的顶尖中单选手。我印象深刻的选手可能就 Choi， 因为和他对线的话，感觉他补刀东西特别多，就他也比较稳健，一位的中单选手。
Destiny Gate available. Who's going to come in? There's the Destiny Gate. No paranoia up. Gold card's going to come through it. The Knight is going to be taken down.
POE 这名选手就法师玩得特别好吧，就感觉他法师就熟练度很高。
But Paramelia says goodbye to Orianna.
龙妹子的话，就感觉他那种黑科技比较多吧，就看他入围赛的时候，他就什么无人中单都用了，就感觉想法比较多。
I was super hyped for matchup against Knight and Chovy. It's really good to play against them because no one ever will have that experience from Russia.
With Knight and Chovy and even No Man's, I feel like I never really was afraid of these challenges. Next time I face off against them, I can get a win for my team.
Paramelia against the world. This guy is the whole team.
We didn't expect 0-3, that's for sure. It would be great to have good games, close games, at the end finish them with winning.
1라운드 때 좀 아쉬웠던 부분들이 있었으면 그걸 다 보완하고 2라운드 때는 더 잘하는 모습으로 전승을 할 수 있도록 목표를 잡고 그게 안 되더라도 잘 할 생각입니다.
Doesn't quite do enough damage with Gojek. Gonna kick the front. Oh, 3 people. That was extraordinary.
今年的期待肯定还是要冠军啊。
There goes Carter and there goes No Man's. Top Esports. 3-0 in their first 3 games and they haven't even looked close.
The goal is the same. We want to win. We want to win every game. It doesn't matter if we are playing against UL or against top esports. We need to just be ready to face everyone and beat everyone.
Yes, Power of Evil, bring it. It's all on the line for the teams in Group D as they fight for the last 2 spots in the knockout stage. The stakes are high already in Game 1. We do have FlyQuest going up against DRX, and here we see the teams arriving at the venue in Shanghai through the lens of the Oppo cam, giving you an inside look at Worlds 2020. There we go. They look pretty relaxed, so that's good. And what's not to love about many of the teams in this group? All of the teams. I don't want to exclude anyone. That came out wrong. That came out wrong. But, you know, there's something exciting in all of them. And it's going to be a hard one. And as always, or like as has been tradition this group stage, the games that might mean the most
1 and 6
are at the beginning and at the end. So FlyQuest versus DRX is going to tell us a lot, as well as UL versus Top.
I mean, if FlyQuest beats DRX, then Game 4 also means a lot. So
that's what we're hoping for.
So that's what we're hoping for. I mean, honestly speaking, I'm a bit higher on FlyQuest than a lot of people, simply because I do think that they have tons of upsides. And I talked about it a bit. I do think that Path of Evil has been a standout last week. And honestly speaking, I don't see the same kind of weaknesses that other people see in them, because they have had that like run throughout the playoffs. They have been able to be stable throughout the regular season and playoffs. I don't think there's any inherent weakness to them, maybe besides the top lane right now.
That's hopeful. I'm going to put a pin in that and pick it up in just a bit, because I did want to look at something that happened last time DRX faced Top Esports. DRX may have not gotten the win, but that's fine, because Pyosik got the perfect Lee Sin kick just to say, I'm helping, presented by State Farm. And beautiful Lee Sin kicks are always something to look out for. So let's see if this one delivers.
Yeah, I think that it was extremely well executed, and right now we're just seeing the setup, and this is where things started to look a little shaky for Top Esports. Even though they had the Baron, they were not able to make good use of it because they tried to force this fight that was not in their favor. And keep your eyes on the Lee Sin, using the Renekton to get the double knockup into the triple play from Carrier. Just beautiful team fighting from DRX. And we're going to talk a little bit about this later, but this is one of the big things for me that I think separates DRX from teams like FlyQuest and UOL. Their ability to work as a 5-man unit, their ability to play those 5v5s.
Oh, I mean, he looks like young amazing out there, so happy to see that.
I was going to bring it up myself, but I knew you were going to do it. Like, I want to get back to the glory days, please, please. Okay, cool. Well, today does have a lot of explosive players competing, so I did want to go down the line and kind of check out who we were all excited about going into this day, because I think it's hard to pick from. But Vedius, who is your standout player you're looking at today?
Has to be JackeyLove for me. I think that he has had a phenomenal group stage, and I think that we've only scratched the surface of what this man is capable of as well. He's only played Senna so far in the groups, and if you guys can't see on the screen behind us, 751 damage per minute on a Senna. He's contributing 35% of his team's damage. Like, the guy is just a statistical madman, and I think that he is playing out of his mind in lane and team fights, everything.
What is also crazy is that he does so much damage, but he actually doesn't take up a lot of resources in the team comparative to his other team members. That's always what makes ADC statistics even more impressive to me, like what you do when you aren't given the resources by your team. Amazing.
Yeah, you have to be good in isolation. And for me, it is actually Ignar. I mean, last week he struggled a lot. For me, it was weird to see, because I do think that this guy has a ton of upside. He has shown in 2017 when he was on Misfits. He has shown it throughout the regular season. The addition of him coming in actually made FlyQuest a contender. So he tried to make a lot of plays in week one. He roamed a lot away from Wild Turtle. I do think that at some point these roams will pay off, and it's necessary for them to pay off. And I do think that this guy is able to make that happen, and he has done so for years now. So I'm looking forward to seeing him play this week. Maybe have a couple of thresh hooks actually land, and then
That'd be nice.
all is well in the world.
Yeah, you want to see him channel some of that SKT best of 5 vibes back in the day. Hopefully, right?
Hopefully.
Yeah, but, you know, we'll see. I want to look at the mid lane, specifically at Chovy. I think he's one of these guys with a lot of mystique around him coming out of the LCK, very hyped to come to the international stage. And what is so interesting about him is kind of similar to JackeyLove. He doesn't get a lot of jungle attention from his own jungler. He gets ganked a ton, but he's always able to keep control in the lane and build huge CS and then also gold advantages in the early game.
Mental, no?
CVX, all by himself. And that's such a boon to have if you're a team that has a lot of threats, if you just never have to worry about this one lane that's always going to stay ahead.
I completely agree with you, Sharks. I think that Chovy has proven multiple times that he is one of the best top mid lane players in the world. And I think he's super impressive, and I love watching him play. And we're going to get a rematch of him versus Knight today. It's going to be hype.
That we will. Ignar and Chovy will take to the Rift shortly in the first game. And before we dive into that, Vedius did want to take a closer look at the last time FlyQuest and DRX faced off. Yes, give me some swagger, Vedius. Come on.
We're going to go over to the telestrator. We're going to boogie over.
That's too much. Bring it back.
Bring it back. We're bringing it back. All right. So I wanted to talk a little bit about exactly what happened the last time these two teams met. Now, in the context of the composition, as I roll this clip out, it's very important that FlyQuest try and get an early advantage, because they are eventually going to get outscaled. Something about FlyQuest composition it is very front to back. But with things like Maokai and Kindred, later on these fights were always going to be very difficult for DRX. So these plays needed to to happen for FlyQuest, and props to them, they made them work. They punished DRX when trying to set up for the Drakes. They were able to actually get a 2 Drake advantage very early on into the game, and even though they were a little bit behind in terms of farm and gold, they were actually doing very well in terms of the early game. The things where everything started to fall apart comes in this mid-game Rift Herald, because remember what I'm saying, like, they need to try and force fights around the mid-game, around 1 or 2 items, and they need to focus on playing for Drakes. Fly were actually in a position where they did get 3 Drakes, but they tried to overforce this fight. Now, when we have a quick look at the bottom side of the map, you can see both top laners are hanging about, but crucially, the Ornn does not have teleport. Also, what's going to happen is the Maokai is going to push up this wave because FlyQuest have decided that they want to try and fight here. So Ornn is forced to move early so that they can contest. The problem is Caitlyn is also going to be able to push up top, and the objective is starting in the meanwhile. So as the clip is rolling out, you're seeing that FlyQuest want to try and challenge this objective when really they're not in a position to do so. Multiple members start grouping up, and very quickly you can see that the Ornn has managed to make his way up as the Maokai is pushing in the top wave. The Ashe is also forced to catch the wave at top lane, but now you've got this stack for DRX starting the objective. So as this plays out, what you'll notice is that Fly, okay, I think that the play that they can make is Santorin can come over the wall, go for a cheeky steal, oh, if it doesn't work out, he can then jump back out. But the problem comes from Ignar over here, and you may notice that there's a channeling animation because his idea is to commit onto the backline. So there's a bit of misjointed communication here from FlyQuest as 2 people walk out, he dives onto the backline, and now you can see that FlyQuest have really committed to the fight, but they're split off. You have multiple members focusing on Doran, the main tank. Meanwhile, Ignar's getting focused down, and Zoe is just down here with a really good angle to actually set up a great collapse. So because of this, DRX are in a much better position to team fight, and this is where things fall apart. Because FlyQuest are inevitably going to get outscaled in the team fights, things are not going in their favor as they suffer a huge gold deficit at this point in time. So I think that if FlyQuest were just a little bit more patient, if they didn't try to force this mid-game fight, then they could have played for things like the Dragon Soul, and then maybe there's a world where they actually win this game.
Maybe there is a world in which they win, and we've seen also that, you know, Chovy, but also
now.
the other laners as well, they just make an advantage for DRX kind of on their own, not necessarily objectives, but also huge CS leads. So the fact that FlyQuest can go toe-to-toe is really a good thing. And when it comes to FlyQuest, it's like, for me, it's so easy to cheer for them. They are such a likable team. I think nobody dislikes FlyQuest. I mean, they do stuff for the environment. They all have very likable players. They actually put up a fight in week 1. They are NA's last hope, but when you look at it, they have the best chances. I mean, definitely the other 2 are out, but what I mean is TL ended up playing actually really well in the second week, but it just wasn't enough. TSM had just a bad run overall, but FlyQuest has a win.
Yeah.
So if they win this game versus DRX, this looks so different, but they do have to win. Amazing. And you've indicated that you think that they have bigger chances than we may think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not quite sure of the percentage of it, but I do think, as Vedi has already put it, especially that Herald was like game breaking. So if that doesn't happen, I think that comp actually looked pretty good when it comes to 2 to 3 items even. They could have played for the Drake Soul, and now we see it in a gold graph where it's 1k difference, and then you see the steep decline when it comes to the Herald play, and that in itself, like making a mistake around the 20-minute mark especially is so heartbreaking in that sense, because you're going to give up the inertia control 2 at that point, so there's so many things that the enemy can play around. I think for me, at least, as long as Mr. Turtle is on a decent matchup, as long as Mr. Power of Evil is on a decent matchup, in both cases, I think they can actually withstand the amount of mechanical pressure that a team like DRX puts on them. It's just up to the rest of the team, like the Ignars and the Solos of the world, to basically make up for the mistakes they have done in week 1.
That's a great point. We also saw domestically, they do like stacking their Drakes, FlyQuest, and working towards that Elder or that Soul. But now they are on the blue side, I believe, instead of the red side. So where do you think the priorities are going to lie in terms of first picking for FlyQuest?
Well, I think that they should prioritize on getting, well, in my opinion, I think they should try and get a comfortable bot lane matchup. But we also know that Ignar likes to roam, and the way in which they were able to beat UOL was just enabling Power of Evil as much as possible. And I think that one of the issues that FlyQuest is going to face, because I am not so much on the hype train as Amazing is, I think that...
We're just positive. We're optimistic. We're optimistic. The glass is half full.
Someone get through.
I think that this is a huge uphill battle for FlyQuest, largely because while I think that Power of Evil can hold his own against Chovy, while I think that But in the straight up 2v2, yeah, I can see a world in which Wild Turtle can actually, alongside Ignar, can match up. We see a lot of roaming from Ignar. And then the way in which DRX answers in the draft is prioritizing things like Caitlyn Lux. So when Wild Turtle is left alone, he's very susceptible to getting killed and punished. And he ends up being these huge disadvantages. But also, in the top side of the map, I think that Solo, while on tanks, looks a lot more comfortable. I think that there are ways in which they can be punished in the draft. And so this is where, like, I'm starting to see, like, more and more holes that need to be plugged up for FlyQuest, which within the week they may have been able to solve. But that's where my biggest concern comes from, because if it's not down to the individual laners, there's potential draft risk. And on top of that, DRX is a fantastic team fighting team.
Yeah, let's be clear here. We are optimistic. I think you have to be, but it is a tall order for FlyQuest. Let's talk a bit more about that bot lane. We obviously focus a lot on our LCS and LEC players, but there's so many legends on that roster already. And I think Deft in particular is a marksman with a great story who's been up against it because he's been on the biggest stage getting the victories, but he's also gotten knocked out in considerable amounts of times, even though he's a fantastic player. So this is really also an opportunity for him today.
Yeah, it has to be. For him, I mean, he has been knocked out in quarterfinals 3 times, if I remember correctly, once in semis, so that in itself is something he probably doesn't want on his resume because he wants to go for the World Championship potentially. And honestly speaking, if you go to multiple teams and you keep on having the same results, maybe you have that pressure on yourself at some point to perform. And I think right now, at least for him, when it comes to the matchups he has in this group, I do think he matches up pretty well, but there are certain mechanical I wouldn't say mechanical deficiencies, but more or less like playstyle deficiencies that he still has and still carries with him, where he's more or less a defensive AD carry, where he's not really like pushing forward. He's not, let's say, a Jackie Love kind of making these crazy plays.
A wild turtle.
He's not a wild. He's not a wild turtle.
He's not a wild turtle.
He's a calm turtle, I would say.
Calm turtle.
Where he's like looking to perform in the laning phase, obviously getting his small CS advantage, maybe to 5 to 6 CS, but he's never pushing that envelope too far. He's rather staying in that kind of like comfort mindset, and I think that is something he has to break.
Or wait till Wild Turtle does a Wild Turtle. I think you can look at it from two sides, right?
Also wait for that, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that what's interesting there is if you look at the stats, you can see that CS-wise, obviously Wild Turtle looks much more favored because of how hard Deft got punished in the top esports matchup, specifically when he ran his Draven. Didn't go quite so well, but I do think that outside of that game, we've seen a very impressive performance from Deft. And I think that coming into this World Championship, a lot of question marks surrounded his performance and his level of play. And I think that just as a big fan of Deft, it's great to see him live up to the expectations that have been put behind him.
All right, DRX is a fantastic team. It's a tall order for FlyQuest, and if it's possible, I'd like to just give it over to the casters a bit earlier because they're 2 NA voices and we're all LEC. So I'd love to know what Captain Flowers and Azael think about this matchup. So let's send it over to them.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Ladies and gentlemen, esports fans of all ages, welcome to the very final day of Worlds 2020 Groups Competition. My name is Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, and I am joined once more by the only man at this entire tournament with a World of Warcraft NPC named after him. It's Mr. Isaac Azael Cummings Bentley with me for these first 3 games.
I'm happy to be here with you, bro. And, you know, what do we think? We think there's a chance. There's always a chance for North America to get out of the group, but it's going to be a tough road for FlyQuest, and it starts here. This is pretty much a must-win against DRX if FlyQuest wants to have a shot of getting out. You know, the guys on the desk, I think, went over it very, very well, along with Shocks, talking about how, you know, that previous game was pretty close, but it was close until it wasn't, right? And it took that one mistake for DRX to completely run over the game. You know, even at that point, Deft individually was very far ahead. You know, they drafted for that Caitlyn Lux combo, and Deft from there made the game look so easy. You know, if you remember, that game ended with Deft flashing on the opposing Orianna and one-shotting him as a Caitlyn, and that's not something you see every day. So DRX could run away with this, you know, in the laning phase if FlyQuest is not on their game. But I did like how last time we saw these two teams match up, we saw that FlyQuest was able to get tank versus tank in the top lane. You know, there was quite a few bans up there. They had Solo on the Ornn up against Doran's Maokai, and that was actually going quite well for him. A lot of things were holding up very well, but you know, it was a question about that bot lane because Ignar went for the Pantheon, was roaming heavily, and meanwhile, Deft and Keria playing this Caitlyn Lux were just punishing Turtle, and he was being put very, very far behind. So, you know, if you're going to go for that style, you've got to make sure that your roams are paying off big time and that your engages are on point if you want to play that Pantheon.
And I think all North American fans watching the World's 2020 competition today just want FlyQuest to go out playing their game. Remember, this is the first time we've got to see this org at Worlds. They managed to make it to back-to-back finals in domestic play in North America. This is a squad that has really showed up and impressed a lot of people. And now on this final day of competition, in a group that most people are not expecting them to get out with competition like Top Esports and DRX, I think everyone just wants to see them bring their A game, leave it all on the Rift, and play the best League of Legends they know how to play.
I mean, this is a team that has been consistently underrated and overlooked, even in the regional play, right? No one was really, well, some people were, but not a lot of people were predicting that they would do nearly as well as they did. As you said, making back-to-back finals. They had never made a finals before that. They had never made a Worlds before this. They're written off in the group stage here once again, and they are looking to flip the script, so to speak. If they can get a win here against DRX, it makes the group so much more spicy. It then becomes about more than just who is going to be first and second seed. It becomes about who is going to get out of this group at all. And FlyQuest, they are comfortable being the underdogs. They are comfortable taking their swings. And I hope that they have come in here with some really good preparation, because I do think that FlyQuest, as far as regional play, had the best level ones in the LCS, as well as some of the best drafts to punish the tendencies of their opponents. I'm always referencing back towards when they actually baited their opponents into the Scalio hard engage pick. They had the Swain ready for Power of Evil. They've had so many good level ones, and early game pathing from Santorin is generally on point in the LCS. They've got to bring that sort of energy here to the world stage, where we have seen level ones decide actually a lot of games. It has become such a core component at this World's group stage.
And on the other side, man, we've talked a lot about FlyQuest, but so far at Worlds 2020, Korea is showing up to play. We already have 2 Korean teams through to the knockout stage, and not just through, but taking the first spot in their group. DRX, definitely a competitor in their own right, that number 2 seed coming out of the LCK. Let's see how they want to address FlyQuest here in this first matchup of this last day of play. Bans coming through. It's Twisted Fate, Nidalee, and that Caitlyn you were talking about that was so successful for DRX in that first game, all banned away by FlyQuest, while the bans from DRX, the Lucian that has been so powerful in the solo lane so far this tournament, banned away. The Syndra going to join that one, another solo lane ban there, targeting the mid power of Power of Evil. This is a staple champion for him that we've seen from him plenty of times in the past, and the final ban in this first phase will be Volibear.
Yeah, so the only adaptation actually, from that first time around was one ban on both sides. FlyQuest actually did ban out Nidalee as well as TF last time. They dropped the Lucian ban because they were willing to first pick back, and they actually banned out the Caitlyn. On the other side, we did see Syndra and Volley both banned out. The Renekton was dropped to pick up that Lucian ban. So very similar starts to these drafts overall. Santorin also was playing the Graves last time around, so we'll see how much parity there is, compared to that previous game, compared to that previous draft, because I do think that both teams can come away from that thinking, hey, they were pretty comfortable with how it played out, but there's different ways that it could have gone if they played a little bit better. But Pyosik going to be grabbing the Lilia here. This has been a pretty highly contested pick at Worlds. There are very differing opinions on the strength of the champion, but one thing is certain, it is incredibly strong in these early game skirmishes, at taking away their enemy Raptors, at going for this counter jungling strategy. And when you see a Lilia locked in, you have got to be ready for the level 1 invades. You have got to be ready to face up against Chovy on potentially a priority lane to give them that mid-jungle 2v2 advantage so that they can invade the enemy Raptors and really start to take resources away from solo.
Wow, that was some fast lock-ins there in the second round of picks for FlyQuest. You saw them both get picked up at like the same moment. It'll be Jhin for Wild Turtle, and Solo will be on the Ornn here.
So Ornn again here for Solo. I do like this. I don't think that they're going to be wanting to play heavily towards him. And now the question is, is there going to be parity? Is this a mid lane Jace here, or is it going to be sent up towards that top lane? There is possibilities that it can get flexed around. Chovy did not play a lot of Jace in the LCK, but neither did Doran, to be fair. Just 1 and 2 games respectively on the champion, so this really could go either way. And FlyQuest is going to have to take that into account. It makes your bans in this second round a lot more difficult. Very clearly, DRX is going to be targeting Power of Evil, and FlyQuest is going to try to respond here, it looks like, by targeting some more flex picks to try to limit the options and try to hedge their bets a little bit instead of just going straight towards, like a LeBlanc and a Syndra or whatever, and then having that Jace be swapped towards mid lane.
Yeah, the Sylas banned out. We see that pretty frequently when having it as a possibility of dealing with Ornn just because he can steal Ornn's ultimate. Very, very effective theft on that one. Also has a strong lane matchup into the Ornn itself. So that one's taken off the table. Both of these second phase bans are targeted towards Power Evo, with the Kassadin now also being banned away.
Okay.
Now let's see what the last one will be here for FlyQuest.
The Kassadin ban makes me feel like this is going to be a top lane Jace, because that doesn't really seem to make a lot of sense. And if you're thinking about going for an AP mid and you already have Lilia locked in the jungle, then that is one of the situations where people can feel comfortable going towards the Kassadin if it is against double AP. So we'll see if FlyQuest has that same read, or if DRX are just going to tip their hand right now. If they want to protect that solo lane pick, they can go for support, but you could leave that for counter later. It does look as though this is going to be the mid lane Galio, top lane Jace. So that is the expectation. The Kassadin ban, kind of reading along with that as well. Of course, there is the possibility of it being something like a support Galio. That is less common, but always got to keep it in mind.
Right. You can never count anything out on the last day of groups. Teams can throw some curveballs in the draft here, especially if you've got that last pick on red side. You got to find some of that counter pick value in it. So let's see what FlyQuest decide to go for. It's Thresh combined with the Jhin. I like to see this. Jhin's a champion that has no inbuilt escape mechanisms other than running fast once he manages to get that fourth shot off. So always love to see a little bit of extra protection for him down there. Now, what are they going to go for here for Power of Evil? And it's the Emperor himself. Shurima returns to see if they can get FlyQuest the dub.
Okay, very interesting. So if they want to go for Engage, I think the Pantheon would make sense alongside that Galio. This does give you the ability to roam, to try to play heavily towards that Jace, really snowball the game. You already have the Senna with the cross-map ultimate to assist there. Galio can back that up. Now Pantheon with the Engage. You send Pantheon in as the hard Engage, as the delivery system here for the Galio. That can be a very deadly combo. So it was more using this support pick to facilitate what the composition wants to do, rather than just picking straight up for this 1v1. Pantheon plus the Senna can still be threatening in that 2v2 with the point and click CC from the Pantheon to line up the route from the Senna, but I do think if they wanted to go more for that lane matchup, you could even be looking towards Morgana and those types of things for the Black Shield. So this to me feels more about the roaming here from Keria, which he is fantastic at doing, and more about the engage potential alongside Chovy on that Galio. Going to be a very interesting game, and it feels like a really big pivot from what we saw last time, where DRX was playing tank versus tank on the top side, really emphasizing slamming bot lane in that 2v2. They could look to attack bot still, but it does feel like a draft more designed to attack solo, to try to get their top laner, Doran, in this winning matchup and really facilitate him as a split pusher, as a way to break open the map and pull FlyQuest apart.
Yeah, if Galio combined with a lockdown champion like Jarvan or Camille is a dunk bucket, then Galio combined with Pantheon is a meteor shower. The ability of these two to work together, and all of a sudden you just have these two big old meatballs falling out of the sky, raining hell down on whatever you're trying to do in the side lanes or anywhere where you think you might have a man advantage. There's a lot of playmaking opportunity there for a team like DRX, and whether or not this duo can find success with that meteor shower execution, I think will have a pretty big role to play here in this game.
I really do agree. It's really kind of the reverse roles, right? Where we saw Pantheon actually played by FlyQuest last time, and they were the ones that had to be able to nail these engages. They failed to do so, as we saw, that Rift Herald fight really went bad for them in the first matchup these two teams had. DRX trying to split the map, trying to peel FlyQuest apart. FlyQuest really wants to have their comp functioning as a 5v5, front to back, Azir behind the Ornn, Graves and Jhin there alongside you. You have Thresh to create space, drop the box, add that CC in there. And DRX is looking to split the map, to pull you apart, to make you have incorrect lane assignments, to dive that, to punish that, and really to look for creative angles of approach. And I do think that's something that can play very heavily to their strengths. This is a team that is incredible as far as the team fighting, as far as the individual skill on these players. FlyQuest is such a solid team, but generally does not really fare as well in the split map style. They're more about the 5v5, more about playing to objectives. So they've got to hold up in lane if they want to have a chance to do it.
Well, here we go, kicking off the final day of groups play. 3 out of 4 of these groups are decided. 6 out of 8 teams have progressed forward into the knockout stage, and we've sent 6 teams home. The fates of only 4 remain, and FlyQuest and DRX are the 2 teams most closely contending for one of those spots here when we look at them as the 2 middle teams in this final group. Taking a look at the keystones on your screen right now. Lethal Tempo for the Azir. This is a champion that we do often see different runes taken for, and Lethal Tempo lets me know he's going for that maximum team fight DPS.
You can also see that this is Predator Galio, has become more and more common because it is about surviving the lane, not necessarily thriving in the lane. It's about the engage, the utility that does give you, the ability to roam to the side lanes, to find flank engages with that Predator can be extremely powerful. And it's also worth noting that Jace is actually playing Conqueror. So this is more straight up for the 1v1 than something like Phase Rush, where you're going more towards the utility. That has been by far the most common rune. We'll see if FlyQuest can actually punish this because it's so much harder to escape if you are pushing as the Jace with Conqueror against the Graves plus Ornn combo than it is if you have Phase Rush, where you just get a couple quick hits in, and then you can just have the slow resist and just straight up run away from the Graves and the red buff slow and the smoke screen slow and those types of things. But if you get into an extended fight as the Jace with the Conqueror, it's just straight up way more powerful as far as kill potential. So we'll have to track this and see if Doran actually wants to go towards a full-on split push build, because we've been seeing almost exclusively lethality, but you still can do things like the Black Cleaver, Blade of the Rune King, and build towards that 1v1 and really try to slam this Ornn if you want.
Yeah, Phase Rush Jace walks through a Graves W like somebody just walking past the smoking section at a restaurant. It doesn't do anything to him, but considering the state of the Conqueror, considering the fact that we know what a CC machine the Ornn is, maybe Santorin will pay some attention up there. Remember, this is a player who, according to a lot of people, best jungle in A in terms of his performance, how much he affected the outcome of FlyQuest's games over the course of summer. He has put a lot of wins on their record in the jungle, and Graves has been a champion that we've seen plenty of performance from him on. I mean, we've seen plenty of performance on Graves from pretty much every jungler these days. The champion's incredibly popular in the meta.
If you can't play Graves, you're probably not here anymore.
Yeah, you're probably not going to be doing a whole lot as Keria goes in the 2v2 in the bottom side here. Turtle eats a lot of damage. Deadly Flourish not going to find Keria on the back end of that one, so it's definitely a trade win for DRX. Spear just barely goes to the right.
It's worth noting that we see Turtle actually doing Cloth plus a bunch of potions as that start. So it is almost purely physical damage coming out here, from that bottom lane with Deft and Keria playing that Senen plus Pantheon. He knows that the potential of an all-in is there, and we saw those trades can be quite deadly. So he did have a lot of potions to start this out, starting with 4 potions as opposed to if you start with that D-Blade, you just have the 1. So as a result, he is able to chug all those potions and heal back up, but that's 200 gold essentially already out the window, whereas Deft hasn't even had to use a potion. So this is where that lane gets a lot more difficult now. You've used all of your sustain, and you've got to be able to hang on in lane and make sure that you don't give up any more bad trades, because the next bad trade like that may be Turtle going back to base, and that could put you at a pretty heavy CS deficit if it's at a bad timing.
Yeah, especially against one of those lanes like you're talking about that likes to go all in when you have the power of the Pantheon. And also consider how good Pantheon is at setting up dives. If they have a big lead in the bottom lane and they can get Pyosik down here and make a big move with Keria going in. But now it's Santorin who's going to be the first jungler getting involved here in the bottom lane. A TP comes through, and we're going to turn things right back around against FlyQuest, but now another TP is going to be showing up. Chovy the first one into the fight. The damage comes down. Santorin goes out. 150 HP remaining as Ignar now gets locked down on the back end of the fight, and FlyQuest will disengage it. Both teams getting real excited to make things bloody here in the bottom lane as topside the 1v1 just keeps on bringing the action. Solo tries to walk away, has to flash out to avoid the solo death.
Yeah, with his spells on cooldown, despite the fact that Doran was very low there, he had to back it up, and now he's got to be a bit careful, because if you get hit by an Empowered Shock Blast, there is always a chance of getting burst down. So in that bottom lane, I do say DRX come out ahead. They went out as far as the trades in damage. You can see that Turtle had to force the cleanse. Both summoners traded their summoner spells, but no flash used by Pyosik, no summoners used by Deft. Trade of TPs in that mid lane, so pretty evenly contested, but still to the favor of DRX.
DRX with a 400 gold lead, just building up these advantages in the laning phase. What you've already talked about bottom lane, what we would expect with Jace versus Ornn on the top side. And, you know, we watch matchups in North America, and we watch how a lot of teams revolve around needing to do the team fighting, like very basic composition front-to-back style, and everybody always memes about NA Jace and all this, but one thing that is important, particularly for NA teams, going into international competition like this, is being able to address a properly executed composition that uses something like a Jace. It can be very difficult if you're used to going up against a version of this that is not adept, to now dealing with DRX, who knows what they're doing with things.
Yeah, I mean, and Doran is going to be building more towards the scaling build, more towards the 1v1. It starts like he wants to go towards that tier build pickaxe for the laning phase power, but then that Fairy Charm leads me to believe this is going to be, you know, Muramana, Manamune style of build. That is a very powerful scaling build in that side lane, especially in addition to that Conqueror, really looking to take advantage of Solo as this game does go further on. And now Solo without TP, you know, Doran was able to push in the lane and actually just straight up walk back because he won out that trade and had the shove. So if Solo actually gets dove here, or even just chunked out of lane by Pyosik plus Doran, he is now in quite a lot of trouble being at that TP disadvantage. It's always that second play that really punishes top laners when you don't have teleport to get back.
Mid lane staying pretty even here, but actually a CS lead for Chovy on the Galio, sitting at 60 farm compared to the 54 of Power of Evil. Panning back to the bottom lane, you can see it's kind of what you were talking about, Isaac. That CS lead starting to pile up a little bit here for DRX with the threat of the Pantheon-Senna combo. If Pantheon just point and click, press the W, you can easily follow it up with the Senna. But Santorin at level 6 slides on in there, drops the smoke screen. Ignar fires off a hook, but wide right means this play is going nowhere.
That was a flash prediction hook right there from Ignar, but I think that that's a little bit greedy because Keria doesn't have his flash. So you can actually just try to target the Pantheon instead of trying to go for that juicy target of Deft, right? You know, Deft is already in the Shroud, he has the Summoner, and he has the skill to wait to see, is this gonna land on me before I flash? And he was able to execute on that, so as a result, they get nothing from that jungle pressure, and up on the top side, a plate has already gone down. Solo had to initially back off, and now they're looking for a dive.
The Ornn Horn is sounded off. Solo is able to find the knock-up onto Pyosik, but here comes Galio as well, and surely this is just a death sentence for the FlyQuest top laner. He tries to tank it up, but DRX are way too clean. Bottom side, it's FlyQuest returning the favor on the other end of the map. Power of Evil scoots down here, and it's a 4-man play underneath the turret to kill off Keria.
Good response from FlyQuest, but I still think DRX is going to get more out of this play. As we didn't actually see Deft pressured off. Santorin now trying to wrap around. They're looking for the repeat gank. We'll see if they can pick off Deft. This would be huge.
First shot hits, second shot misses. TP coming through, and that means FlyQuest is done here. So Doran making sure to protect his AD carry and stop FlyQuest from getting more in this trade.
But that's actually huge because they forced out Jace's teleport and he got nothing from it. So FlyQuest, another follow-up there to get something more after the play. DRX still ahead though, as Pyosik was able to take the Rift Herald during that. He has been farming very efficiently on this Lilia. Santorin has been spending more time trying to pressure these lanes a little bit, and as a result is falling behind in that farm. And you can see DRX, you know, out to that 1K or so gold advantage. So here is that initial dive. They know Keria did not have his flash. They target him intelligently first this time overall. Then the regank was the play I think that really got more, because you got the flash out of Deft and the TP off of Doran. So you relieve some pressure up on that top side for Ornn, you know, who can get a free reset, who can kind of refill that HP bar, and you have the ability to maybe punish Deft next time you visit that bot lane.
Pyosik with the Rift Herald in inventory, still has that one for over 3 more minutes, and we're only 9.5 minutes on the clock right now. So that means no matter when he drops this, he will be able to get bonus money for cracking the plates with it. So keep your eyes on DRX, how they rotate between these lanes and where they want to set up this Rift Herald. Do they go for just grabbing the 2 plates? Do they try to completely knock a turret down with it? With the state of the top lane, there's a very likely chance that Pyosik wants to invest it up here to really snowball this advantage that Doran has even further. I mean, look at the turret. It's almost ready to just be knocked down completely, and there you go. Shelly summoned up, turret going down, put the money in Doran's pocket. Solo just has to stand there. Oh, look at the emote. He knows what's going on. This is not the way that you enjoy top lane gameplay if you're solo, but Doran is more than happy about this one. Huge gold lead, man. 2,500 gold for DRX over FlyQuest here just 10 minutes into the game.
I mean, they're doing such a good job, right? You know, off of that earlier roam where they made him back off, they'd already taken plates down off the top lane turret. Then you repeat with an already winning lane, already a gold advantage, already got plates off that due to the pressure, and you drop the Herald, and there's just not a lot Solo can do to defend from that position. FlyQuest are trying to make things happen on this bottom side, but it's not enough. Here comes the engage.
Keria engages, but an immediate cleanse coming out from Wild Turtle gets him away from it. Deadly Flourish finds its way onto Chovy's Galio, who will not be able to follow up that engage there with the Predator. So FlyQuest, they don't give up any kills, but 3 summoner spells are the price. Flashes on both bottom lane players as well as Wild Turtle's cleanse means this duo is now very vulnerable to follow up ganks, follow up aggressive play from DRX.
Yeah, and I mean, you just have to look at the position in this game, but now maybe getting a pick here on Senna, no flash.
Nicely done with the Deadly Flourish, and Turtle, his aim is true. FlyQuest will find their 2nd kill of the game.
I mean, this is great, and that's actually going to lead towards a Dragon, which is very important for FlyQuest because they need the ability to draw DRX to them.
Oh, Chovy trying to go in and make the play on Power of Evil, but now the turnaround coming out from FlyQuest. Remember, DRX is still down a man on the map. Deft has only just now respawned. So although DRX tried to make a play onto the FlyQuest mid laner, the response from the team was enough to keep PoE protected. And now FlyQuest do have priority over this bottom side river. Pyosik is under half HP on a squishy champion like Aurelia. This is very, very risky. If they wanted to try to contest it, they know better. So FlyQuest will take this Drake no contest.
And now at 17 minutes, FlyQuest is basically saying, you've got to come fight us. They're not going to be the happiest, I think, with the Dragon that they actually did roll here. You know, if you got something like an Ocean Soul, for example, then the Orin just starts to shrug off all the split push pressure from the Jace. Cloud Soul still very valuable. The move speed is very nice. The ultimate cooldown reduction is going to be useful for those engages that they're looking to pull off, but it's not that same kind of death knell for DRX if they do give it up, but all the same, FlyQuest now have the ability to try to force this team to come towards them, and it's been very clearly a split map game, but DRX has gotten more from it. The question is just, is the area that they have invested that gold in, you know, as worth it, right? Because it is Deft now put a little bit behind in this game, and Solo doesn't really care that much if he's down on gold. Like, sure, you would like not to be, but your ultimate button does the same thing whether you have 10,000 gold or 1,000, and let's be honest, that's mostly what it is about.
Sound the horn, here's the Orn. Solo level 10, so still has a ways to go. Remember, we look at level 13 a lot for this champion because that's when those incredibly powerful Orn enchantments, ornaments, whatever you want to call them, come online. Currently has that Sunfire Cape completed. We've actually hit the point of the game where a lot of first item power spikes are coming through. DRX with 3 men in the bottom lane. They got Pyosik shadowing them, just counter jungling right now. But in the middle lane, it's Power of Evil making the plays, bringing out the Emperor's Divide. But now it's going to be turned around, and PoE shut down by Doran.
They try to get the pick there on Doran, but Chovy is in position to help him. And meanwhile, they're just losing this turret on that bot side. Turtle is getting something on the top side, but DRX 3,000 gold ahead are getting so much more with their pressure. They've been more efficient with the plays. They've been getting more of an advantage with that top lane matchup, and the fact that Doran is building towards it as well is going to make it so difficult for Solo. He has the Black Cleaver, he's got that Muramana stacking up, and he really is looking like he's in a great position so far this game. I'm going to be interested to see if Solo does the double Sunfire build. You know, that can sometimes be a look if you don't feel that you need the MR, but FlyQuest getting caught topside.
Here they come. Look at the power of the long-range engage, plus the follow-up from the Senna. DRX making it look easy.
Tower.
Uh-oh, Graves is looking a little bit sleepy right about now as Pyosik goes in. Watch out, Ape! Here they come. It's Galio arriving with the grand entrance. Let's see if they can follow this one up with enough damage. Santorin still trying to get himself away. Keria is over the wall. He's got the spear. He doesn't even need it. Pyosik is on the board.
DRX are just running over this game. Their engages have been so good. The plays feel like they have such a high success rate from this team. They have constantly been punishing FlyQuest if they take one step too far in any of the lanes, and they have got so much playmaking. The ability to continue to extend this lead is enormous, and it's already nearly 5,000 gold. You'll note Chovy, not only is he playing Predator, but he went for the Lucidity boots for the lower cooldown on his summoner spells and the additional cooldown reduction. He grabbed that early Proto Belt. He picked up the Fiendish Codex, so he is ready to go here. And we have a replay up on that top side. Jhin in a 1v1 against Jace. That is not a 1v1 you can win with those items. Not even close.
Not at all. That is... we're not really going to call that a 1v1. That's more of one dude getting bullied by the other dude. As DRX has themselves a nearly 5,000 gold lead. And a couple minutes ago, Mr. Raziel, when FlyQuest was able to claim that second Drake, you said that FlyQuest is now demanding DRX, hey, come meet us, come fight us. And if you're DRX,
you're like,
oh,
sure.
you are
Yeah.
RSVP.
See you there,
that
bud.
invitation. You are more than happy to go to that party here in just over 1 minute because it is such an easy fight when you're that far ahead.
Yeah.
When you have the power that this team has right now.
It's true. And you know, FlyQuest is going to be dependent upon playmaking. Can you get a really good sort of engage, an initial punch to kill off one of these squishy members? If you can kill off Jace right off the start of the fight, then maybe you have a chance. But otherwise, I mean, the kids have been scrapping down on that bottom lane. You got a slight edge on Wild Turtle. But Papa Dorian's coming down for the top lane, and he is going to be here for this fight. That is where the gold is on DRX. And he is going to be ready to flex his muscles. They're already pressuring the inhibitor tower here at 16 minutes. Solo has been out on his own in this tough matchup. And Doran, with the help of Pyosik as well as Chovy, they have just snowballed this top lane expertly, and they are building to crush it.
Yeah, Solo's in a spot that it is real hard to do much at all from. Still 2 levels away from getting those upgrades on the items. Doran with the TP to join up with the rest of the squad. Death Sentence flies out, but it will not find the mark onto anyone. Wild Turtle looking to get away, but now he's in some trouble. Loses half HP. Pyosik hit by the Deadly Flourish. Turtle's opening up the curtain call. The bullets fly through, but they're not quite finding their target. Chovy doing a good job blocking those up, channeling the taunt just to make sure nobody's able to collapse on him while he blocks those bullets, blocks those skill shots up. FlyQuest has lost significant amounts of HP. Pyosik still at about half. But DRX knows they've won this engagement well enough to take priority over the bottom side river and take that third Drake.
Exactly. I think FlyQuest's pretty smart to just back it up after you don't get a kill on that initial play. And if you sound the horn and you didn't kill someone on the other team, it's pretty much time to leave. When you're this far behind in gold, that is really your only hope with that initial burst of CC to knock someone down and then try to fight onwards at a more equal state, right? If you try to walk forward into this squad, you will get kited back, you will get run down, and FlyQuest are really up against it here. I'll give them, you know, maybe one more shot at this next team fight, and I think that's probably going to be their hope. Is one great engage around an objective, or DRX are just going to bleed you out of this game because the gold lead has continued to expand. FlyQuest are trying to make counterpunches where they can, but Doran's nearly on 3 items here. You know, Solo is just scraping up pieces for his second. You know, he's been really starved of experience as well, so the ornaments have not come through. He is not even close to being able to upgrade for his teammates, and it's going to make it very, very difficult for them going forward.
Yeah, I think that big team fight you're talking about happens when we see Power of Evil hit the Leanders. Oh no, Wild Turtle. Okay, he barely gets away there using the flash, but now once again, you're a Jhin. You're an immobile AD carry with no flash to get away from a team that has a Pantheon Galio combination with Lilia and Jace to follow up and Senna's ulti that'll just blast right through. Very difficult situation, but yeah, we need to see these second item power spikes come through for the solo laners of FlyQuest. We need to see that Gargoyle Stone Plate get completed for Ignar so that if he needs to jump into the middle of everyone, he can do so without being immediately evaporated by the damage of DRX. And even then, with all these conditionals, with all these what-ifs, it's still such an uphill battle from a 6,000 gold deficit at 19 minutes. Rift Herald summoned up in the mid lane. Remember, DRX used the first one of these to claim the turret topside for first turret. Lots of damage from the powered Shock Blast and the Lilia Bowling Ball, but here comes the Ornhorn. Plenty of damage down onto Depth, but not enough to kill him. And that's all that matters. FlyQuest have lost half the health on Santorin and PoE. They will continue to defend the tier 1 turret, but DRX confidently moving forward.
I mean, look at the positioning. Doran's just looking for Shock Blast snipes over the wall. Pyosik is looking for swirl seeds. Chovy is threatening the flank. There is no chance you can actually defend that tower now from that position, not even having the Ornn ultimate. So DRX are just expertly navigating this. They're playing it out so incredibly well. finding advantages without having to hard commit to a fight. They are not going to commit to a fight until they know they are going to win it for sure. And they are just extending this gold lead further and further and further, bleeding FlyQuest out of this game before FlyQuest is ever going to have a chance at getting that 5v5 that they really wanted in this game.
And what reason would they have to take a fight that they're not absolutely sure on, right?
None.
When you look at the way the lanes are set up, at the way the draft played out, Jace has been slamming Ornn the entire time. The bottom lane with that kill pressure, that threat of the Senna and the Pantheon has had the advantage for DRX in the bottom lane. Yes, mid lane's been mostly even. But then when we consider the points you made earlier, Isaac, about Santorin needing to try to interfere in these side lanes to give them some breathing room, Pyosik is also ahead of his counterpart. So when 4 out of 5 players on DRX are just ahead by default, you just set that sucker on cruise control and you have a great time moving forward because the lead just builds passively.
Exactly, and Power of Evil's doing fine. You know, he's got farm, but so is Chovy. Chovy has been everywhere. He's been roaming around the map, pressuring, you know, looking for dives, threatening engages, forcing cooldowns, and he has been so good thus far in this game, building for playmaking, building to be a facilitator here, and putting himself in a position to really succeed. He even picks up the double stopwatch, so he has stopwatch plus Zhonya's.
Oh, that's disgusting.
So he can just go in for this all-out play. You know, if you're DRX here and you're saying, all right, FlyQuest gets one more chance and it's this next dragon fight, well, Chovy already forced the flash off Wild Turtle, so now you can just kind of go on this suicide dive where you just charge in the backline, double stasis, and you have to respect this zone of control that Chovy will create. And that buys so much time for the other 4 members on his team to just clean up everybody.
5 seconds feels like an eternity in League of Legends. Playing against someone going hourglass into stopwatch back-to-back, you hear the stasis noise haunting your nightmares. It is just
wake up in a cold sweat here.
A good experience at all. Solo is hit level 13, but in a situation we do not often see, that second item is not yet even completed. So you can see him bonking the hammer right now, trying to get that ready to go, building towards the Abyssal Mask so we can have that. So that'll be pretty important here. Also, now level 14 means he can upgrade one of his teammates' items, probably the Infinity Edge for Wild Turtle. Turtle is on that 2-item power spike, Power of Evil now on his as well. So at least for FlyQuest, they hit the items in time for the fight. But now it's about execution. Now it's about a 7,000 gold deficit. Now it's about DRX just making this game more and more unlosable for themselves. Pyosik in the pit all alone. The rest of the team has control. Look at the ward line, man. Look at the enemy jungle. Look at FlyQuest's red buff and how many wards are around the thing. DRX is making sure they're doing this cleanly.
Yep. And I think FlyQuest realized that they really do just have that one more fight in them, you know, as I was kind of talking about. So they've decided, all right, we're just going to give this one up. We're going to wait until it is a soul. We're going to wait until it is a Baron to try to fight for. Second Cloud Dragon, not where they want to kind of draw their line in the sand and bet their game on, bet really very likely their entire world hopes on, as it would take a miracle, you know, for them to be able to get out. I don't even think they could from that point. So they know they've got maybe one more shot, and they're going to wait. We'll see if DRX can now navigate up towards the Baron as we're getting further and further into this game. Try to use Doran down on the bottom side to draw pressure and look to be able to threaten towards a Baron, because Doran is going to require a response very likely from multiple members. You know, he is insanely ahead.
Yes.
You know, his tier items fully stacked. He's got the Cleaver, the Ghost Blade. He's building towards the Lord Dominix to really shred Solo. You know, we talked about the Conqueror, so that's helping him out too. And if you send 2 members down to try to answer him on the bottom side, well, DRX can probably just start up the Baron. You know, it's a very safe clear. It's not fast, but utilizing Senna for that sustain does make it pretty easy to keep threatening it.
DRX prowling through the enemy jungle, sitting down multiple wards, stealing away the buffs, taking control of the entirety of Summoner's Rift. Maybe there'll be a chance for them to look for a play here. Doesn't really appear so. But let me go ahead and just give everybody some fun stats here. Fun if you're a fan of DRX, not so fun if you're a fan of FlyQuest. But if you're looking at this game as a more and more likely DRX win, and DRX walk away from this one with the dub, there are 32 possible remaining scenarios for the remaining 5 games of the day. Of those 32 scenarios, FlyQuest has 2 where they can get themselves a tiebreaker if they lose this game. So things become very bleak for North America's last remaining representative, if DRX win this game. They also become very bleak for Unicorns of Love, who will be slightly better off than FlyQuest, but would have 3 remaining scenarios where they would then get a tiebreak.
And they would have to 3-0. You know, it becomes things that are kind of out of your hands for both
Highly
of these
unlikely.
teams, right? It becomes very, very unlikely. So FlyQuest definitely going to try to win this game. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it. Even the experience is becoming such a problem for FlyQuest because they're getting kind of just choked out of their own jungle. I mean, compare Ignar to the solo laners. It's level 8 on the Thresh. How are you even supposed to find an engage on a level 16 Jace? Like, this guy auto-attacks you and you die, right? Like, the experience disadvantage are so enormous because Ignar, you know, from this losing position, is trying to stay away and give that experience to Turtle, give that experience to his carries, and play exclusively for Vision, right? So he's just constantly buying wards, he's trying to sweep out areas, he's trying to not steal experience. So I do think it is the correct play, but it just makes your job as that Thresh so incredibly difficult, you know, being that outpaced. You know, even Santorin down 4 levels on Doran.
Okay, here we go. Death Sentence comes out from Ignar. Keria is the target, but he buys a ton of time with the shield. Turtle running away, TP coming through. FlyQuest falling back, and Solo continues chasing forward, looking for some sort of an opportunity onto Chovy, who goes into the stasis and gets himself out. Deadly Flourish and Ornn ulti coming through, but they won't quite be able to find a kill. DRX is low health on multiple players, but the same can be said for FlyQuest. Pyosic's able to make the play. There goes the sleep. There comes the Senna ulti. Power of Evil's the first one to fall, and here comes Keria right back into the fight, looking for the kill onto Ignar off to the left. He's able to find it. He's able to grab the kill onto Santorin, and Doran picks up another. FlyQuest is destroyed, and DRX will win this fight without a single death.
Nicely played there from DRX, and Chovy even on the hunt for Turtle.
Oh, he's found him. Behold the Turtle. He cannot do it. They are simply too far behind. The ace for DRX into the Baron. It is a 10,000, make it 11,000 gold lead. And Keria, the Pantheon, the support who got quote-unquote picked at the start, continuing to mount this push afterwards.
DRX just so far ahead in this game. It was a good start from FlyQuest. They forced some summoners, they got that stopwatch out of the way, but then as they try to find this opportunity onto Pyosik, look at flashing in, 3-man Drowsy into the stopwatch, Galio flies in over top, and Power of Evil does not have cleanse. Power of Evil does not have QSS. No way to get out of that. Everyone just piles on top of him. He was the major threat. Yes, Turtle survived with his cleanse flash, but there was no way out for the Azir, and he had to be the guy to carry the fight. So DRX knew it, they eliminated him from the game, and really they have eliminated all of FlyQuest's chances from this position. A 13,000 gold lead. DRX can easily close this one out.
Yeah, this Baron power play should just be the end of the game here, as DRX will be able to pick up the next Drake of the game. Total gold, you can see right there, 15,000 for
That's
Doran,
insane.
almost triple what Ignar has. And one thing I want to point out with this gold graph on the screen, Keria's the second poorest person in the game because he's a support, it makes sense. But Keria, if you want to look up how to play support like a Chad, go watch that last team fight replay again. He jumps in there at the very end with his ulti, 1v2 into Santorin, who is a Graves, who you would think could just one-shot him, uses the E with the perfect timing to make sure he stays alive, and with 50 HP left, gets the auto attack on a Santorin to get the kill. Honestly, DRX playing these team fights so well. The Shock Blast, as you point out, say goodbye to half your HP if even one of those connects. DRX now with a pincer attack. 4 men in the mid lane, 1 in the bottom lane. The Jace is able to just dismantle the turret. He's nearly full build. He's 5.5 items. Ignar's got 400 health. Keria on the front line, looking for the potential engage there. Power of Evil stepping away from the Senna CC. And FlyQuest will lose their first inhibitor.
Yeah, the inhibitor's going to go down, no contest there. 14,000 gold lead for DRX. Enormous amounts of experience advantage. FlyQuest are just trying to hope for a miracle here. Hope that they can hold the line and continue to farm it out. Pray for that late game, but DRX are not going to give them the opportunity to do it. Closing down on another inhibitor. The top lane is already pushing, so they could go around the horn here and look to triple inhib FlyQuest, but here comes the engage.
Deft disengaging, trying to get himself out of this one. The curtain call's opened up and the railgun's fired off. Doran dominating with the kill onto Solo as Power of Evil tries to protect himself, but the Emperor's Divide will not keep the kingdom standing. DRX pushing right on to the Nexus turrets. Wild Turtle barely hobbling away as Chovy moves forward, and the winds of war will blow FlyQuest away. Carry is into the wrong fountain, but the man don't give a damn. Take a shower in it, it don't matter. DRX, with an absolute destruction of FlyQuest, will take their win.
This was incredible stuff here from DRX. Such a masterclass on how to play through top lane, from the build to the runes to how Pyosik and Chovy were able to actually split the map and snowball that lane incredibly effectively here against Solo. It was such a difference from that last game where we had Solo in this tank versus tank matchup against Doran. Doran picks for the lane, is enabled expertly by his team, and FlyQuest was not able to get anywhere close to the same lead on that bottom side that they were looking to attack. Deft as well as Keria held up valiantly on the weak side of the map, and DRX, let's be honest, they made this one look pretty easy, extending the gold lead constantly, eking out experience advantages everywhere they could. They really did look like an incredible, incredible team here today.
Yeah, DRX was the better team. I don't really know what else to say about it. The draft was coherent. The gameplay got done exactly what they needed. The leads built up steadily over the course of the game. They never made any unnecessary errors. When we go back and we look at that first game between these two teams, people look at the botched engage from Ignar near the Rift Herald that was sort of that turning point where DRX was able to take the game back into their control, but there never was a moment like that in this one where DRX lost control of that win that they were working towards. It was just start to finish a DRX game. And while we wait for game 2, you can listen to Get Jinxed on the League of Legends official playlist during the Spotify song break. So check that one out. Come back here in a little bit, and we got more Worlds heading your way.
back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk. As a quick update in terms of the stakes today, FlyQuest still has a chance to make it to quarters, but their fate is no longer in their own hands. Honestly, this is about the hardest scenario you can imagine, because Top Esports, I got actually different information from production earlier, so I'm actually going to update you in a second because I don't know if this is correct. Oh, yeah, it is. Sorry. If Top Unicorns of Love, then UOL and Fly are eliminated. And what I was trying to say is, if Top Esports go 0-3, rather, and FlyQuest wins their next 2 games, including the one over Top Esports, that is the chance for the tiebreaker. Sorry to be confusing there. We want to get this right because it's important. But in this game, though, we talked before about how the first game of FlyQuest versus DRX was one that was even until it was not, and that came at the 20-minute mark. In this one, though, it was a whole different game, and it was over very early on. So could you have guessed that out of the draft that came out of these two teams? Amazing or not?
I personally couldn't have. I thought the draft was actually pretty fair for both parties. I don't think there was any advantage. Obviously, you knew that the top side of the map on DRX's side was going to dominate because they have the Jace and Galio interaction. So that in itself was already there. And on the left side, you knew that they're going to have scaling. They're going to have that Orin Asi coming in at some point. So we're kind of hoping, or I was kind of hoping for that late game scaling to set in. But if you lose within the first 15 minutes of the game, kind of which happened, it was pretty tough.
So the graphic is a little incorrect. It does say Leono, and that should be a Galio. But
it's day 8, guys. Sorry, we're just a bit.
Wanted to talk about that Galio specifically and how they banned away both the Orianna and the Kassadin was actually very clever, because I think that when you blind pick mid lane, especially on red side, it seems very odd. But FlyQuest, their game plan was clearly leave solo on weak side top, play through the bot side. Thank you, they've updated the graphic now.
That was never anything, I don't know what you're talking about. Galio's also there.
And the thing about the Galio, what it does is it mitigates your ability to play through bot side, because the ultimate can then deny you dives, or it can help facilitate your play through the top side. And I think that ultimately this whole game came down to playing through your side lanes, which DRX was able to do flawlessly.
Yeah, they did move around very quickly. One question I do want to ask is, I know we talk a lot about teams playing to their style, because I think it's important to at least inherently have something that you are familiar with. But if you know that there is a big difference between you and the team you're playing in terms of, I want to say, overall team skill and the way, you know, they're able to win games, I don't understand why you would then go all in on late completely if you're still going to try and make things happen early. That's confusing to me, but I don't know if that's...
It's a pretty good question. So obviously the multiple theories, like you can go for the fact that, hey, I'm going to bank on something that I know maybe the enemy is not going to be able to destroy me in the early game because going with standard pressure, and we've seen this in scrims, for example. That's like one theory. But then the other one, I think that's where the desperation maybe is a bit higher, is when you try to basically cheese your way to a victory. You go completely against what you're doing. You're trying to kind of shake things up, and I think that can really go both ways. Either you're going to lose really, really hard at that point, or you're going to have a cheese win. So I think in terms of volatility, I think it's obviously more prevalent in the second option. I do think for FlyQuest that is not an option, though. I think their playstyle is too standard, and they don't have the explosive players, or at least Ignar is underperforming right now, so I don't think that explosion is there. So in that regard, I don't think any cheese pick would have helped them here.
I think that's fair. Thank you for answering that. So let's take a look at some of the replays. I think on the side of DRX, they have a lot of global possibilities, and they really use that kind of to the maximum in their engages, especially this one in the mid lane that then transfers into the top lane.
Yeah, so this fight is really where things broke open. DRX already had a pretty significant gold advantage, but when FlyQuest trying to find a pick in mid, the fact that they were not able to get this kill, they also lost their mid laner, is really where everything started to cascade as well. Then this translate, Yeah,
this is basically where they reset and Doran immediately TPs and they make it happen.
The tempo that they're playing with is actually really impressive. Just obviously resetting the map after recall, going to the top set of the map, immediately having that Pantheon coming in. So that synergy is obviously there. And I think FlyQuest was almost always taken back by the speed that DRX was playing with. And I think that's something that, I mean, you can kind of understand, but also not, I would say, because you need to basically play through mid-prior every single time when you play against the Galio. Once you drop mid-prior, don't be on a silent. Just make sure you're going to stay behind, have your mid keep pushing up, maybe facilitate through him.
I think it was just what I thought was also very clever was how when we actually saw the sieging situations, the amount of long range and poke that DRX's comp had, it was, unless FlyQuest got the perfect engage. There was no way to threaten the backline at all, which means that before a fight even starts, like before the Cloud Drake in the mid lane, like they would lose half their HP before anything even happens. And DRX is like, well, okay, now we use our Pro and we take the whole map. And it was just really good macro from DRX.
Yeah, very snappy decision making from the side of DRX. Convincing game, and the Oppo player of the game was Doran in the top lane. He had a 3k gold lead over Solo at 15 minutes into the game, and Santorin really didn't come close to that lane at all. They really sacked it completely and relied entirely on the Ornhorn later, and I understand it. I totally understand it, but you know, Doran was able to completely take over.
So the issue with that though is obviously the Ornn Jace matchup is relatively Jace's favorite if Jace is able to like basically fight up or boards 24/7. But if you actually interact with that lane as a jungle or even through the mid prior potentially, you can actually make something happen because the Ornhorn is actually a kill potential at level 6. So you can decrease the volatility with which that lane is being played with if you give Solo some kind of agency within the early game. I think that's where they failed to deliver anything, because cross map also didn't work out for them. They didn't have anything that is delivered on the opposite side of the map. The Galio obviously denied that. The Senna was playing really defensive, and PureShake farmed up a storm meanwhile. So make something happen would have been something I would have loved to see them make something happen anywhere. And
I think they tried though in the beginning, especially in the bot lane, but we had first there was no kill, then the hook unfortunately didn't land for what was supposed to be a sure kill, and you don't get that many opportunities versus a team like this versus good teams. I think that's a good way to put it. So I think we need to commend the fact that they did try and go for it, but it just went to the wayside really quickly. Unfortunately, also the difference, man, an LCK Jace, it's something else than an EU or an NA Jace, isn't it? It's crazy. Well, for more on that Jace and DRX's win, here's Laura with Doran.
And thank you very much, Shox. Laure here, joined by Doran after DRX's first win here in the last day of group. And Doran, I want to know, Fly went for a very bot-heavy strat here. What did you think about their approach this game?
네, 우선 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 방금 플라이퀘스트가 굉장히 하체 중심으로 조금 운영을 하고 경기를 준비한 것 같은데 어떻게 생각하셨나요?
오른을 상대방이 픽한 순간 좀 뚫어야겠다는 의무감이 생겨서 제이스를 픽해서 저는 제 할 일 한 것 같습니다.
So as soon as the opponent locked in Ornn, I had the responsibility to kind of dismantle their lane. So I locked in Jace, and I think that I fully did my role.
Yeah, I agree with you. And honestly, here you're the first player to finally find success with Jace. And there's been a lot of discussion around this pick and how strong it is. So what is your take on Jace? And when is it a good champion to play in this meta?
네, 말씀하신 것처럼 제이스로 좋은 활약을 보여주셨는데 도란 선수가 드디어 롤드컵에서 제이스 첫 승을 신고하셨습니다. 지금 제이스에 대한 갑론을박이 정말 많은데 제이스에 대해서 어떻게 평가하시고 제이스는 어떤 상황에서 좀 좋은 픽인가요?
제이스가 좀 실수를 하면 안 되는 챔피언이라서 좀 그냥 게임 내내 긴장 상태를 유지해야 하고 절대 죽으면 안 되는 챔피언이라 좀 탱커들 잘 죽지 않을 수 있는 탱커들 상대로 네, 실수 안 하면 좀 좋은 챔피언이라 생각합니다.
So when you are playing Jace, you have to make no mistake, and also you have to go flawless, and you shouldn't die throughout the game. So I think Jace will be good into a tank champion that can really kill you. So if you go flawlessly all throughout the game, I think Jace is still okay.
Very interesting, but still a flex pick, I feel. I mean, a secret pick, because not every player can play Jace perfectly. But okay, focusing on the most important game of the day for you, I feel, against Top Esports, you have a revenge to take here. So how do you expect things to go against them?
네, 이제 오늘 아무래도 가장 중요한 매치는 TES와의 리매치일 것 같은데 꼭 복수 성공해야 하는데 어떤 식으로 조금 경기 흘러갈 거라고 예상하시나요?
그냥 좀 어느 쪽이든 일방적으로 이기지 않을까 예상하고 있습니다.
어느 쪽이든 일방적으로?
네.
Well, no matter who wins, I think the game will be very one-sided.
Very one-sided. Okay, well, looking forward to seeing this one at the end of the day. But for now, thank you very much for the interview. And Jason, thank you again for the translation. And we're going to take a break, and we'll see in a few minutes if Top Esports can stay undefeated as they face off against UL. Stay tuned.
Top Esports go into the second round robin undefeated.
Very impressive showing from Top. And again, I loved what we saw from UOL in the very early game. Ananasek looking for early ganks on the Lee Sin. He was attacking top lane.
What are you willing to lose? You cover your wounds, but underneath them a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the knife, a turn of the screws, it's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Wow, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly.
Welcome back, esports fans, to our second game of the day here. It's Top going up against the Unicorns of Love. Now let me go ahead and set the stage with the stakes. If Top Esports win this game, the group is locked in terms of the two moving on and the two going home. Yes, there will still be potential for DRX to maybe steal that first spot away from Top, but unless Unicorns win here, they and FlyQuest will both see the end of their Worlds run in this group.
Yeah, UOL, obviously, both FlyQuest and DRX will be cheering for them to pull off a major upset here against Top. Would give FlyQuest some small hope to get out of this group, but also, any upset against Top is going to help DRX in their chances of getting out in first place.
Right. Which, as we've seen from the other groups, could actually mean a lot. None of the teams that have progressed so far look bad, but the first seeds look particularly frightening.
Yeah.
So to be able to avoid a quarterfinals matchup against one of those teams could be a big boon for you. So definitely everybody's still invested in looking for that first seed. But hey, we're into the draft, so let's see what's banned away here, as that is a pretty rare ban. These days, Jax banned away first and foremost by the Unicorns of Love. They're saying 369. You're not getting that one. Not today, my friend. Gragas and Renekton also banned out here, as Swain, Nidalee, And what's our third one? What's the Magic Champion portrait? It's going to show up on my screen. What do Top Esports want to keep away from the Unicorns here in this draft? It is Camille.
Okay. Makes quite a bit of sense. You know, they are obviously targeting Gadget. I think, you know, with this Swain, you know, he has brought that out. He is one of, well, really the only bot laner at Worlds thus far to be playing mages. So that is something that he can try to look to surprise people with. He has brought out the Karthus. He has brought out the Swain. So he has some flexibility there. I think Jax makes a lot of sense because Top, in my opinion, are the best team in the world at actually playing around that top lane. And we have seen Jax really crush some of those meta picks. The Jax ban, you know, is often used to actually protect the Camille, and I think that's why Top responded with their Camille ban, to try to take away that option. But Jax can also be difficult for things like Mordekaiser, so does make sense as kind of a multi-purpose one against 369.
First pick in the draft is Lucian. Makes a lot of sense with how strong the champion is, how often he's banned these days. Unicorns love taking advantage of the opportunity to go for that, but the response from Top is locking in the Syndra and the Ashe.
No Man's has played that mid lane Lucian. Gadget, at least regionally, did not play the Lucian at all, so we are expecting it to be mid lane. Yes, theoretically, Lucian can go top, can go bot, but in competitive play, it's been almost exclusively a mid laner, so the Syndra would be the assumed matchup there. And Nanasik going towards Lilia helps to enable having that AD laner, so I think that makes a lot of sense. Generally, Lilia as well as Eve, those are kind of those two big AP options, with Gragas and Nidalee already taken off the table. We haven't been seeing anything like Evelynn in quite a long, or rather like Elise in a long time, so grabbing probably the highest priority AP jungler left up.
Man, I forgot Elise was a champion. I'm not
yeah, no one plays it at all anymore, man. It's just been gone.
Long time since I've seen the
squashed.
Spider. Feels badman, but looks like the pick to go along with the Lilia in this second rotation for UOL will be Nautilus, so providing plenty of CC and engage potential here for this team.
Yeah, one of Santis's most played, that alongside Thresh are kind of his two primary champions that he likes to go towards for the engage. So it will give you that point-and-click lockdown, always something that is considered pretty powerful, especially against champions that do not have dashes, such as the Syndra, such as the Ashe, trying to help set up, lock down these champions so that they can be taken out quickly. But we have Graves as the answer to the Lilia. Graves has just been so common. Karsa, you know, he is one of the junglers that I think is absolutely elite in the world, but he generally does play a different style. At least in the LPL, he was much more of a facilitator, and that is something that people have been talking about with TES, is the fact that World seems like lanes playing for junglers, whereas in the LPL, Karsa was definitely sacrificing for his lanes. He was the guy who would skip camps to gank more often, to pressure, to be able to help them reset the waves, and to always facilitate his laners rather than the other way around. We'll see if Top want to flip the script here and utilize this Graves as their main carry, try to play more from him and help him out with that counter jungling. But more bot laners kind of banned out. Yes, the Karthus, yes, the Orianna you traditionally would think would be going, you know, mid lane or jungle. But Gadget is the guy playing a lot of these AP bottom laners. So I do believe he's the one being targeted here.
And when you mention Top being a team that's adept at playing through top, when you have a jungler like Graves, who's very powerful in 2v2 skirmishes, who can take neutral control easily because of his 1v1 dueling potential, that just means that if you do want to play through topside again, if you just want to open things up for 369, man, Graves is just a wonderful champion to have there on the flank, ready to have his back. Pantheon, Karthus, Orianna, Ornn all banned away. Fully expect to see Top Esports leave that top lane open.
Okay, that's actually a flex.
Yeah, the Lulu could go either into the support or top lane roles here.
Yeah.
So I like the choice.
Just makes it even harder, right? If you try to go towards something like a GP, then maybe you're laning up against a Lulu and you get smacked by that. Of course, this could just be going down to bottom lane for you, Yenja. Play it as a standard support. But 369, one of the reasons that Top is so proficient at playing through that lane is his willingness to actually pick some of these hard lane counters to go towards things like the Kayle, like the Fiora, the Quinn, you know, the Urgot. He's willing to go to these picks, the Jax, of course, and really look to destroy his opponents in that 1v1, pick heavily for it. Now, this was pretty interesting. So we do have that Wukong going up towards that top lane. It could be bot lane Nico looking for some of that CC for Gadget, but I do think that, you know, Ziggs also kind of fits the bill, especially alongside solo laners that are AD damage, which we are assuming this is going to be Wukong top. Yeah. So the Ziggs going to be the pick here. Can be quite proficient, and it does allow you to assist with the dive. So that's one of the things that works well about this, right? You have the point-and-click Nautilus ultimate, Wukong flying in over top, and presumably you then have the Ziggs ultimate dropped on the head of the Ashe, of the Syndra, trying to look for that. The answer here going to be Sion, so one of the less common picks, but it is something that can actually scrap quite well against the Wukong, you know, especially in the early levels. If you're going towards Grasp, you have a lot of AoE, you have the ability to push. In a really long extended trade, Wukong can get a lot of value out of the passive, stack up the Conqueror, and start to win out, but it can be pretty difficult for Wukong, and you know, even with trying to dodge with the clones and going to a Viz, you can still be hit by the AoE of both the W as well as the slow from your E. You can get hit by the knock-up because you reveal them when you pop your W. So there are a lot of ways for Sion to fight back. And there's not really a lot of like frontline killing, right? You know, so it can be difficult to actually just deal with one of these super tanks, such as the Sion, who's also going to be shielded up by the Lulu, which is effectively just giving you additional health, right? You know, every time you're getting shielded, all those resistances become more valuable because you're having to punch through that again and again.
And let's not forget his unstoppable engage potential. When you're up against something like a Ziggs that has very powerful zone control with his minefield and with his satchel charge, when you'd have to deal with a Nautilus normally providing so much peel, well, what does that matter if Sion is a freight train and can just find his way on to whichever target he can glide his aiming towards? I think this champion could pose a serious threat if not dealt with appropriately, and we've seen other teams try to deal with 369 before, and it's not gone so well.
It's really, really tough to actually pin down this guy and punish him really in lane or out of lane, because he is such a proficient player at so many different champions, at so many different styles. He can win through hard split push, he can shove and group, he can be the hard engage, he can play weak side. He really can do it all. And you know, with this draft, sure, we could still see Karsa playing towards that top side, but this does feel like more of that standard lanes playing through your jungler style that we've been seeing a lot of at Worlds. You have a strong 2v2 here with the Syndra plus the Graves. They could look to try to push in on Nomanz and grab away things like those Raptors from Anonysik, who also wants to be heavily prioritizing the farm on that. And you can even see Karsa dropped his ward at level 1 at the Raptors, but it is potentially an invade here from UOL. They are going to make the call to back off for now, though.
And one thing I do want to point out here, as the Keystones were up on your screen for just a moment, Knight is running Electrocute on the Syndra. This is another one of those champions. I mentioned it for Azir last game, how sometimes you can see the Keystones flexed around more often than not. Sometimes you'll see the Syndras take a phase rush, go for a more utility-based Keystone, but Knight just wants to make sure that he's getting every possible little bit of damage he can squeeze out of this build. Noman's going to drop a ward almost exactly on top of the one that we saw dropped by Top Esports there at that Raptor pit, so they'll be able to keep an eye on that one. And once again, just a reminder, if Top Esports win this game, Top Esports and DRX will be 100% confirmed to be the two teams moving forward from this group and will be the final two teams to take a place in the knockout stage. If UOL win this game, there is still a very small but still real chance that UOL or FlyQuest could move forward instead. But in this bottom lane 2v2, Santos is already just committing a pretty grievous error of stepping too far forward, getting punished, forced to flash at level 1.
Yeah, I mean, he used his sweeper. They didn't even kill the ward, and he lost most of his health and had to flash. So now he's on no potions already. That is brutal, because the way that Nautilus usually has pressure in lanes is the threat of the hard engage, right? And if you don't have the flash, if you are chunked out in lane, you lose all that threat, and then all of a sudden you have no presence in lane, right? And we can actually see something I was going to talk about, you know, was that Uganja actually went towards a Spell Thief. So he is not the more defensive option, he is the more aggressive option, which also makes you more squishy. You know, therein could potentially be engaged on, but given the situation now, it is going to be very tough for Santos to do that, and they can look to take an aggressive posture, push up, and constantly proc that Spell Thieves.
And if Unicorns of Love ever does get to push out and Nautilus is there without his flash, he then becomes vulnerable to a gank opportunity from Karsa if he gets himself into that bottom lane. Remember, when Dredgeline's the only escape, all you got to do is block off the escape path, and the gank becomes a sure thing. Ananasik farming up here. However, he does have his mid laner with priority to make sure that top side of the river stays safe. He won't have to deal with Karsa at all. Karsa is all the way across the map there, taking that scuttle on the bottom side river. So split map state right now.
And one of the reasons that we don't see more mages in the bottom lane is a lot of the top dual laners feel that you can really tax mana as a resource and punish them by forcing out spells constantly and then really kind of wearing them down and making it harder and harder to farm, right? Giving them bad base timings where they don't have a lost chapter and things to actually keep high on mana. And so you're going to see with this double range bot lane, anytime Gadget tries to farm with an auto attack, both Yuyanja and JackeyLove will be trying to auto attack him. Because the only way that Santas can really contribute then is by committing to an all-in, right? You know, hooking in or moving forward. And since he doesn't have his flash, it's not really safe to do. And then what happens is you essentially have to try to CS just with your spells, which is going to tax the mana, which is going to put you down in the position where eventually you're either pushing the wave accidentally with your AoE and having it kind of semi-frozen on you, or you just run out of mana and you can't really effectively CS.
Yeah, and out of mana early game mage is essentially just a caster minion. So nobody's going to be afraid of a 0 mana level 3 Ziggs here. So Gadget is hanging back. Karsa is on the top side of the map. 369 and Boss just trading back and forth a little bit here. Is a farm advantage for 369, but when you look at the amount of minions currently pushing into the turret, Boss will be able to equalize that provided he farms this up correctly. I don't think he'll have any issue with it. It's not like 369 is going to stick around and try to harass him off that wave. He will use this opportunity to go back to base, get himself a good back timer, pick up the bombing Cinder. And No Man's ends up losing some HP here in the mid lane against Knight. This Lucian with an early Null Magic Mantle and a Longsword means he's really paying a lot of respect towards Knight's Syndra and that Electrocute maximum damage build. An early Hex Drinker means he wants to avoid that all-in.
It definitely smells like a Hex Drinker. Could theoretically just be, you know, a casual little bit of magic resist and go towards something like the Blade of the Rune King. You know, I wouldn't mind that either, especially because it's only 1 AP threat, right? Lulu, we're not even going to count. It's going to be support items. That magic damage doesn't really matter that much, so it really is just Knight who is threatening you in that way. And if you do rush towards, you know, Hex Drinker, Merc Treads, this kind of defensive style of build, you're not going to have any threat on people like the Sion.
Well, Sion finding himself getting spun around on by the Wukong. And with Ananasik nearby, 369 did see the need to flash over the wall. That's one of those tricky walls that sometimes we see people have bad experiences with a flash over. But 369 is well-versed in the way he's a top lane, knows how to get over that one and get himself back to safety. And honestly, considering he got hit by both Wukong ultis,
that's what I was laughing at.
He only lost 20% of his health. Wukong spun around on him and was pretty much just a Beyblade. He spun into the wall, he fell over, and he's like, all right, we'll get him next time.
Yeah, I mean, he forced the shield out, right? And didn't really get much done with the damage. It was nicely played by 369. You know, the flash is respectful because you want to keep your health high. But one of the things that makes Sion so difficult to punish is he almost has 2 TPs, right? Because he has the 1 teleport to come back to lane, but if you bully him out, he can just ult back to lane as well and use that as like a pseudo TP, as a reset to really make it difficult to punish. Because I talked about it in the previous game, you know, the way you generally punish top laners, you tax their resources, you get them low, you force out the teleport, then it's the repeat attack. With Sion, you have to do that process again, and you have to do that in a short enough time that the other one hasn't cycled back up already, which is, you know, really, really tough to accomplish, especially in this kind of matchup.
Right, you think about teleport, you think about the amount of time this spell had to be nerfed in terms of cooldown, as Knight ends up eating part of a culling here in mid lane. No Man's using the ulti to get his opponent down to about half HP, but Karsa is now on the top side. And you can see 369 going after the ulti, not quite finding the mark, but Boss could be in a pretty bad spot. First blood's gonna happen off the map. We'll check that one here in a moment. TP's interrupted, and Boss, it's hammer time, baby. 369's on the board.
Their whole bot lane died at the same time as mid lane TP is canceled. Your top laner flashes and dies. If that is not a tragedy, Flowers.
That's exactly the word that was going through my mind. It is a tragedy on Summoner's Rift. 7 minutes into the game. Deaths in bot lane, deaths in top lane, teleport cancel
in mid lane. He might just die again. Karsa's
Boss
here.
Into the top lane, but 369's trying to drag him over into the brush. The shield comes through. Wukong's got the damage to pick up the kill here. 369's chasing after him, but this is kind of like one of those Left 4 Dead zombies. It's just really lame and sort of hobbles after you. He's just sort of shot fodder, won't really do a whole lot there, and falls apart.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I feel like Karsa underestimated his damage. I think Karsa could have actually just stepped forward earlier and made it so Boss couldn't commit to that, right? You start hitting him earlier on in that play and start getting behind the Wukong, and you can maybe trade that kill or dissuade him from committing to it. Instead, they were trying to lay that trap for that turnaround kill, but 369 did end up getting burst down. Now trying to steal this. Could be 50-50.
Karsa goes in. It's secured by Ananasik. Good job there from the Unicorns of Love.
But they didn't grab it.
Get the objective. However, uh-oh, it's on the ground. Okay, Lulu. Lulu is now the guard of the Rift Herald Eyeball and must protect it from the Unicorns of Love, who are looking to pull off a heist. You guys are getting a sneak peek of Ocean's 15 or whichever one of those movies they're on by now.
Ocean's 37.
Yes. Well, either way, the Oceans failed because the Rift Herald Eye just evaporates in the river. Yeah, it was a terrible film. But anyway, Lulu accomplishes her mission. She's more than happy to waddle on back to bottom lane and just keep on doing her job because look at the scoreboard, Isaac. 91-65 farm in that bottom lane. Things are going great because of plays like this in our Axe replay.
Yeah, here is the bottom lane. Santis tries to go forward here to turn this around. They just fight straight through him. At the same time, interruption there, then back down to that bot lane. Not only do they die, it's the flashes forced out. They get the summoners and the kill. Top is now winning so heavily across the map. It is CS advantages, you know, heavily in mid and bot. Top lane is holding up, and things are looking really, really rough for UOL. 10 minutes in this game, you're already down 3K, and not that many plates have even fallen. So, you know, if your members die again, if they start to fall behind again, you are going to be in trouble. And they're itemizing towards scaling, right? You know, they're not really getting stronger right now. You have a Hex Drinker and a Tier on your Lucian. How does that guy even threaten the Scion in the next 20 minutes? You know, the Gadget, you know, he's building towards a Tier. Not that these items are incorrect, but it's just you have no power right now. You're emphasizing your late game scaling, and since you're already very far behind and your opponents are building towards combat stats immediately, you're really even further behind in combat power than the gold lead is telling you.
Karsa in the enemy jungle won't be able to steal anything away, but hey, who needs to steal anything when you can just go for the kills in bottom lane instead? Lilia tries to show up, Swirl Seed fired off right between the goalposts, 3 points, but they aren't worth a thing in League of Legends. Collapse coming through from the Unicorns of Love. Karsa's in danger, gets himself back with a beautiful wild growth coming out from the Lulu, and Jackie Love, he's got himself another one. 2-0-2 here on the Ashe, and Karsa will cash in. These guys are just getting kills all over the place.
It is a slaughter down in the bottom lane here. Karsa was already up 2 levels on an Ananasik before that. Jackie Love now 2-0-3. You know, he is going to be up 40 CS by the time all of this is done. Karsa's taking the Dragon. They're getting turret plates because why not? You own everything. And again, that was Summoners here. You know, the flash off of No Man's, and he is really on the back foot despite building for this lane. UOL just have nothing going for them in this game already. Now, this is a monumental lead from top, and they are showing why they are one of the tournament favorites here.
Unicorns of Love now down 5,000 gold, 2 Drakes, 5 kills. No turrets have been taken yet in this game. Swirl Seed goes through, but Knight with a good sidestep, always being aware of where he is, making sure to avoid any possible punish coming through from that one. But all right, Isaac, we're pretty much just barely at the end of the first quarter, and we're already thinking about Hail Mary passes for Unicorns of Love. What is the play here for this team? This seems so dire.
It is. I mean, honestly, in any realistic scenario, the game is already lost. I think the play is, as kind of dire as it sounds, is you have to sit back, you have to depend on wave clear from the Ziggs, hope that you can hold on, and really look for mistakes from top, because in any sort of even scenario, you know, over the next 10-15 minutes, there's just no way you can win. You know, as I said, they've itemized in towards scaling. They've itemized with double tier. There's no one to threaten the front line whatsoever, you know, of Scion, and you have a Lulu backing you up. So UOL have got to either, you know, find some sort of a miracle pick or make this game go really, 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 really long, where some of that scaling might start to pay off. But it is a long and dangerous road here for UOL to have any shot in this game.
You saw on your screen there, it said Jackie Love had disconnected. Seems like we have some sort of an issue here, and the game is paused. We will provide an update for that as soon as we have information for y'all. Hopefully we can get back into the game ASAP because, man, things are going great for Top Esports. This team, you mentioned how they're one of the tournament favorites, currently still undefeated in this group. Remember that so far, no group has had a team emerge undefeated yet. Knockouts are full of really good teams so far. The 6 teams are all looking scary. However, each one of them has dropped at least one single game. Top is the last team that has a chance to potentially 6-0 groups.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really rare, honestly. Despite the fact that we've had some dominant teams win Worlds over the years, I believe it's only 3 times that teams have actually come out of groups 6-0. You know, from my recollection, I want to say it was like Longzhu, Samsung, and maybe SKT were the 3 teams over different years to have done it. 2 of those teams, did win Worlds, but Longzhu did not. And, it's really, really tough to actually have that much consistency, that level of dominance over some of the competition here. Most people, I think, are going to have their eyes on the Top versus DRX game as the big potential bump in the road for Top. But this is, a very manageable group for them. As far as the groups they could have drawn, UOL as well as FlyQuest, Top was always going to be massive favorites over, given their dominance in the LPL, how good they have looked all year long, not just in summer, but also in spring, where they pushed JDG to 5 games in that finals. And DRX, I think are going to have to step up a level if they really want to be able to take down Top, because they have been really, really incredible.
And the thing that's sort of standing out to me about this game that is unfolding in front of us right now is just how every single lane is outplaying individually. 2v2, it was Unicorns of Love not understanding the matchup and having to lose the flash early on at level 1, and then just being bullied around by Top Esports in that 2v2. Then top side, the kill coming through because Kars is there at the right time and they make the plays happen after 369 avoids similar aggro from Unicorns of Love. And then even when No Man's tries to get involved and help out his side lanes, Knight being able to interrupt the TP, everybody from Top Esports, it's not like they're all just coming together and playing this super coherent team fight. So we haven't seen a team fight. It's just everyone on Top Esports outplaying their counterpart.
And we have gotten, we're getting the ready checks right now, so it should be, 1-2 minutes and we'll be back in game. But I agree. I mean, it's been, individual outplays. It's been better play across the board, kind of from Top. And mid lane, honestly, Knight has been kind of quietly maintaining a lane kingdom there. No Man's building for that matchup, rushing towards the Hextrigger, going towards that kind of defensive build to try to survive the Syndra. But Knight was up a good 20 CS. Early on, really had been creating some incredible advantages for himself. So, yeah, UOL are going to take something pretty special to be able to make this a competitive game, to be able to claw their way back into it. There are chances for them. They do have that backline dive to try to threaten the Syndra, try to threaten the Ashe. It's going to be through that they have to hope to be able to win these fights, because you cannot fight through the Sion. You cannot fight front to back. You've got to try to somehow find the Syndra, find the Ashe, hopefully isolated away from that Lulu so that the Lulu cannot protect them, and the Nautilus ult, Wukong ult, Ziggs ult, all piled on top, and hopefully bursting one of those members down to maybe make that a little bit more of an even-keeled fight.
And that Lulu plays such a spoiler to that. It's what we saw in the bottom lane fight, right? It looked like, okay, maybe Karsa was overestimating his position. Maybe he was overestimating how far forward he could play because, No Man's comes down. They try to collapse. It looks like they've just got the three-man pincer move onto that Graves. And then all of a sudden, nope. Lulu presses all her buttons. Graves gets bigger than hell, and he just stands there and guns everybody down. There's nothing that Unicorns of Love can do about it. And Lulu is just one of those champions that is so frustrating to deal with when you're in a game that you feel significantly far behind early on, because it just completely shuts out all of those comeback mechanisms.
Exactly, because it's one of those things. If the Lulu's behind, it can be so squishy, can be under-leveled. Sometimes you can just kill the Lulu without a second thought and then go on to the rest of the members. But when everyone is fed, if you try to focus the Lulu first, you're leaving the Graves, the Ashe, the Syndra, all to free fire. The Sion starts to create space. And even if you kill off the Lulu, you're probably going to have a lost fight. So UOL definitely going to have a really, really tough time in this game, but they have shown some very strong performances. A most competitive game in group stage for them by far was that one against FlyQuest. It was really, really close, and it was only a heroic performance from Power of Evil that really kept them from winning there. UOL looked great in play-ins. They were always going to be an underdog here on that main stage, but we'll see if they can make any magic happen, as we should be getting back on into this one pretty quickly.
Yeah, we just received an additional update in order to troubleshoot and make sure the issues are fully taken care of. We'll take a couple extra minutes here. So just a little bit more discussion back and forth in terms of how things could go. Maybe the secret's Lilia, Mr. Azael. Maybe we just need to see a big ol' sleep. Maybe we need to turn these team fights into a slumber party, and that's how the Unicorns of Love can get back into the game. But man, will it be difficult, because it's super easy for these champions. Ashe and Syndra both have a ton of range, right? Ashe has a higher than normal auto attack range. Volleys are also spammable from a great range away. Graves is going to be distanced from them because he's just going to be jumping right up in your face. It will be difficult for the Lilia to put herself in a spot where she can affect the entire enemy team.
I mean, League of Legends is uniquely difficult sometimes to really fight up against these behemoths. When you're going up against a team like Top that is already so good when you are on even terms, right? You're trying to dunk on LeBron James, and every time he scores on you, he grows a foot taller, right? Because now it's not just LeBron, it's LeBron with the gold lead. It's Top getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And that's what makes it so difficult against these elite teams. Because if you do not hold up in the early stages, even if you have that brilliant fight later on, the gold cushion that a team can have developed can erase that meaning in the fight.
Yeah, it's like, so you're playing football, but nobody gets any pads from the start, and every time you get a touchdown, you get more armor. So nobody has anything, but as soon as you score your first points, hey, congratulations, you guys get a helmet now. Oh, well, now we're playing against guys that have helmets. How are we supposed to deal with that? We run into them, we're knocked on the ground, and they still have helmets. They're fine. It's so difficult to deal with these situations and recover from these avalanches that can happen in terms of not just the gold, but the map state, man. If you lose control of these lanes early on, you lose control of your jungle. You talked about in the draft laners playing to facilitate junglers, and especially in a meta where Graves is popular, where Graves is the defining pick. This champion can be so difficult to deal with in a situation where all his lanes have priority, where he's just allowed to walk through your jungle. He farms so quickly, and if he just has nothing better to do but sit there in a bush with 2 shells locked and loaded, you're going to have a bad time.
I mean, Lilia has great farming speed, but you said it, when your laners start to lose, you lose access to your own jungle, and that's where the gold leads can really start to explode. These top-level teams are so adept at getting deep vision and sweeping constantly and placing pink wards in ideal locations to deny as much vision and information from you as possible. So you always have that worry that if you can't see Karsa, he's in the brush waiting by your Raptors. He's in the brush waiting for you to come over to that red buff, and it makes it incredibly difficult to farm efficiently when you're already at a deficit.
Enough talking from us. We're back into the game, and Top Esports, they got Jackie Love back where he needs to be, and where he needs to be is picking up some plates on the bottom lane tier 1 turret. 5K gold lead, 13.5 minutes into the game, 369 farming up.
Play.
Ashe and Lulu just zoning people away, but instead, Nautilus is gone fishing the wild growth plus the flash. The follow-up comes through. Oh no, Yuyanja's gonna get himself away, and now Top Esports, man. No mercy. No man shows up. The culling goes through. Karsa walks away from this one. More shields from Lulu. I love how Karsa's like, you know what, man, I got 200 HP and he's right there, but these Krugs are looking real good. That shows how much threat Top Esports truly feels like they're under. That looked like it was going so good, and then it went so bad, and now Jackie Love gets away, and Top Esports just makes this look so easy.
Insult to injury. Jackie Love even gets out alive, and Knight, you knew it's only a matter of time with him on his signature champion on the Syndra. He was undefeated on this champion all year long, has had such an impact. Didn't lose once in summer. 7-0 on the pick, and he is on the roam here with Karsa. They come down, land the scatter across multiple members. Jackie Love throws out the arrow. The turn was just expertly done there from Top, and there's a reason why this guy Syndra pretty much gets banned constantly. You have seen how good he is in the lane. And he really does like to play out these games, sometimes from unique angles. And it'll be interesting to see if we get to, a team fight stage where he can kind of showcase that. I did a Lane Kingdom on it where he always is playing these team fights over walls and playing from angles that you don't expect to really look for the maximum amount he can get from those Scatter the Weeks, and it's fun to watch him play.
Okay, Unicorns of Love. This one should be a kill. Gadget flashing away, making sure Jackie can't get something out of it, and there you go. Unicorns of Love will find their second kill of the game. Update on the turret plates you saw at the top there. No plates for the side of Unicorns of Love. Nobody's going to be setting the table, but 10 plates for the side of Top Esports. They might as well just be throwing a dinner Fiesta Festival. I don't know. I was trying to come up with something good.
A dinner Fiesta
Festival? I didn't want to say dinner party because
it's
I was like, oh,
Thanksgiving at
too
Top's
basic.
house.
Yes, it is Thanksgiving at Top's house, and everybody is invited because they got all the plates. That's what I was trying to say. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Plate jokes aside, the team is still smashing this game. The next Drake is spawning here in 50 seconds. And last game, you mentioned how, man, an Ocean Soul can really just lock the game away and make your tank unkillable. Well, Ocean Soul's on the board this game, and if Top are able to secure this next Drake on spawn, that means they could have an Ocean Soul at 22 minutes.
It's pretty frightening to think about because 369 is going to be incredibly tough to take down. He already has the Sunfire plus the Adaptive to be able to deal with both sides of the damage coming out here from UOL. So if he gets that Ocean Soul, you have no chance of bursting this champion down, and you just get so much from it. That's why Ocean Soul on tanks is so powerful. If it's like a Zed or a Yasuo walking around, you always kind of have that thought in the back of your mind, well, maybe you can one-shot him. Maybe you can take him down before he gets a lot of value out of that Ocean Soul. With Sion, there's no chance of that, and that's why tanks are such a pain to deal with. And it's going to be mid lane tower going down. Drop it right as the dragon spawns. You want to respond to that to try to stop it from charging your tier 2, but it means you now have lost position in and around this dragon pit. But UOL, they've decided we're going to fight for it.
There they go. Nice initiation down onto the enemy jungler. That could be a big one, but Karsa gets himself away. Counterattack coming out. Boss nearly going down, spinning around in circles. Back to the fountain he goes. On a Gnostic running away as 369. Oh, he gives him the dabbing penguin, too. Just chasing away the rest of the team. Lily is stuck back in the jungle. Uyanja with the ward over the wall. Oh, no. On a Gnostic, he thought he might have been able to get away. Uyanja's just going to chase him down. And now here comes Knight on a Gnostic's on the run. Scatter the Week. Say hi to Bambi's mom for me. See you later, Lilia. As Top Esports is up 13-2, 7,000 gold lead, Soul Point.
They are looking so damn good. Knight even TPing there to deny the execute. He wants the gold.
No reason not to at this point.
I mean, the items are just so one-sided. When you look over, it was actually a great start to the fight from UOL. Getting the engage onto Karsa. 369 wasn't there at the very beginning, and it gave them some hope. Boss now maybe getting chased down.
Boss thought he was going to get a 1v1 against a Syndra. Remember what I said about if Graves has nothing better to do but sit there in a bush and wait? Well, it turns out Graves had nothing better to do but sit there in a bush and wait. And Karsa ended up having that patience pay off. 5-0-4 on the Graves. Has the serrated Dirk in inventory, working on that lethality. You love to see the itemization come through for that huge burst when you're this far ahead. And not even 20 minutes into the game, we're almost at 10,000 gold separating the teams.
I mean, when you look at the completed items, it's just so one-sided. But this was a great engage, so credit to them for going for it. You have to go for those big plays when you're in this type of position, but Top kiting back well, pulling them into that corridor. 369 arrives on the flank with that max range ultimate, and from there, when you didn't get that initial kill right off the bat, it was pretty much a done deal. They just don't have the items in the inventory to really threaten their opponents in an extended fight. Lucian's itemization is putting him in such a power trough, right? Where you have a little bit of CDR, you got a Hex Drinker, and you're stacking your tier, right? This is nothing. He's gonna need like an IE and an Essence Reaver on top to really have any sort of threat on the Sion, and by that point, Sion's gonna be 4, 5, 6 items. So this is gonna be a really, really tough one. They don't get 20 minutes to scale. You get 3 minutes, because then it's Ocean Soul. And right now, you will have just got to try to get as strong as they possibly can and pray for that miracle engage at this next Ocean Dragon. Otherwise, it's going to be fully lights out.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'll bet you I don't know, a bunch of money, Isaac, that we don't see an Essence Reaver and an Infinity Edge together in Lucian's inventory by the time this one's over. But Jackie Love saved by Mikhail's Crucible. 369 coming in from the side. Oh my goodness gracious, that damage. 1 versus 4 in the back line. 369. Damn, he's fine. Making the moves, starting the fights, and guaranteeing that Top Esports just has not a care in the world. Baron's been alive for 15 seconds, and that's 15 seconds too long. Top Esports, hike it on over to the pit.
20-minute Baron, don't mind if I do. 369 has been crushing into this tournament, rolling nothing but 9s. And Top gonna turn as we see UOL coming over here. They don't want to risk getting killed at that Baron, but Nomanz, you are in trouble, my friend.
Nomanz tries to get himself away. The flash will do it. Still trying to just get as much distance as he can. There are lots of damage from the Lilia and Ziggs. Nearly able to find the pick onto Karsa, but it will still be Nomanz who gets killed. Gadget with a sidestep, barely evading the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but now he's on the wrong side of the map. 369 shielded up, walking forward. Gadget throwing everything he's got in his pockets. Man, that poor little Yordle, he's about to get his butt kicked. The projectiles go flying, Gadget goes dying. 369, 3-1-12.
They are just crushing it. Top looking like they will not be stopped this game. 21 minutes in, 3 Dragons to 0, 10,000 gold lead. Ocean Soul in 1 minute here. Nomanz likely will not even finish stacking that tier up. You know, Gadget is trying to itemize effectively, trying to find a way with this double spell pen build and maybe make something happen. But Boss now, here comes 369. He's not even going to wait.
Here comes the Scion train. Wukong, of course, does have a very easy get-out-of-jail-free card against that. Just dropping the clone, making sure that Scion rams his head into that instead of being able to chase Wukong. So Boss gets out, but 1-4-0 Wukong, now down 40 CS. The Scion's next item will be a Warmogs. He's about 1,000 gold away from completing it, and once that's done, he just becomes extremely, like, what?
And he can eat all the poke. Like, he can just absorb every Ziggs bouncing bomb. He can step in front of every Swirl Seed from Lilia. He does not have to care about anything coming out here from UOL. They're gonna try to fight at this Ocean Dragon, you have to expect, because that is their hope to find a pick here. But it is so tough. I mean, the fact that even Yuyanja went towards the Mikhails was very intelligent.
Jackie Love's on the front line against the Culling, being protected by the Lulu. Jackie trying to step out of the way, has to flash. Nomanz still falls, Karsa goes godlike. Santos walking away with 300 HP, 369, finds a way to cut off the remaining Unicorns of Love. Ananasik will be chased out. Boss tries to re-engage, but now he's got to once again fall back. 369 going underneath the enemy tier 2 turret, completely unafraid of anything. Now falling back as they do not have everybody nearby because Karsa and Jackie Love are over there grabbing the Ocean Soul. Now Top Esports are truly ready to go. They've got themselves this soul that will prevent any sort of danger that might have been heading their way. Ananasik's trying to grab this Scuttle Crab, but the smite's there in time. Will he be able to get himself away? He does have the passive build up with the flash over the wall. He'll escape, but Top have control over the Baron pit here once again.
Yeah, and this time there's no contesting it, it feels like. And Ananasik just used his flash, used his smite. They're gonna try to come over here and see if they can get anything done.
They have
Boss
to.
is TPing, so they're hoping for a miracle.
Last stand of the Unicorns of Love, trying to stop Top Esports here. 369 frontlining, Jackie Love firing off the volleys. Yuyanja continues just providing support there with the shields. Mikhails, it stops everything. What do you do? Unicorns of Love. Okay, they stopped the Baron, and now Top Esports is gonna go back, they're gonna shop, they'll get back onto the map, and they'll just keep doing what they've already been doing. A TP's showing up. Unicorns of Love maybe, no, never mind, that's 369. I didn't know who was TPing in there, never mind. Boss is, he's gone.
He's gone. He was there a second ago, but yeah, 369 TP's in. Even if you have your entire team in a couple minutes, I think I might be taking the Scion with Ocean Soul at this point. So.
I think Scion and Syndra can legitimately just 2v5.
If they couldn't get to the Syndra, probably, but you know, who knows? We'll see. They're going to start this up one more time. No reason not to. You've got the Soul, so you just continue regenning constantly, even if you're taking that Baron damage. They're just forcing UOL to come to them, looking for the turn, looking to close this out. And Ananasik is over the wall, but he has no flash.
Can Lilia try to perform a miracle steal? Nope! Karsa's there with the smite. Top Esports have the Baron now, looking to maybe send this one all the way home. Sion going for the ulti, will manage to get on the other side of the mid laner, and there you go, wombo combo. Top Esports take down the enemy mid laner. 369. He's just bonking the turret with a hammer, dude. He doesn't care.
Why does this range minion have so much health?
Look at how many turret shots he's getting hit by.
Look at how little he cares about that turret damage.
There's no reason he would ever need to care. This team is so far ahead in this game. Pushing down the mid lane now. Top Esports ready to go, ready to send this one into the history books. 25 minutes in, mid lane tier 3 turret under pressure. Top Esports nearly has that inhibitor turret down. There you go, a couple more auto attacks will do it. Knight staying here in the bottom lane, making sure to keep those minions enchanted. The rest of the team rotating down with him now. Volley to just put a little bit of poke down onto the Unicorns of Love. Second tier 3 turret nearly gone now, as well as JackeyLove will finish off the inhibitor in the mid lane. Top Esports continuing to just take this slow and steady, not needing to rush anything. Unicorns of Love, they don't really have a chance to fight here. Santos managing to buffer away from the CC of the knockup of 369. Top Esports, 5 in the enemy base. Sleep comes out, Karsa loses half his HP, but that's 2 big ultis. Jackie and Karsa both at half health. Boss looking for a chance to maybe jump in. 369 at half HP now too. Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes out. No Man's forced to flash away. Top Esports walking back, and the Ocean Soul's healing him up, making it look like a fountain. Ananasik tries to jump out, but the Eep will not be enough. There's nothing to watch out for. Knight goes unstoppable. Boss goes down. Into the air goes No Man's. A double kill for Knight, and Santos will try to walk out, but it will not work until he just barely hobbles away. The Nexus turrets are done, man. 369, he got hit by the laser! It didn't move his health bar. JackeyLove finishes off Santos, and really there is just nothing left to say. Top Esports did exactly what everyone was expecting them to do. They take the win, 25-3.
What a stomp from Top. That was a very, very dominating game. 369 completely unassailable in those later stages of the game. The bot lane was crushing it. Knight showcasing once again why no one wants this man to play Syndra. He is way too damn good at it. Really all 5 of the top members were playing incredibly well. UOL tried to get something going, tried to find their fights, but by the time they were looking for those engages, by the time they were trying to go for those picks, even with a good engage, when you're down 5,000-10,000 gold, it is way too hard to really find anything in that game.
And with the results of that game, Top Esports and DRX are now guaranteed 100% locked in as the 2 teams moving on from this group. It is still possible for DRX to take that first spot, but it will be very difficult for them, as Top Esports are looking absolutely ferocious so far this tournament.
They are, man. And they came into this incredibly high expectations. They've been living up to it. I would say them alongside Damwon have really been, monstrously strong. JDG, really stepping up in the final days. A lot of these teams that were expected to be huge favorites in this tournament, are rising to the occasion. And the LPL is certainly frightening this year.
And as that game has now drawn to a close, let's go ahead and take a look at the Mercedes drive to victory for Top Esports. The kills in the bot lane, 11 minutes in.
Yeah, and this was pretty early on here. This was already once they had an enormous advantage. Karsa wrapping around behind him, dropping the grenade. That looked sick. Taking out the Ziggs, not much they could do. And on the continuation of this play, this is where bad goes to worse. The tower gets reset before the hook lands from Santos, so there's not really any threat on Karsa. And then despite the fact that No Man's and Ananasik have the inside angle here on Karsa, Karsa just kites it back and then goes through the Krugs back towards the Lulu, avoiding a lot of the damage here, getting buffed up. And then Knight arrives, and they know they've got to go into a full retreat. No chance really here for UOL, and it felt like no chance in this game as Top was crushing it across the map.
It was at this moment Unicorns of Love knew they were in an action movie and Graves was the hero, because that was not a situation that you can just walk away from. And as we're about to head to yet another commercial break with our second game of the day finished up, y'all can go ahead and listen to the World's Anthem Takeover on Spotify. Head to the League of Legends official playlist, stream Takeover, and watch the full behind-the-scenes video on the making of that Takeover music video itself. Remember, this is available only on Spotify. And as we go to the break, we'll be coming back to hear from Jackie Love as he and Top just secured quarterfinals.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete, seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
Is promised tomorrow.
Playtime's over. They're mine now. Fear the assassin with no master.
Moving too fast, life is moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I act if you don't know. Homie, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the nine. Was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no. We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah. Shutting it down. Been in the ground and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing. Go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 더운 날로 모든 배워 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no. We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're waiting, but we're coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on move on. You just quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on recline. When I damage your organic spine. Please don't act dog, shy and surprise. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're waiting, but we're coming right back. This time you're gonna see.
and welcome back to the last day of group stage. Laure here, joined by Jackie Love after a dominating performance once again from Top Esports. And Jackie Love, I want to know, what did you think it was necessary to ban UOL pocket picks such as Swain or Karthus, even though you dominated them in the end?
那首先恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利，看起来是比较一边倒的局势。但是比较好奇的是，为什么你们会在 BP 环节首先ban掉对面的很多拿手的英雄，比如像斯维因这一类的呢？
因为就是看他们打弱位赛阶段，就是有玩过这个英雄嘛，然后看其他队伍也ban了，我也ban了吧。
So actually, I've seen that team play those champions from the playing stage, and I thought like other teams just ban out those pocket picks, so we just do the same stuff.
Okay, it's still a threat then, I guess. But talking about Top Esports, you are now locked for quarterfinals. Seeding is still to be decided, but I mean, you've been so dominating here. Do you feel like you've got enough challenge to advance to quarters now?
那你们现在其实也是非常的具有统治力嘛，在你们小组当中，那你们觉得你们有没有经历过足够多的一些竞争，然后去面对8强呢？
因为就是我们目前小组来说，就是打到现在，都在赢嘛，然后觉得现在的状态也还可以。其实，就我们觉得就是先要打好自己的，就足够了，先。
I think we are on a winning streak and we actually have a quite good form currently. So I think the main focus for us is just to focus on our own games. I think that's enough.
All right. Is there anything you managed to learn through your games nonetheless? It's all right.
那你有没有觉得你们在这一路上你们有学到哪些东西呢？
因为前面就算我们赢下来，但是也算是那种就是失误也有，而且还是比较严重那一种，所以我们后面会打得比前面就更加稳健。
So for the previous games, sometimes we made some mistakes, and sometimes those mistakes can be very serious. So we'll do some modifications and try to stabilize ourselves in the upcoming matchups.
And still, one important matchup remains at the end of the day. I talked to Doran before this game about the matchup you're going to have against DRX, and he told me only that this is going to be a very one-sided game. What do you think of this statement?
那你们接下来还有一场非常重要的比赛，就是再次面对 Dragon X 嘛 ，DRX。之前他和多兰的 interview 那个采访里面也提到说，他说会是一场一边倒的比赛。那你怎么样去评价 Doran 的这样的一个评论？
其实就是怎么打，其实我觉得都无所谓吧，反正我们两边就希望都能打好自己的，然后就打得精彩一点。
I think instead of like focusing on the result, I think our main focus is to try to perform like ourselves. I hope it can be a very exciting game.
And we're looking forward to this game, obviously. But Jackie Love, thank you so much for the interview. And Wendy, thanks again for the translation. And we're going to take a break and we'll come back for DRX versus Yoel. Stay tuned.
DRX, very scary. Top Esports, very scary. And those are the teams people expect to get out of the group, and so far they have taken care of business and saying neither of you are anywhere on our caliber.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything
LCK. Oh, well. I didn't get my mic turned on there. You're never going to hear that great joke that I made. Your loss.
Funny.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk and the quarterfinal draw waiting room. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. DRX versus Unicorns of Love is up first, and the LCK second seed, they have already made quarterfinals, as have Top Esports. Now, what is important, though, is that this is still important for first place. We know how important that first seed is, and I'm going to say important one more time, and then that's 4. But if TES and DRX keep winning their games, that means that that bout at the end of the day will be important for first place, and that is, of course, what we are playing for. And seeing how we have the quarterfinals teams already out of this group, we just wanted to change gears a little bit and look at the respective teams and what they can build on going further into the tournament. This is DRX. Now, DRX has shown some great performances. They did lose that game against TES.
Yeah, but that one looked good.
That one also looked good, right? So amazing. What are kind of your thoughts about how far they can go in this tournament with what you've seen?
I mean, I'm not quite sure how far. I think maybe semifinals is going to be the maximum. I don't think they are a finals-bound team. At least that's not what I feel when I see them. I do, however, think that the baseline is really, really high. And what I mean by that is that the laning phase obviously has been strong so far. They've not really been losing any laning phases, so they get the small, consistent advantages. And the good thing is that they don't require the jungler to do so. And whenever Pyosik actually activates himself and becomes part of the team, they suddenly get to a different tier. So they still have a ton of upsides because Pyosik has not done that much. He has been okay, he has been there, but he's not really been activated. So there's still a ton of upsides to look forward to.
So it's interesting to me because coming into the tournament, there was actually quite a lot of doubt on DRX. There were many fans talking about how they considered them the 3rd LCK seed rather than the 2nd because of how close their best of 5 versus Gen G was. And I think that one of the things that was kind of overlooked was, as Maurice is saying, the baseline of this roster is just so incredibly high. Like, we already talked a lot about Chovy and Deft at the beginning of the day, but even on some of the members that you could potentially criticize or look to take advantage of in terms of the matchup, I think is still performing at a very high level. And I think we're getting to see this so far in their group stages. So on top of the fact that they have a great baseline, their macro understanding seems at an extremely high level, as you would often expect from any LCK teams. I feel like the DRX have a lot of components to be able to look like a strong contender in quarterfinals.
Talking about Pyosik in particular, it's very interesting. He is, of course, a rookie on the world stage, and I was watching an interview with him, with Ashley Kang, where he was talking about the fact that he was being considered maybe a liability because of the kind of change to the carry jungler style, and he had his greatest successes playing the Sejuanis of this world because he also takes a shot calling role within the team. And there were some questions about if he would be able to transfer that when you run a ganking jungler, a carry jungler, that you have to kind of think about a lot more things all of a sudden, right? But in his first game, he played the Nidalee, and he had an amazing game. And I'm wondering how much you think that it could still be exploited later on with the level of jungles we've seen throughout the tournament after what you've seen so far.
That's a really tough question. I would say that it's not that exploitable because I do think that his mechanical level and ceiling is actually pretty high, given that he recently changed actually. So I don't think there's anything that he can necessarily pinpoint that he's doing wrong on these champions. So I would actually ignore him when it comes down to DRX. I would actually just have him be existing, let him get his champions. You're probably going to be fine on them too yourself. So rather focus on other members such as Doran and potentially just make sure that Chovy does not get out of laning phase the way that he does right now.
So for me, I think it's mostly about Chovy because I think when we look at how the World's Meta works, it's about playing through your jungle. So as long as your jungler can play these champions and do well on them, that's all that matters. And then the rest of the team needs to be enabled. This is why Pyosik is in a great position because he has Chovy, which is why I think that what teams should be looking to do, how can you mitigate Chovy's influence to play around Pyosik? Because if you can do that, then you can take advantage.
I have to cut you off. I've got the cue 3 times now. Let's see if DRX can take down Unicorns of Love as we hand it back to Flowers and Azael for game 3.
Analysts just too smart, got too much stuff to say, but now we got a game to jump into as the Unicorns of Love are going to have to rebound from what was an absolute slam dunk of a game from Top Esports. If you're watching this VOD independently, spoiler alert, I apologize, but yeah, that last one was definitely a showing from Top, and now the Unicorns have to try to come back here. Remember, this team is currently still winless in the group, and they would love to be able to pick up a dub here before they end up exiting the world stage.
Getting an upset against DRX would be huge for them. Potentially could have implications on the rest of the group as well. So we'll see if they are going to be able to do it. Of course, they've got to shake off that previous game Top, was not a team that they would have been expecting to beat. I'm sure they would have loved to take them down, but was a very, very tall task, and they were decimated in that one. So you've just got to try to look forward, look towards this game, focus on what you can do here and now, and we will see if they're going to be able to do that. And the analyst is talking about trying to shut down Chovy as a way to limit the effectiveness of Pyosik. I do think that is true, but we have seen DRX can play through a lot of lanes, and you can have those advantages bleeding into the jungle too. Earlier in the day, we saw what Doran did to Solo with the help of Chovy and Pyosik, being able to get up there, being able to snowball that game incredibly quickly against FlyQuest, and a similar thing could happen here against UOL if they are not careful, because this team really does have threats in all 3 lanes.
DRX looked fierce in that game 1 today. Let's see if they can keep it up with Blitzcrank and Swain both being banned away here. What will that third and final ban be? Kalista is the choice here, keeping that one away from Gadget, as 2 jungle bans have already come through for UOL, with Kindred and Nidalee both being removed.
Yeah, so they are going to target Pyosik, not going to be looking to shut down Chovy as a way to influence that jungle matchup. But we'll see if UOL is going to triple ban him or if they have anything else. A lot of discussion happening around this last ban here.
Graves and Lilia are both still up. So, yeah, TF instead.
Lucian also available, right? So, if you are DRX, there is the possibility of going towards that Lucian first pick. It has been highly prized. Chovy can definitely play it if they want to go that route. With UOL, they are a pretty clever team in draft, so of course they would be expecting that is an opportunity. So perhaps DRX don't want to grab that Lucian just because they don't want to fall into any sort of a trap, any sort of a difficult matchup that could be counterpicked. This does, of course, leave that Lucian open, though, for Nomanz. He will be going back to it. But again, it is him blind picking it just as he had to do against Knight. It did not go well against Knight whatsoever in that laning phase, or really even in the team fights later on, as they were too far behind at that point for him to really contribute much. And we'll see what the option will be here from Chovy.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at these 2 matchups back-to-back for Unicorns of Love, Nomanz has his work cut out for him, man. He had to play against
Chovy and Knight, no big deal.
First, he has to play against the guy that most people consider the best mid laner in the world on his signature champion, and now he has to play against one of the other guys in that conversation on an Orianna. So we'll see how he's able to deal with that one in the 1v1 in that lane matchup. It is Graves, it is Caitlyn locked in for DRX. Unicorns of Love currently with 2 out of 2 run-back champions from the previous game, and Boss will get to go on that Camille.
So he is going on the Camille. There isn't parity in the picks. I will be worried for Gadget and Santis, who should just get abused, because now you can ban out some of those matchups against Caitlyn that can be effective. If you're worried about AD, you can ban Ashe Jhin here and try to really bully that lane. Of course, Gadget can go towards some of those AP picks, but I do think Caitlyn does very well in that because you outrange so many of them very heavily. You can push, you can take plates. And on the other side, I do think it's going to be probably a Jax ban here if you want to try to protect that Camille. Renekton's already been taken out, so I think that would be the logical next ban. Ashe gone there for DRX, so they probably will go the Jhin route and try to secure the advantage on opposite sides of the map. There is the possibility of Doran still going towards, aggressive picks. There are things that you can go towards, like even that Jace if they want to, but you don't have to. You can go and just take a tank matchup. Something like a Shen can be very effective against the Camille. You can actually win out in that 1v1 for quite some time. And Lux as the ban, so they are more concerned about the Caitlyn Lux combo than the Jax, so that is now actually still open, and I would love to see if Doran would have the confidence to bring that out. He did not play Jax in the LCK that I can see, but it is an incredible matchup in that 1v1, so easy to play. When Camille hookshots forward, you just pop the Counter-Strike, allow that to run, can't get any follow-up auto attacks during that, and if Camille stays around, you simply stun back, you win the 1v1 in the later stages of the game as well. So it is really, really difficult for Camille to get anything done in that lane, but your team has to play around that split push playstyle. We know that they can do that with the Jace, as they showed earlier, but they don't have to necessarily go towards that, and I think the thought here, if you go Ornn, is that you want to be able to play towards the other side of the map. You want to be able to play towards a pushing bot lane with Deft and Keria. You grab this Caitlyn, you grab a range support, you try to slam that 2v2, and you have Doran playing the weak side of the map, knowing that he's going to be very valuable come team fight time.
Lulu locked in for DRX. Unicorns of Love now for the second game in a row.
Probably engage.
Will have to deal with that Lulu, and thinking about Rakan.
Yeah,
as
Rakan
the
or
answer
Nautilus could work. I mean, he could go towards the Thresh if he wants, but I think they're going to want some sort of point-and-click kind of guaranteed engage, something more than the Thresh. Because they don't really have much of that. If you're going the Bard route, you can try to set up with the ultimate, but I think Nautilus makes a lot more sense here, given that they don't really have any go buttons with their comp right now besides just that Camille ultimate, but you need some sort of frontline dive buddy alongside that Camille, usually for the Camille to be effective. So it is going to be the Ziggs plus Nautilus bottom lane. We just saw them run this last game against top. It did not go well. It was against the Lulu support. This is a different marksman, but it is again a lane bully here. So I am concerned for UOL, but hopefully for them they don't take a bad early trade as they did in that last one, because Santos losing his flash as well as both his health potions at level 1 really did set them back a lot. And the lane kind of snowballed from there. So they can't afford to make those types of mistakes against Deft and Keria, who are one of the best performing bottom lanes in this tournament and really can blow you out if you give them an inch.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring that up because that's something I wanted to mention as well. During the pause of the last game, we talked about how League of Legends is difficult when you're playing up against a team that it is such high caliber like this. Not only is there the pressure of, well, can we stay on even footing with them? It's if you even start to slip, all of a sudden you're tumbling down the side of the mountain and there's no way to stabilize. They cannot afford those kind of mistakes if they want to be able to have a chance in this one. You can see here everything on your screen. We got Graves with the fleet footwork this time around. Often we do see Graves with a phase rush, so a little bit of a change there. Also in the mid lane, Orianna with phase rush. Sometimes you will see a different keystone on her, but this time around it will be that. Everything else looks pretty par for the course.
I think given that there's quite a bit of range over on UOL, I think that's why we're seeing the fleet footwork here. You know, going up against the Lilia, the Lucian, the Ziggs. It's a lot of champions that you're not really like kiting out of.
Right.
So I think the thought process here is the additional health on the clear is always nice. And if you're getting poked, say, by that Ziggs or even the Lilia with the Swirl Seeds as well as those Qs, you can deal with that quite comfortably. Also, it's going to make things like the Dragon solos a lot easier there too for Pyosik. So we'll see how he does want to try to play this out. But a nice early ward over that Dragon Pit is going to spot him trying to set up a split map here. So he is clearly playing towards this, but you can see Anonysik has full knowledge, crossing 2 wards there, and he's already on the opposing team's blue. So with that knowledge, Anonysik should just do a full clear on this blue side, take away all 3 of those camps and try to get as much of an advantage as he possibly can. But it's going to be up to Santos and Gadget to survive now in what will very clearly be a weak side.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see...
I don't really like this.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see Anonysik falling back from this.
Yeah.
Both of his solo lanes have priority, but he chooses instead to go back to his own bottom side jungle, and they want to collapse on Pyosik here as Nomanz has moved forward. They're looking to follow up on this. Pyosik down to 100 HP, and the Unicorns of Love will find that first blood.
Nicely done. I mean, they go for the high-risk, high-reward play. It does pay off. So to their credit, you know, it's a less reliable play than just full clearing on that blue side, which is kind of what I expected him to do. But because they actually got there in time, he didn't even finish the Gromp. The Gromp actually leashed, and they killed him. That is such a good start now here for Anonysik. So going for that risky play, I think it can make sense. You know, when you are the underdogs in a game like this, and to their credit, they saw that angle for the play. They made it pay off, and we'll see if Anonysik can get something done here this game now with a very healthy advantage.
Yeah, having that jungler with a lead like that in the Lilia versus Graves matchup can prevent one of those tragic situations like we saw last game where Graves just has the freedom to do whatever he wants in the jungle throughout the game. Now, Pyosik will still be able to grab himself one of the Scuttle Crabs here on the top side, so it's not like he's getting too crabbed or anything. And remember that Anonysik started on his chicken camp and then immediately moved to the enemy blue. So his red is still up. And now Pyosik is not going to miss out on any opportunity to do some counter jungling. He's already in the enemy jungle taking the Krugs. He put the ward down on the red buff. And we'll see if these two get into any more PvP combat here as the Lilia does enter into that top side of the jungle.
they have knowledge now of where that Lilia is, so we'll see if they want to make any sort of a collapse on him, or if he just wants to take the Krugs and then maybe pressure Boss, knowing that Boss is not going to be counter-ganked for, right? You know, and Anonysek now sees that he has been spotted, but he wants to finish this off, and Yoshik just looking for the recall. I feel like they could have put a little bit of pressure on Boss, and then maybe just go back towards your Gromp, which has spawned on that side of the map, then look for a recall, because it feels like a really low-risk play when you know that Lilia is actually already at the red, you're behind the Camille, try to set that Camille back a little bit, but won't be the call.
Ooh, nice engage there from Santis, making sure they get a good trade onto Keria. This is what we wanted to see in the previous game, right? This is what you were talking about. Nautilus threatens to all in. He threatens that big damage potential onto a squishier target like the Lulu. And when you do manage to catch her out, you can do some serious hurting on that health bar. However, look at the farm comparison. Yes, I know there's a large wave colliding with the turret, but Deft and Keria will do what they can to prevent this Ziggs from farming up well. 32-40, already more than a full wave of advantage for DRX bot.
Yep, and because they're not basing on a cannon wave, yes, Gadget has TP, but Deft is going to be able to get a very easy recall back. He is not going to be at any sort of a disadvantage not having that teleport. You know, if you don't have TP, it's punishing if you're the one getting pushed in, but when you're the one with the push, it is not risky at all, and that is the flash down from Santis. Only gets the 90 caliber net out of Deft, so not really getting anything, but at the very least, they will be able to secure this dragon here for themselves on that recall.
Yep.
So that is nice to be able to see Anonysek expanding this advantage from that early kill he grabbed.
First Drake over to Unicorns of Love very early into this game, 5.5 minutes in. Means if they can keep this stack up, there could be a potential for an early soul. However, that will involve them staying ahead of DRX. Chovy now hitting level 6. Stopping No Man's back in that last second of the recall will delay his timing and make it a little bit less fortuitous for him. Definitely going to have to spin the teleport to get back here and make sure he doesn't lose any tempo in this lane.
Yeah, you will say, this game is looking so much better for UOL, right? You know, yes, the gold is even, despite the fact that they had first blood, but this is a much more competitive game, you know, less mistakes that have been really kind of capitalized on. Yes, Santis did blow his flash, but it was much later and it was in an aggressive posture. Their lane has held up quite well. We can see that the teleport was used there for Gadget, and he actually based again afterwards, having used it. So, you know, went back for another reset, trying to keep that mana high, and as a result, he'll be able to keep farming pretty effectively here. Boss having some troubles up on that top side, and we'll see if he's able to really get much done, but it's pretty tough because the map got split. And it was in such a way where, you know, we saw Lilia did not end up staying on that side. So he has been kind of at risk of having that Graves behind him a few times. You know, we saw Graves taking away the Krugs, and Boss has to play with respect to that, which makes it tough to really push and get any sort of advantage.
Yeah, but a 2-wave lead early on.
It's a lot.
For an Ornn over a Camille, especially like as a split pusher into an Ornn, if you fall too far behind the line that Ornn is setting for you, you're never going to be able to do any damage to him. If he hits that level 13 point and he's got that Enchanted Sunfire Cape plus Enchanted Abyssal Mask, all of a sudden you're trying to use scissors to cut up a 50-pound meatball, and it's not going to do anything. He just sits there, laughs about it. If you try to make a play on him, he'll blow you up. As No Man eats the shockwave from Chovy in the mid lane, returns the favor with his own culling, and the ulti trades. Oh my goodness, No Man's, that turret shot was not well done.
Ooh, nice little satchel there. You can see Gadget is very good at trying to look for those setups. We've seen the hook into the satchel knocking in the Lulu. Now as Deft steps forward, you're knocking him back. So you can try to look for those trades. It's also a guaranteed way to stack up your mana flow band, which is always nice on Ziggs. Every time the mana flow band proc is ready, you can just hit them with a satchel, and it's pretty much point and click. There's no real way to avoid that. So makes it a guaranteed way to get that extra flat mana and get towards the full stacks where you can then have that additional mana regen.
I like the fact that the Gadget tried to make the nice little cheeky steal attempt on the blue there, but it's not going to do much of anything. Yoshik did have the damage to make sure they secured that. Anonysek, though, in the top side here, grabbing the Rift Herald. That eyeball will be picked up. The Unicorns of Love have secured the objective all the way this time around. And they're moving towards the mid lane. Yoshik is hanging around here. Oh, over the wall they go. Nice play on to the enemy jungler. Yoshik is down.
It looks like Chovy's backing up quickly enough, but at the very least you can zone him off. If you can get a turret plate down or so, you can actually drop Herald. I wouldn't mind seeing them, you know, try to play through No Man's, try to speed up his itemization in this game. He is going towards the tier build again.
Right.
But he's doing a lot better, it feels like, in the 1v1. He was very far down on Knight, so he also is not going towards the Hex Drinker in this matchup. The Orianna not as threatening for that 100-0 style of play. So skipping the Hex Drinker straight towards the tier, and we'll be able to complete that a lot earlier than we saw last game.
Exactly, right. The Hex Drinker difference could mean a lot as we move forward here, just about at the 10-minute mark with an even game between the teams in terms of gold. Santos down here does take a lot of damage from Def's Caitlyn. You can see that Caitlyn continuing to build these CS leads up further and further. You talked about it in the draft. Caitlyn versus mages, the power of the ranged punish combined with what you mentioned in the previous game about how you tax the mana, make it more difficult for the opponent to farm. It just leads to a situation where the Caitlyn is naturally going to get stronger and stronger. So Def's Caitlyn could be a big issue moving forward here as Gadget base checks the brush, and here comes the follow-up. Keria ends up taking the kill, and Gadget's in the ground. DRX are finally on the board.
Nicely done by DRX, and yes, the Lulu took the kill, but honestly, I'd rather have that happen than have Deft have to spend his summoners, because now he maintains the summoner advantage. He's not really at risk of getting ganked or punished here. And they are looking for some damage on a No-Man's.
Ooh, flash for flash. Very, very heads up there for No-Man's, making sure he gets out. But meanwhile, bottom side, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Keria does end up sacrificing himself here as Deft looks for the play onto Onanatic. He flashes away.
Passive.
But the Dream Dust is burning him away. Deft fires off the Piltover Peacemaker. Oh my goodness, they're both so close to dead. I can't even make any more
not
Bambi
again.
jumps. He shot the deer with their shotgun and he gets the kill. The bomb flies through and Caitlyn barely sidesteps it to stay alive.
Ah, no, Deft barely surviving there, as you say. UOL not able to get one back. They were holding on, it felt like, so well. But that face check from Gadget started a bit of a spiral. And now, just like that, down 1,500 gold. The Stormrazor is completed off the back of that play, getting a kill, a couple assists is Deft. He is now put very far ahead in this game. You can go in, but I don't know if you want it.
Santa's just missing a few of these pretty big dredge lines, but oh well. I mean, it's not like they're Camp Morna play that was never going to be, so Santos misses out on a little bit of an opportunity there, but no big deal. He will help No Man's push this out forward. Considering the health of the Graves was nearby, it's not like they were really going to look for a lot there on a pick with the Orianna anyway. As that Herald does still have about half the timer remaining, is summoned up here. Now, Onanatic just looking to make sure they get some of that plate money. DRX with 3 men in the mid lane trying to prevent any extra damage from this. Oh my goodness, they're not even going to get the charge.
He waited until the wave was already gone. It gave him so much time to set up.
Not good as Ornn joins the fight. Now both teams are bringing in everybody, and Onanacic's already dead. The charge coming forward from Doran, making sure to frontline here for his team, is the difference maker. Getting in there, getting them the 1-for-0. And all of a sudden, Isaac, this game is a 2,000 gold lead for DRX.
Yeah, and it's going to get worse because, I mean, you roamed all those people mid to make this play where the Rift Herald didn't even get a charge. And Deft is just chilling bot lane, farming, taking another play. He's up 30 CS now at this point, and that was just a lot of hesitation from Onanatic. He wasn't sure if he wanted to drop it. He waited until that first plate had already been knocked down. Then all the minions were gone, and there wasn't really any threat of an engage from UOL onto the DRX members, so they just stepped forward and got so much damage down on the Herald, it died before getting that charge.
Well done. Well coordinated by DRX, but UOL, I mean, the first game, they end up not being able to pick up the Herald. And then now we reach the point where...
Not the best Herald luck.
Yeah, the Herald's not exactly playing out super phenomenally here for this squad. As, let's see if they're able to stop this attempt at the Drake. Pyosik does have sole control over the pit right now. You can see pings coming out from DRX saying, all right, Pyosik's here, make sure we're able to shadow and protect him. A little bit of help coming in from the Lulu, and it doesn't look like we're going to see any contest for this one as Chovy just expends the shockwave to secure that blue buff before the enemy team is able to contest that one at all. Turret plating going down here in about 30 seconds. Onanatic hanging out to the left. Uses the sleep on Chovy. They're looking for the dive. However, Pyosik's immediately there, dropping the smoke onto No Man's, just blows him up.
Yeah, you looking for the play there, but he was so far back when they're going for that drowsy, when they're looking for the sleep. And now Santis, no flash. You are dead too.
Santis stuck in the middle of four
it's all
people.
falling apart.
It's quickly just disintegrating here for the Unicorns of Love. Deft looking for the ace in the hole. Nice interrupt on that one from Gadget. However, the ace in the hole should be ready again here in just a moment. Yup, only gets a 10-second cooldown if you interrupt it during the channel.
Graves and Lulu are behind you, so push it in, easy dive.
Top side, Doran's just absorbing the pressure. Lilia and Camille together don't have enough gas in the tank to take him down. Deft just facilitating the push down here, making sure that these minions are removed instantly as soon as they arrive into the lane. Gadget's trying to defend himself. The Gromp will be taken by Pyosik. Santis finally finding himself back in the lane. Means that DRX will be forced to back up a little bit here, but look at Gadget's mana bar, man. He's just doing what he can to clear and nothing more because he doesn't have the chance to do anything else. Ananasik right back into the Rift Herald pit, looking for the second Shelly. Boss is here to help him. Because even though they weren't able to get that kill on Doran, they still have complete control over this top side window.
Yep, and they'll have another shot at dropping that Herald. They won't be able to get plates, but they may be able to get a tower for themselves. So we'll see if they can cash in there. Well handled, though, by Gadget, all things considered, to actually avoid getting dove out. I think he used the ultimate to clear out the wave. So, Deft was trying to push in the wave. They have the Lulu and Graves behind you. If the minions get to the tower, it just lights out. You're dead. But without those minions there, was able to survive, pick up as much of that farm as possible. But again, Deft is insanely strong. He has the Lulu to back him up. He has the Ornn in front of him, the Orianna for the shielding. And you're on 2 items at 15 minutes as a Caitlyn, so it becomes so incredibly difficult to deal with this guy because he has the support to actually be protected from the engage.
Oh, here we go. Ornhorn summoned up. However, the root goes through on Doran, and he cannot cast the second part of the ulti. Now trying to get away from the counterattack from UOL. Flashing over the wall to escape the hook shot from Boss. DRX. 5 men in the mid lane, still looking to keep the push ready to go. Doran is half HP, but he's hanging off to the side. Just making sure he's there in case they try to engage on his squad. Level 11 still needs 2 more levels before we see those ornaments come through. Still commands a 3-wave lead in terms of farm over his opponent. First turret finally falls, and it's Unicorns of Love that take it.
Nicely done by them, utilizing the Ziggs, plus they have those 2 Heralds. Get it low, knock it down with a satchel. Ziggs is very strong at sieging these towers. The passive damage on your auto is incredibly high. It's reduced in cooldown by spending out those spells, and if you get it down low, you finish off with the satchel. They're going for a fight here.
Ananasik nearly killed. However, the Graves now in a bad spot. Pyosik flashing away, and Boss has dived deep looking for the kill. He will not find it. A sliver of health is the difference maker in that one, as Deft finds himself in a 1v2 against Santis and Gadget. He tries to kite away using the traps, sidestepping away from the bombs, avoids the minefield using the blast cone to get out, flashing away from the dredge line, but he gets hit at the very end by the satchel charge, and Gadget will take the shutdown.
Nice shutdown there from UL on that bottom side, so punishing when they knew it was only Deft down here. If Deft just walked away after the flash out, though, he is free and clear. He stepped back up to continue farming
in the
1v2. Yeah, he was definitely feeling himself, but a little bit too much there, as Gadget just knocks him in with the satchel for the shutdown. So that's something going the way of UOL. It is obviously a very big gold lead here on the side of DRX, and they also have the scaling advantage. So that is why you are so concerned. But at the very least, you will have closed it a little bit after that shutdown.
Yeah, the giant blue mountain ridge.
It's going down ever so slightly.
Yeah, we're into the second highest peak on the mountain ridge now instead of the highest peak. It's still a
no longer at the
situation.
summit. It's a win.
We're slowly working our way down that mountainside here for Unicorns of Love. 25 seconds till the third Drake of the game. It's an Infernal Soul this time around. We have had 3 different souls in 3 different games so far here on day 8 of groups. This Infernal Soul could be big for either side, but considering they're both only at 1 Drake, it's still at least 10 to 15 minutes away for either of them. Unicorns of Love does have control of that bottom side river right now. Doran is up in the top side. Same can be said for Boss. They both have teleports to join a bottom side team fight.
Yep, and positives, I would say, for UOL. The Essence Reaver is completed. That is something going for them. No Man's is further along in his damage itemization than he ever was in that previous game. Yes, the Infernal Soul is still threatening, but at least they don't have to deal with that invulnerable tank like they did last game, having that Ocean Soul on 369. So there are some things working for them. you know, there's always more of a hope to kind of win when you can actually burst them down theoretically, and they do have 2 dragons for themselves. Can look to try to have those combos. We saw it showcased a little bit last game, where you can try to look for Lilia's Sleep, setting up a Ziggs ultimate so you get the wake up damage plus the guaranteed center bonus damage from that Ziggs ultimate. The problem with this is Keria as well, as we're going to watch Boss die.
Oh no. Yes, we are.
Keria has Mikhails, so he can do the same thing that we saw happen last game, which is just cleanse off that sleep. So Nanasik has to hit multiple members, right? And that's where it gets really difficult, because it's actually Doran who's going to be standing in front of it and blocking up so much of the potential engage.
Defensive ulti from Gadget, clearing out the mid lane wave, trying to stop the turret from falling. And the Demolish doesn't get to proc, so the turret stays alive. Ananasik hanging out to the side, but as soon as that control ward's placed, he has to retreat. Deft is so strong on this Caitlyn. He has that 2-item kneecapper power strike, where the champion just hits you from 800 range away, and all of a sudden you can't walk anymore because of the Stormrazor proc. Just incredible for setting things up, as Pyosik finds Santis and half of his health bar immediately even through the shield. The Graves is very scary. Warrior plus the Umbral Glaive already completed, and in the inventory you can see the parts for the Cleaver.
And the experience is what's so concerning again, right? You know, last game, Ananasik was level 6 to level 8 against that Graves. Now again here in that kind of rematch of those champions, he is down 3 levels. Pyosik is ridiculously strong, has a monstrous CS advantage, as well as being able to get some gold from those turrets up on the top side. And you saw, you know, Boss, who is kind of their split push hope. When he face check that Graves, you just get burst down. You don't really have much of a chance, even in that 1v1.
And talking about the 1v1, level 13 Ornn. 2 items completed. It's no longer fun for the Camille. The Ornn is a level up. It's the scissors versus the giant meatball. It's not going to turn into any kill threat whatsoever. But speaking of kill threat, down here in the bottom, nope. They tried to make the move. They thought they were going to be slick. However, maybe they are. The sleep finds its way through, and Chovy gets blown up. They make a liar out of me. The Unicorns of Love show their horns, and they take the kill.
Nice pick there. We saw that Lilia ultimate plus culling combo coming through onto Chovy, and again, a little bit greedy from these carries on DRX. Deft flashing away from the hook, stepping back forward in that bottom lane to farm, gets killed. Same thing happening here from Chovy. Chovy was kind of out, but he turned around for the fight. Oh, No Man's is caught shopping.
What the hell?
He's
okay,
browsing.
well, he was doing some window shopping, and all of a sudden, here comes through the window a giant Ornn like the Kool-Aid Man, the Thunder God, and just slams him down into the ground. I
mean, Ornn can build items, so he could have thought that was the shopkeeper, you know?
I don't, there was something going on there, Isaac. Ornn just menacingly walked up, blew a horn that's louder than hell. The giant ram came running through the side of the map, and No Man's got caught. So, unfortunately for Unicorns of Love, that gives over some extra gold to their opponents. DRX will manage to take the bottom lane tier 1 turret now, still up almost 4,000 gold. That Ornn does get his first kill of the game, so giving him even more now on top of the 40 CS lead.
Yep, and it looks like with that Kindle Gem, could be a couple options. He could be going the supportive style with the Knight's Vow, but I think a Warmogs here makes a lot of sense. Anytime you are Ornn against a split pusher, you don't actually have to win the 1v1 in an extended fight. All you have to do is build Warmogs and spend your health to clear the minion wave, and then back up to the tower, regen with Warmog, step forward. And you can kind of do that infinitely against the Camille, as long as you don't let the Camille move up to that tower. And oh, you're dead.
Speaking of Camille, this is such a feels-bad game for Boss. Every single time he tries to go into the jungle, Pyosik is just there waiting, ready to go on this super farmed up Graves. He's got more farm than his mid laner. He's at 214, Chovy's at 210.
Yeah, he is so strong. I mean, even the levels, right? Now he's 14. He's higher level than anyone on UOL as the jungle, right? And it's not even as though he's just stealing experience from his solo laners, because they're very high level too. This is pretty much taken all from the jungle camps, and pilfering them away from Ananasik has created this enormous experience advantage, this enormous gold lead for him. You know, he is up over 60 CS, you know, at this point, really looking incredibly strong.
Okay, Unicorns of Love, you're gonna have to staunch that bleeding. and find yourselves a good fight here. We've seen the Lilia Sleeps make some things happen so far, but they've got to be very respectful of that Mikhail's Crucible and its ability to stop it. And now they're going after the Baron. However, DRX is aware of what's going on, and Unicorns of Love have to back away.
Yeah, gonna have to back it up, but worth a try. You can see that Leandry's done now for 2 of the members, and Onasek has that. Gadget has his 2 items. So they do have very good wave clear. If you can not get dove and just continually defend these turrets, you can kind of delay the game quite a lot with Ziggs. Of course, there is dive, there is engage on DRX, and here it goes.
Horn sounded off. Santos is the target. Ziggs ulti able to find its way onto Keria and Def both. TP coming in, but Santos in some trouble. Going to be taken very low, nearly killed. Boss to the back line, Boss into the ground. X-Tech ultimatum gets him out, but the ace in the hole comes through, will be blocked by No Man's. Doran with the chase, looking for the kills here. Pyosik takes the credit. Such critical health bars on the side of Unicorns of Love. Doran gets himself away. He'll barely stay alive, and DRX is looking to chase down these fleeing players. Gadget has almost no mana whatsoever still left. They will try to kite this one away. Pyosik chases after. Gadget's the first one to fall here. That's the wrong base, bro! Onasek is trying to get out of there. He's spinning that thing around in a circle. He's fighting some minions. Watch out, there ain't no Eep. That's a sniper rifle. Bambi got hunted by 2 different calibers today, and Deft is taking no mercy. Picking up yet another one for himself. 3, 1, and 4 on this Caitlyn.
Yeah, the hope is getting more and more dim here for UOL as they get wiped off the map by DRX in that team fight, and trying to teleport in here to get something done, but Pyosik is so strong still.
No Man's and Boss trying to fight against these guys, but Doran is just eating that whole calling. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Oh, baby, we got ourselves a winner. DRX with the double kill on the jungler. They pick up 3 for free, and now the map is theirs.
On the way to Baron now, you grab the dragon. UOL trying to look for those desperation plays, trying to find a pick back, but DRX are ready for it, and they just TP'd into the waiting arms of DRX, who are now going to add another tower, another Baron. Gadget here trying to look for some sort of a steal. Onasek does have flash. You've got to try. You've got to try to make something happen.
8,000 gold down, you got no choice. Onasek and Gadget, what's it going to be? Can they make some sort of a hero move here? Ziggs ulti comes through. Onasek over the wall, he gets it! The pineapple with the steal!
Let's go, UOL with the Baron steal here. Unfortunately for them, it's just going to keep them alive. It's not going to be that massive turning point just yet because they are so far behind. We got that Red Bull Baron, and if that Baron goes over to DRX, I think the game 100% ends during the Baron. So this was massive for them. And it was actually DRX looking for the zone out play here, but they land the sleep onto Keria. They throw the Ziggs all over top, utilizing the combo there, getting him very low. And Onasek just runs right through Doran, forgetting the bouncer at the door. He just goes right past him, straight into the club. And he steals the Baron.
And yeah, as soon as he gets into the club, he gets his ass kicked and thrown right back out onto the sidewalk.
But he got to dance with your girl first.
He got in the club, and that's the important part. And now the Red Bull Baron belongs to Unicorns of Love. They will be able to stabilize this game at least for the next 2 minutes. No, it's not going to be a power play that turns around the fate of the game and saves the Unicorns of Love and everything turns into sugar and rainbows and it's wonderful, but they're not dead.
Yeah, I mean, it prevented the end of the game. That was a game-saving play there for UOL, so an incredible steal by Onasek, him and Gadget creating the space for him to run past Doran and Keria. Stealing that Baron is huge. You never know, with the Baron buff with Ziggs, maybe you can stall it out here. They are looking for a potential pick onto Deft, but it will be tough with Mikhail's available. Deft also has his 3 items. DRX playing a little bit fast and loose, you have to say, this game. Quite a few kind of unforced errors, it feels like, have come out from them. Yeah. So they want to try to clean that up a little bit, but they are still in a very commanding position. I mean, Pyosik is level 16. This is just absurd at this point.
He's got Infinity Edge.
I mean, he's got the upgraded Black Cleaver. He is so ridiculously strong. 8 kills.
This Graves is just in a spot where as long as he doesn't die to some instant wombo combo burst, he can just do whatever he needs to do. He's got the Lulu behind him. He and Deft walking away. A little bit of damage onto him from the Lilia. Onasek losing so much health here. Def's auto attacks on this Caitlyn, who also has an Infinity Edge, double Infinity Edge, on the side of DRX, ready to go, locked and loaded.
I mean, he's got Flame Horizon. He's 3 CS away, so he gets one more camp before Anonysik does, which could easily happen. Then he does achieve that Flame Horizon. It's been a while since we've seen it. You know, he is up above the enemy mid laner. You know, he is way above the enemy top laner. Pyosik is just so ridiculously strong, and the lane, really, the Rift is kind of just his kingdom at this point. He can go anywhere he wants, fight anyone he wants. UOL need multiple members to even think about contesting him. And if you face check this Graves, there's really no one on UOL that can survive him at this point.
Yeah, there's also some free power just waiting for DRX the next time they all group up. The Ornn is level 17, which means all ornament upgrades are available. There is one already given to Pyosik, who did just get that Flame Horizon, as you said. The Dorian already has both of his and Pyosik's. There you see the Rabadon's Death Cap now upgraded into the Death Crown for Chovy. And when you look in the inventory of Deft, that Infinity Edge is ready to be upgraded to Molten Edge ASAP as well. The team's sitting on a 9,000 gold lead. The Drakes are still at least tied, so that's another saving grace here for Unicorns of Love. It's not like Infernal Soul is up in 30 seconds. Yes, it's Soul Point. Yes, you probably can't contest it in open ground with a 9,000 gold deficit, but it's still not that Soul, at least, as Anonysik finds his way onto Doran, but that's not a killable target.
No, it really is not. I think that he was maybe trying to get around behind and actually cut the wave. They're pushing up on that top side, so they're trying to utilize this Ziggs wave clear to hold the lines. The Baron is off the map right now, so they might just give up this next dragon, try to wave clear, try to trade on the opposite side, but no man's, you are in trouble.
Oh man, he's able to find the ulti in the second part as well. Doran looking for the solo kill on the Lucian. Takes him down to 5% HP, just reminds him whose lane he's in.
Yeah, and he's got the Warmogs, so you give him a couple seconds, he's gonna be right back to full. And here comes DRX on the other side. They're taking the dragon, they're sieging the base, they're defending on the top side. They are running the map right now, and the first inhibitor gonna be dropping here for UOL.
Inhibitor down in bottom lane. Pyosik wasn't even there, so DRX wasn't looking to go all the way for a fight. They only had the 3 players, but they still secured the inhibitor. They got the Drake for themselves, and now it's another minute until Baron spawns. They have complete control over the entirety of Summoner's Rift. You can see Pyosik comfortable to just hang out here by himself. He still has brown boots. This is one of those games where you go back to shop and you got 3,000 gold every time. Flash over the wall from Chovy. Santos with the flash follow-up. Nice pick. Comes out for the side of Unicorns of Love.
That's big for them. Every kill is going to buy them a little bit more time in this game. And, you know, as they get more and more experience, more and more gold, they will have opportunities. I think it's going to be incredibly tough for them, you know, with this next Baron coming up, with the next Infernal coming up, meaning Soul for DRX. That is where UOL likely has to kind of make their mark in this game and look for a fight. But Pyosik,
Oh, no. This has already happened.
I can't believe he doesn't want it.
This has happened like 3 times this game. If this happens again, Anonosik's hanging around nearby. Boss still just content to fight.
Patience of a saint here.
The patience on this man. Just waiting. Just chilling. Having a great time. Okay, here we go. Starting off. Red Smite goes through. Collateral damage comes out. Ornhorn! Nope, not quite, but a flash plus the end of the line. Might be able to pick up another one here onto No Man's. Instead, going to be shut down. Lilia gets the kill onto the Graves, and Anonosik will make that one a 1-for-1. You take those. Any day of the week, any day ending in a Y, you take those if you're able to get rid of that 9-2 Graves.
You'll definitely take those, but unfortunately for them, they lose that mid lane turret. Just being chipped away at. Despite the great wave clear here from UOL, Deft can just step forward with the rapid fire, with the shields from Lulu, get little bits of chip damage down constantly on these turrets. And despite the fact that Pyosik went down, it was not without a fight. You saw how quickly he almost killed No Man's off, who had the backwards culling there.
Yeah.
Slipping away.
Oh, man. Unicorns of Love. They do have the man advantage on the map here for another 15 seconds. Baron is alive, and DRX has no jungler. Gadget and Anonosik both have a lot of fishing power here with these bombs and
they're on Baron.
Pyosik's dead. And Unicorns Love, I like this call. You're so far behind in this game, you've got to make big calls. You can't just allow your opponents to get back in the game and bring Graves back. This will be Baron number 2 for the side of Unicorns of Love. They get it, and they get out.
This is the closest one-sided game I've ever watched. This is like, they're just hanging on.
Santos trying to get himself out. Nice CC down onto the Ornn to prevent the second half of the ulti coming through. But now the teleport moves forward. Santos is thrown up into the air here yet again. The shield will protect him a little bit longer, but Carry is there for the follow-up slows. Santos into the Gargoyle Stone Plate, Ziggs with the covering fire, and Unicorns of Love save Private Nautilus.
They are hanging on here, and DRX, you know, you gotta feel like, okay, well, they've still got control. They're still massively ahead. But the further we get into this game, the more a comeback becomes a real possibility. You know, they have been ridiculously ahead for like 15 minutes at least, if not 20 minutes in this game. And they have failed to close it out. You know, they have been playing pretty loose. And this is a game that can matter for them, right? You know, this is a game that if Top wins all the others, you know, even if you beat them at the end of the day, if you have 2 losses and Top only gets the 1, you're still in second place. So this game matters a lot for DRX, and they have got to clean it up, close out this game here against UOL, because too many more mistakes and you never know what can happen.
It's Worlds, baby. Anything can happen as the Caitlyn is at 5.5 items. The Graves is at 6 items. The last item he has to upgrade is the boot. He probably won't even upgrade it. He just sells it and buys another crit item. As DRX looking for Ananasik here in the mid lane. That's the damage you need. Deft with the ace in the hole. Line him up, knock him down. Not quite, but it's Caitlyn against the Zhonya's. Just put the cupcake underneath the golden statue. Walk away with your free win. DRX pushing down the mid lane. Now they've got the 5v4. Baron power play still up for another 70 seconds, but having that man disadvantage will probably prove to be too much anyway.
Oh, Ziggs, you were too far out there. He could actually just get caught.
Pioshik's on the way. He's got the Lulu speed buff. He knows what his mission is. He has no hard CC to interrupt it.
Oh, there was the Ziggs there a second ago.
The hard
Who needs hard CC when you can one-shot him?
Yeah, just shoot him twice.
That's what I always say.
Okay, well, couldn't even finish the sentence in time, and now it looks like DRX will be able to finish the game. Santos tries to get out, but a shockwave seals his fate on the steps of the fountain. DRX with the 5-man push, looking to end this game. It was a valiant effort from the Unicorns of Love. They stabilized for an incredibly long time, but the pick on Ananasik in the mid lane, into the follow-up in that bottom side there, the power of the Pioshik Graves means DRX take the win.
Yeah, UOL with the heroics, they made them work for it, made the game last so much longer than you were thinking. The big Baron steal from Ananasik, plus the pick onto Pioshik and the second Baron. But after that, it felt like playtime was over. DRX grouping up and looking determined to close that game out. They did not want to mess around and risk throwing that game. So, able to get the win here against UOL. Who's still searching for that first win. Probably the best shot for them is going to be against FlyQuest later on in the day. But it does feel, it does feel like Dragon X and TES, they kind of have that date with Destiny in the final game of the day. Going to be battling very likely for that first seed.
Right. As long as Top Esports takes down FlyQuest, a matchup that they are heavily favored in, that means that that final game of the day will be the decider for first seed versus second seed between Top and DRX. Should be a super fun matchup to see. You already called out a little bit of the problems with DRX here this game. The games that we've seen before. Lots of stuff just sort of seemingly going randomly awry. You expect to see them not be playing that way when it comes to that matchup against Top Esports. They'll have to take that one incredibly seriously. But man, today was just, it was the Pioshik show. They still were able to find the win. As soon as Unicorns of Love gave them the opening, they ended the game very swiftly. And they're in that spot now, like we already said, 4-1. They've done their job. It just comes down to that matchup with Top at the end of the day. We're taking a break, but as we go, let's check out Fanatics Comms versus LGD yesterday in our Sounds of the Game presented by Bose.
Going. Forward. I'm going as well. It's really good, it's really good. No flash, no flash. Nautilus as well, no, he has no flash. He has Q in like 2 seconds. Going on him. Sorry, no sleep yet. He has Q very soon. She can sleep. Dead. I can go more, but I'm sleeping. I'm not going more, I'm gonna go bot. Good enough. Nice, guys. Look bot, look bot. We should do Drake as well. Yeah, Drake and bot.
I don't really consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
Born free as the wind blows, as free as the grass grows, born free to follow your heart. Live free and beauty surrounds you.
Axe. Smell ready.
Never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
And welcome back to the interview studio here in Berlin. Shippy, thank you so much for joining me. It wasn't enough to reach quarters, but you already made history just reaching groups as the first LCL team to do so since we introduced playing. So what do you think about your players' achievements and your achievements as a whole during this group stage?
Well, for me, I'm already part of this for a very, very long time. So now it's also the first time I made group stage. Overall, the aspirations for me is obviously way higher. I think that what's going on right now is all understandable, but we couldn't quite keep up because these damn Worlds teams, they're pretty good. So yeah, we tried our best. I think they did amazing in the short amount of time that we spent. Yeah, I think they've learned a lot, especially coming from a region like LCL, where I think the Gambit is maybe the second strongest team, but probably not that great, and then the other teams. So yeah, I think that overall our guys can be proud from the play-in stage performance. We won against teams like LGD, and yeah, and I think that against the other teams we didn't perform too well, but there's always next year, obviously, and we will come in way stronger.
Honestly, throwing some praise here, you got to force some bans against top teams. And I'm talking about non-meta picks at all. So yeah, that's an amazing victory on your side. But I mean, also, you got to see PoE again. I know that you trained him and you're also the coach who introduced him to the EU stage back then. So what will you remember from this world run, personally, I mean?
I think a lot. I take away a lot from that. Obviously, I found Power Vivo, and we talked about it. He was just luck, and I will face him now again soon, and hopefully see we can get some redemption from the loss before. I will, after all of this has happened, I will go out with Hilly and drink a bit. He will drink because they made it to quarters, and I will drink for different reasons. So I think it will be fun overall, and yeah, I will take a lot away about. I think just preparation. I think also about Shanghai in general being a really beautiful city, and I hope that we can come back here for next year. And yeah, I think just overall what Riot did so in such a short time was really amazing. So I don't know, I feel very grateful overall to be part of this.
And I am very glad we got to see UOL in the group stage for once. But Shippy, is there anything you would like to say to the Love Hurts crew? Because they've been very vocal, but also to the other fans who've been watching you at Worlds.
Yeah, I heard that you were cheering for us. I heard Chox was cheering for us. Don't know about the other ones. Thank you a lot. It's really, really nice. Generally, about social media, I don't care that much, but we have received so much praise. And there's also the thing about my jacket, which was like, a gift from my grandmother. And I don't know. Generally, I don't care so much about it, but it really meant a lot to me because, yeah, it was just really, I don't know. The fan support has been amazing. Yeah. I heard from some. Yeah, it was a really good luck charm, and I heard so much positive stuff also from the Chinese and Korean community, from the European community. I don't know. I grew up not with this kind of amazing support, and now we get like so many eyes on us and so many great words. I'm just very thankful, and for supporting me, my players, and my family.
That's wonderful to hear, and we'll get to see you again one last time against FlyQuest later today. But for now, Shippy, thank you very much for the interview. Congrats on the run, and looking forward to seeing you again next year.
Well.
And we're going to take a break and we'll come back in a few minutes for Game 4, TES versus FlyQuest. Stay tuned.
Wild Turtle is left alone to watch as his base will drop, the turrets will fall, and with 1 HP left, even the AD carry will live. The shots come through, they're not going to matter. Top Esports start the World Championship group stage with a dominating win over FlyQuest.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone, where Top Esports are looking to continue their dominance versus FlyQuest. And I've got Amazing here to show how Top are able to snowball things in their favor, as the stakes will all rely on the last game if Top Esports wins this game. We started to look at kind of both Top and DRX and what their chances would be for a deep run. Now, Top Esports is a tournament favorites, and one of the things they do very well and expertly is snowballing their leads. Amazing. Take it away.
Yeah, what I like about them is simply that they keep the game very, very simple and basic. So this play is obviously coming in after 369 already solo killed solo, but understanding that this lane is now pushing out makes them basically revisit that top lane. So Karsa waits in the bush, has the gank coming in, and as we can see here, Solo also makes a bit of a misstep, but that's not the point. The point is that this is just such a basic play, it's executed perfectly, and it sets up the upcoming snowball that is then the next clip that we're going to see right now.
Yeah, because I was going to say, it's kind of a basic gank, isn't it?
It is pretty basic, but the advantage that 369 gets through that gank is actually pretty marginal. So what we then have to consider is like the map movements he does afterwards, and the map movements that also Karsa can do afterwards. So once his top lane advantage is being basically being built up, he can then roam towards the bot side of the map, have the flash non-flash Ignite be punished on the bot side of the map, and meanwhile, and that's I guess the most important part is now on the minimap. As you can see, 369 knows that the slow push is coming in on the top side of the map. He roams down to mid lane and sets up the play on the opposite side of the map. So Santorin can't actually get any kind of counter play, doesn't have any cross map play. So basically they control the whole map just through having the top lane advantage.
So you actually, out of that kind of first moment, which is standard, you're expecting a top lane gank. But I think that's why always, sometimes the differences look so big when we see these really good teams playing out their games versus lower tier teams, because it feels like they chokehold you on every part of the map within like 1-2 minutes when they get a small advantage. And I feel like that's also one of the big things that the teams that are still in the tournament have over those that are no longer there.
Yeah, what it seems like is when good teams face one another, or a good team plays against a bad team or worse team, their windows of opportunity just seem way larger. So in this case scenario, for example, 369 after having an advantage, he knows that he can sacrifice a couple of minions on top lane, and a lot of teams wouldn't make that call. So that in itself shows a lot of comfort and a lot of like knowledge about the game and about the pace of the game that's necessary in order to win.
Okay, and this next clip shows kind of a different story, because TES was actually kind of behind in this game, but they still end up winning this team fight.
Yeah, so this highlights to me like their understanding of their team fight strength. So at this point in time, TES has actually been struggling throughout the game. They've had a couple of good plays coming in, but they're still 2k down at this point in time. And now I just want to highlight how the team fight execution actually goes around. So once they realize, hey, someone is out of position, immediately dash onto him with a Nocturnal, make sure the vision is gone, and as the members of DRX are splitting up in this scenario, they actually keep chasing them down. And we'll see now Nidalee Spear's missing, but at some point they're connecting. And now we have the JackeyLove chase onto Deft, and suddenly the game is just over. So what TES is actually really good at is once they're ahead, they don't let go. And once they have an advantageous opportunity, they don't let go of that either. So for me, it is really crushing to see, because it's so suffocating.
Yeah.
Once they're ahead, they will never let go, and they will always stay ahead.
And that's also the spirit of strong LPL teams in general. They also, even when they're behind, they're not afraid to skirmish and skill check you, because they still think that they'll be able to get the advantage in the team fights or individually. And that translates itself into great stats for TES.
Incredible stats, especially goal difference at 15, having a 3k advantage and 6.8 kills is something you can't scoff at. So
no, not at all. Top Esports is doing fantastically so far, and we'll see if they'll continue their undefeated reign. Dracos and Frosk are standing by to get you into Top versus FlyQuest. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Shox. We are moments away from picks and bans for our fourth game of the day. I'm Dracos, of course, joined by Frosker, and you heard it once. Might as well say it again, just so we really cement it in your heads.
You look like you're going to the bank, and I look like I'm about to rob the bank.
It's true. Welcome to the savings or mutual fund. If you'd like to make a withdrawal, as long as your name is TOP or DRX, things are looking good. For every other team, sorry, but your line of credit has been denied. That said, we're still playing for some pretty big stakes here today. TES obviously want to continue to win out so that they can secure first seed, but the final game will be the most important. And in the meantime, for FlyQuest, while they may not have a shot of making it out of groups, they still can do everything in their power to improve their record and to turn around their tournament at least a little bit.
Yeah, and I think we've kind of seen this from a lot of the teams that have been pushed out of the tournament early on. It's kind of like, what do you want to be remembered by? Do you want to kind of throw some of the sucker punches? Are you going to get maybe a little bit fast and loose, play more of these comfort champions? You know, how are they going to ride out the remainder of the tournament? Now, something that I have liked about FlyQuest is that they are a more proactive, skirmish-oriented team. I think a lot of this comes down to the power of Santorin, especially in that jungle position, as well as Power and Evil and how strong their 2v2 can be. And if they do get to unlock Ignar when he joins up with Santorin. So that's what I'm looking for FlyQuest to put together here, but obviously their tournament hopes are over.
And that's one thing that I do love that we see come through a lot on the FlyQuest lineup is the synergy between Power of Evil and Ignar. Obviously, as a longtime EU caster, seeing them play together on Misfits was always a pleasure. Seeing that transfer over to a team in the LCS is also good, but now with the Senna banned away, some interesting opportunities are available.
Yeah, so Senna has been such a high priority for JackeyLove. Now, it's a high priority in the sense that Ashe has also been banned out in majority of the games against him. And you saw that the last time it was left open, he grabbed it and he had an incredible performance on the champion. So this is what I expect. You priority pick the jungle because Graves is going to be very important, and then you yourself grab the Ashe to deny it. I don't know so much about grabbing the Lilia here. I actually would have preferred if Solo grabbed hold of the Ornn right now, just because I think if you have a Graves can struggle to kill Ornn a lot, and I think Ornn is just a powerful champion for teams that are struggling a little bit in terms of, you know, executing on bringing their top laner down, forcing fights, but maybe they knew that Caitlyn was going to come in, and so now they're looking for more dive potential rather than an Ornn, so something like a Camille.
Well, certainly locking in a Blitzcrank is a bold strategy here. A big bet there that you can land the hooks to deny this poke lane from kind of forever chunking you out. Obviously, a lot of invisible pressure as long as you have the grab up. They do sort of have to respect it on the bottom side, but definitely a bold pick coming in here for Ignar. And while Tenacity is certainly going to be something that hurts Lilia and Ashe's chances of 100 to 0ing someone, the knock-up and the grab from Blitzcrank will be unaffected.
And one of my concerns with having Lilia and Ashe on the same team is just the value that you now get out of running Cleanse on your mid laner or Cleanse on your bot lane.
True.
You kind of get like the 2-for-1 special, and I'm sure that we'll see it now that both these champions are in with the Sleep and the Ashe Arrow. We talked about, you know, playing some comfort picks. Blitzcrank, obviously a big comfort pick for Ignar, and I do like the fact that they are just trying to brute force break this lane. We saw Tactical and Core JJ running this one early in play-ins. The Caitlyn Lux lane has a ton of kill pressure. Obviously, you guys can figure out how this one works. Lux hits a binding, you then hit a trap, you then hit a Q, you then hit an E, and you just get burst.
It's weird. There's a theme to every synergistic Caitlyn lane, and it seems to be Caitlyn traps. Although we've got the light binding half instead of the dark binding half, so no more Ghana at this time around. The Volibear going to be taken away alongside the Camille, the Ornn. This is an interesting one. Obviously, FlyQuest do want to set Solo up to be comfortable in lane. The question always is going to be, how do they do that against a player like 369?
So I feel like Sion and Gangplank have risen pretty dramatically in priority now that we've got 20 million top laners banned away. Camille, Ornn, Renekton, Shin, and Volibear. I would like a Gangplank, just because I think if you're playing around the bot side of your map with an Ashe and a Blitzcrank, that just gives you so much power down there, obviously with the Cannon Barrage, but we'll see what Solo wants to pick up here. He can even hold it and grab your mid laner. Strong blind pickable mid laners are still available, like the Azir. That might mean a possible Zoe coming in for Knight, though.
Yeah, and of course, this is the second time today that we've seen Power of Evil and the entire FlyQuest lineup go for a little bit more of a scaling option with the Azir in the mid lane. Now, they weren't able to get to that point previously. Maybe they will fare better here against TES, who will still certainly be a difficult task. Depending on the lane matchup, though, he could be quite comfortable. But it looks like we're probably going to run that mid lane matchup back. Well, you got the Chovy, and now you get the Knight Galio, potentially. So this is certainly a gauntlet for Power of Evil to go through.
Now, one of the things that TS's composition is missing, however, is very strong hard engage. They siege really well, especially if the map gets split up, because now you have the semi-global range of the Galio ultimate. And again, with a lot of top laners being denied, it looks like we're just going to have fighters and bruisers. There we go, Urgot.
Absolutely. So Urgot going to be locked in. This is a champion that I think we've seen banned already. We haven't really seen used to the full potential. Obviously saw it in play-ins with that unfortunate TP. Probably the most iconic moment that people will remember from it so far this tournament. Sad to say.
That wasn't Urgot's fault.
Was not Urgot's fault. Simple misclick. Blame the player, not the champion. But we'll see what the final answer is here from Solo. Gnar, of course, a very interesting champion, all things considered, for a top laner. He gives you a little bit of everything and reliably gives you very little, sadly. But when he does pop off, when he does find his moments, he is ludicrously strong in team fights, ludicrously strong on side lane as well if you can get any kind of lead.
So right now, looking at FlyQuest composition, it feels like what they're trying to do is play between mid and bot lane by trying to have push priority or push pressure in that lane. Likewise, with a Blitzcrank, there is the potential that you see a spicy level 1 coming out of FlyQuest to early split the map for Lilia. And then Gnar, if he is playing a weak side Gnar and solo, doesn't get a lot of attention, can be very safe. You know, range top laner, has the hop to get away. Extended Urgot traits, I don't know about that one. That one always feels bad. But my assumption will be that this is about playing through the pushing power of the champions that FlyQuest have selected in mid and bot lane and creating space for Santorin to try to create leads on Lilia. Whereas on the other side for TES, they have a lot of skirmish potential and a lot of potential for follow-up on this Graves.
All right, well, we're coming in a little bit late, folks. Normally I don't mind, you know, a little 40-second action, but we missed a little bit of context on the bottom side. It would appear that a ward was placed and spotted out. Now TES are moving into the top side. They have less members. FlyQuest looking to respond. And of course, if you've been following Worlds so far, you know how crucial, how important level 1s can be. So a single piece of vision, spotting out and denying a hook coming in from Ignar is a big deal.
I do like this level 1 being set up, however. You know, maybe this is a rogue-esque level 1 where they just try to burn Knight's flash early on or pick up the kill there by walking into the lane, or it's a delay invade on the Raptor camp. You'd already talked about the wards, Draco, so you can see that TES have played a... That sounds so weird to say. TES have played a ward on the Raptor camp, so they get vision of this, and we'll see what the response is. It looks like it's going to be a collapse. Here comes Graves across mid lane. They're going to fight for this.
And the ward here, very easy for TS to predict. This will be relevant. Keep our eyes, though, on where the damage is going to go. That's going to be a flat forward. That's going to be a taunt onto 2. Do they win out in the sustained fight, though? Because Santorin is already level 2, and he does so much sustained damage. Still a squishy little Bambi action there, though, so he's going to have to back off. Yu Yonjo now running for the life, going through, and that's going to be first blood coming in for FlyQuest. An excellent start. TES didn't have to contest there, but they chose to anyway.
And you see the power of, you know, what happens is not just about the fact that Lilia does the Raptor camp so fast, you look for the delayed invade. It's about abusing that level 2 that you saw there. Is TES do manage to get the patience to I hate it. Top Esports managed to get the patience reset from the red buff, so JackeyLove is going to help Karsa at least get his primary buff, but you might say damage done, especially because Wild Turtle and Ignar are getting first to this wave right now.
And getting level 2 early on this lane is a very big deal. Now, of course, important to know that JackeyLove did hold on to his flash, but that said, Yuanja is going to be very vulnerable here on the bottom side of the map. A single hook connects, which should be easy to do so if you could just flash, go for the power fist to kick things off. That is a decent amount of kill pressure bottom side.
I want to talk about this Santorin pathing, because it's ending up being a split map anyway, and I don't know if it necessarily had to be, because he had priority with Wild Turtle and Ignar. We talked about getting to the lane first, the fact that, you know, you have flash still on your Blitzcrank. Now they're letting the wave slowly, not necessarily push in, because it's even right now. In fact, the cannon's probably going to kill those and turn on the cannon. Oh, no, now it'll slowly push back. But the fact is that Karsa went red and then walked across, and I don't think he was spotted out by vision. You now see a red ping go down on the Grob camp, so it tells me that FlyQuest assume that Karsa is in their jungle, but I don't know. We'll see how it pans out. I'm a little bit curious. I was like, I think you could have denied more from Karsa there rather than prioritizing early rotation off of your Raptor camps. I mean, if Santorin decides to power farm, then maybe it's worth it if he gets second rotation of Raptors into his own Raptors again and starts creating an EXP lead, but I think he loses a lot of pressure for his bot lane.
And as we see Power of Evil sustain some of his own pressure in the mid lane, I think it's a really good thing that you bring up Frostgrove, because splitting the map like this, while it certainly has given Santorin what feels like a pretty decent jungle advantage, or would look to, but Graves right now at least clearing some camps out much quicker. At the end, though, when all is said and done, there will be more camps available for Santorin. This is essentially isolated solo, and that's definitely not bad for solo in the early game, but there was an opportunity, it feels like, for Fly to try to break the bot lane matchup rather than trying to weather the storm. As you see, the hook does land. Maybe they can't get a little bit more damage down. The sidestep, that is not the binding you were looking for. Turtle and Ignar coming in clutch, trying to play this one out. A little bit of confidence. Power Fist goes in, Trap goes down, and now the lane. Wild Turtle, 2 kills up. He needs to back and spend that money.
Yeah, he is a very wealthy Ashe right now. Ignar coming up clutch, in my opinion, right there. Obviously, when the wave is close to the tower, it makes Blitzcrank that much more dangerous. His ability to pull you under tower aggro. Now, while Lux didn't take any of the tower shots right there, the threat is always going to be available. So, catching TES off guard a little bit with a nice hook, as we're now entering second jungle rotation. So Santorin is teaming up with his mid laner to try to get Knight a reset here. Wow, Santorin. Karsa. I'm so used to seeing Santorin on blue side. For some reason, it's really messing with me. I think it's because TES's logo was red, so I'm like, oh yes, TES on red side.
I just feel like the second you said TES instead of Top Esports, you like doomed yourself.
I thought,
you let it go.
We've already tilted.
There it is. But at this point of the game, FlyQuest off to a fantastic start. And the big thing is here is that ultimately this win for FlyQuest is for pride, is for proving themselves. But for TES, this one is very important because at this point, it's really feeling like it all comes down to the final game of the day, TES versus DRX. Now, if DRX are able to come in and win that game, they'll force the tiebreaker. But if TES lose here and DRX are able to win later in the day, then the winner of that game wouldn't even get a tiebreaker. DRX could just go directly through without having to play it, having a better game score. So that would be a bit of a catastrophic mistake for TES to give up any kind of game here.
It's about discipline and remaining in form to you know, have the crescendo, if you will, of that final game and so many stakes put onto it to secure a first seed as we see Karsa moving in to maybe play with Solo a little bit.
They're anticipating the teleport and they want to force the dive. He has Summoner Spellbook. He can swap to a combat sum. They can immediately force on the back of Urgot level 6. They're committing another TP as well. They want to kill this Gnar before he hits 6, but he just hit 6 and that means the Gnar is available. If he plays this well, it's actually very hard for TES to do anything. They have to be patient on this one. TES thinking they had the level 5 advantage, but that's the Gnar back into the wall, right into the tower. Now Knight is tanking him, he's gonna flash into safety. Solo making it out of this one. TES were not ready for that Gnar ultimate.
Yeah, beautifully played there by Solo. Comes back with the Ninja Tabi as well, and even though they pull Knight, look at how many waves he sacked in the mid lane, as well as giving priority for Power of Evil to make this rotation here. So Knight using his TP up top side, getting chunked out, means that TES are gonna lose their Krub camp, they're gonna lose play on bot lane, and probably lose 2 waves on mid.
Oh, and this is massive for FlyQuest, because when their composition has a lead, it's so much easier to play out. This Ashe, this Blitzcrank, Santorin starting to pull ahead in jungle XP. Very easy for them to kick fights off, whereas the Caitlyn Lux, if they're trapped under a tower, those champions are useless.
Just about spell flinging. This also does give access for Santorin onto this Infernal Drake if he wants to start it. I would hope that he returns to his jungle though.
Another ping out though. TES, they've kept the momentum up. They're not looking to stop now. Justice punch forward, but Power of Evil staying calm, cool, and collected as he just looks to match this mid-wave pressure. Karsa sticking around for now. The first dragon of the game is now set to go over to the side of FlyQuest. 2,500 gold, 7 minutes into the game. If you told me it was TES, I would have believed you without looking. You tell me it's FlyQuest, I want to know more. And right now the story is bottom lane competency and Solo holding on even against 3 people on the top side of the map.
And frankly, it's FlyQuest skill checking TES, not just with like the macro movements. Like that was nice in the early level invade, how they split the map, but you know, Solo coming up clutch there to absorb so much pressure from top esports when they tried to execute onto the dive, and then just a really good follow-up on FlyQuest to read the situation that they put too many members topside and we can happen bot.
Ooh, Galio is going to make it out, but is forced to use ult defensively nonetheless. Now, whenever we look at champions like Twisted Fate, Galio, Shen, we always talk about how important those early ults are for impacting the map, and that one, of course, going to be used up, going to be forced out as a defensive option, making Power of Evil's life that much easier in the coming plays.
It also makes Karsa's life that much harder because he needs to be, obviously that ultimate is so important when he does want to find these skirmishes. So the question that I have for FlyQuest at this point is if they want to swap to try onto an early Herald. Now you can see that Karsa is currently sitting on the Herald, has gone over the wall, but you have such a strong advantage in terms of itemization on Turtle versus JackeyLove. So maybe you sit down here with Turtle, he's now just ticked over to level 6, and then you swap him, or FlyQuest just dissuade you from taking an early Herald and try to hold these lanes for as long as possible since they are winning in the 1v1s and the 2v2s.
Yeah, things overall going quite well. Obviously, Tabi on the top side just to mitigate some of Urgot's potential damage. Additionally, just movement speed to dip, duck, and dodge your way around the shotgun legs there is certainly going to help out. But Karsa canceling his own back here as he now wants to return to the top side. This is a bit of a long con play. It's going to be a lot of wasted time if this does not go in the favor of top esports. But that's going to be the whiff, and definitely not the one that they were looking for. Now, Boomerang isn't going to be back up for Solo. He's not able to pick it. Throws out the 10 icon, says try again, but the Urgot ult. That's going to be it. Pull him back in. Oh, God, it's still just as gruesome, even if it's the Pajama Guardian.
Oh, well, Solo... Oh, excuse me, 369 did get the last laugh ultimately. Solo with the little camper, like, come on, guys. Give me your best shot. And even though 369 whiffs the flash, he nails the ultimate. Now, with that information, again, FlyQuest, we'll see what they set up on the bot side of the map. And it looks like very well recognized by JackeyLove to say, no.
Oh.
this is the only play that they have available to them, so we're just going to go ahead, not reveal ourselves, and walk back into it. Santorin says, okay, back to hard farming, still creating a massive CS lead. Look at Gnar, Lilia, massive for Power of Evil, as well as in Wild Turtle. Across every single lane, FlyQuest are winning in the CS numbers.
Absolutely good. I think you can't help but have this feeling in the back of your mind, though, seeing the way that TES have played this entire tournament so far, that something could go wrong at any moment, that all it takes is a single play from TES to turn it on its head. But for now, FlyQuest in complete control, and they're looking to find the pick here on tonight. The taunt coming in, but he's just going to get shuffled right back. Easy use of the Emperor's Divide coming in from Power of Evil.
Very nicely done and very patient now, as here comes 369.
369 walking forward. It's going to be a slow fight. Santorin dodging around the side of the pit. If NECC does manage to connect, and it does, he's going to be in trouble. Very squishy still on the Lilia this early in the game. So Karsa's going to grab that one, and it looks like Herald will go over to TES as well. But in the meantime, Wild Turtle looking to break down this bot lane tier 1 tower.
At least getting something for FlyQuest on the map right there. Patient from both teams. It was the fact that TES showed up with more members at the end of the day because Turtle did remain into that bot lane picking up those plates. Still going to be very slow here for Karsa.
Break that one down as the eye goes through, but of course it looks like doesn't want to use the smite quite on that one until he's absolutely forced to. Turtle will break the first tower of the game, 610 additional gold going in his pocket, and note the build as well. Essence Reaver first for this Ashe going to be coming out, so a lot of arrows, a lot of engage opportunities for the side of FlyQuest.
And we'll keep tabs on Wild Turtle if he goes for like the full raw damage build, the Essence Reaver into the Infinity Edge, or if he pivots for more of an attack speed post Essence Reaver, as it's now been completed. I love an Essence Reaver Eye Edge build. I think it also helps when you're trying to kind of beat out Caitlyn's power curve. Obviously, she does have that lull point because there's no steroids built into her kit, and she relies on attack speed.
Yeah, and of course, the additional thing about Ashe is that if you're able to just land an arrow onto the Caitlyn, normally the difficulty is getting in touching distance of Caitlyn, but once you're close enough to Caitlyn, the slows keep her close. She has to burn everything to get away from you, so it does certainly help make the job easier. Whereas Blade of the Rune King, as nice as it is, be a little bit more difficult to find those 1v1s.
I think it's nice too because obviously with the Bork it would help you burn down the likes of Galio and the Urgot, but when you have an Azir, you don't necessarily have to be that responsible for killing the tanks because you can let Azir do a lot of that work for you, as well as Solo up here on the Gnar.
Solo going to take a decent chunk of damage, but of course already has some Ninja Tabby, so a little auto attack from Harass from JackeyLove isn't going to hurt him too badly. Solo doing a very good job holding on at this point in the game, but the question for me is where does 369 go? He's got the Summoner Spellbook, and right now it's Ghost Ignite. And there's certainly a lot of kill pressure from base numbers alone coming in from this Urgot, especially when you add a Black Cleaver to the mix, whereas Solo hasn't had an opportunity to back yet, so still hurting for a major item completion.
Yeah, so 369, interesting lane assignments, picking up bot lane while you see that Knight is actually pushed up and facing Wild Turtle as Herald is dropped down behind the Caitlyn. That makes sense. You want to try to funnel as many plates as possible into her, but here's a potential dive.
Santorin going to be in trouble here, though, because once again, he is very, very squishy. And that is going to be Venison for the side of TES. Easy finish out on that one, and Solo might just be another name on tonight's dinner menu as he's going to get poked out as well. Karsa with the blast to the face, and it's already starting to look a little bit rougher for FlyQuest.
Ah, it's Venison and Squirrel. It's very different palettes here.
Oh, that's tough. And for FlyQuest, you can see what they wanted to do. They wanted to punish Knight. They wanted to make sure that this Galio did not get to play League of Legends. The good news is they have enough of a lead overall that they can still get a Constellation Drake on the back of that one. But it does mean giving up some of the gold advantage that they worked so hard to build up earlier on.
Yeah, but now they've got 2 dragons. The next one will be in about 18 minutes. So you're looking at a potential of a 23-minute Soul, which is obviously going to feel really nice for FlyQuest because A, they spike really well on 2 items and then continue to spike really well. They have tons of scaling potential for them. So while the last exchange, kind of looked like it was traded 1-for-1, tons of gold being funneled into JackeyLove's pockets, it still feels like a really good position on this map state for FlyQuest.
Yes, but definitely need to keep it together. Cannot afford any more small mistakes. Because at this point, the gold is starting to even out. And as much as those Drakes are going to help, you're still hoping to play around Soul Point. You're hoping to maybe utilize this Gnar and all of his glorious ultimate power, especially as Solo gets closer to level 11, to lock down TES, to find that big combo to close out a fight.
I feel like Solo's job is just going to be as obnoxious as possible.
Yep. Yeah.
He's actually building a slow push here. The minions will focus fire. See if they remain focus fired. Yep, so it will slowly push away from him and build up.
And as the second wave crashes, it'll be a little bit more rapid, and we'll see what Knight does. Of course, has both the ultimate and the teleport available, so can't be anywhere that he needs to. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, waiting for FlyQuest to find another opportunity to make plays. I like what we're seeing on the mini-map, not so much on your screen, but on the mini-map you are seeing Ignar and Wild Turtle push in and lay down a little bit of deep vision. Of course, when you have a Blitzcrank on your team, breaking mid lane tier 1 tower is hugely important because it sets you up for some nasty picks just like this. Sidestep there, though. And that one is going to get stolen away. So FlyQuest with a good setup, with a good idea, but not able to find the execution.
So what FlyQuest are doing right now, like you're talking about looking for picks, but they're basically playing off of their mid lane priority and then trying to chip down top tier tower. And they're doing a good job because since Solo is slow pushing this wave, it might actually time up where this wave builds up and crashes into bot tower or applies pressure where TES try to maybe pick him off bot side. As I say that, they're doing so now, which gives Turtle space to commit to the top tower. So you see Ash now steps forward since TES have shown on bottom side with multiple members, and he gets to shove this one down. So really good cross-map wave management there. And yeah, it sucks that Solo had to burn his flash, but ultimately Wild Turtle and FlyQuest continue to break open this map and try to accelerate the game.
And this is one of the difficulties of Summoner's Spellbook, is that obviously when you have a spell like Ignite and Flash, you have to be willing to burn one to get back to your original spell to teleport. In this case, 369 just has to get up there the old-fashioned way to try to contest that one. So it will be another tower taken out. FlyQuest for now holding on to a 2K gold lead, 2 Drakes as well. All things considered, looking pretty good in this game. Power of Evil scaling quite comfortably. You look at individual CS discrepancies, and they are certainly still favoring the side of FlyQuest.
Yeah, and now it's going to be how they problem solve breaking down this mid tower. Now, historically, how you do that is...
That landing that arrow. Oh, JackeyLove. Absolute MVP of dodgeball in his elementary school class. No doubt there after that one.
What I was about to say is you can throw multiple members into the lane and just start fishing with pieces of CC to force you away from it and chip it away, or you hard push side lanes and then use the inside track of getting your numbers there first and start cheating in and potentially threatening a dive. But FlyQuest go for the kitchen sink method. They throw an arrow, they throw a swirling seed. I don't even know if the Blitzcrank hook came out before the camera got there, but they could have thrown that as well.
And at the end of the day, you get what you came for. Would have been nice to get JackeyLove as well, but happy to grab the tower in this instance. And of course, the arrow cooldown still relatively low. Will get lower as level 11 comes through. TES looking to make it a trade, though, have opted to start up this Herald. Of course, second Herald never feels as good because you're not getting tower plates off of it, but a single one fight in a Herald like that can lead to 2 or 3 broken towers if you're in the optimum position.
And that's the question. Do you use it before the dragon fight or after the dragon fight? Because what the second Herald's going to give you is map control and map pressure. And if you use it before the dragon fight, it's obviously then trying to get priority or tempo elsewhere, where you're either trading the dragon for multiple towers or you're forcing FlyQuest to respond to it so you yourself can stop the dragon stack, which is what I think they'll do. Or you hold on to it, you go into the fight, you ace them, and then you place the Herald, and then it's even more devastating. So that's what we'll be tracking with with TES.
And the question is TES looking for the more likely, more practical example, or are they looking for the let's go all in, let's bet it all, and maybe we end up with a worthless Rift Herald, but if it goes in our favor, let's just build a monumental gold lead.
Checking in on itemization as we're setting up for this 26th third dragon here. Reminder that it's a potential 23-minute soul for FlyQuest if they pick this one up. We have Reverie that's completed for Ignar, so watch how that is used to gap close and try to get back onto JackeyLove.
Right now, TES fighting into enemy territory. They have so many control wards just to make sure that they can get in the area, but it is eyes on Ignar. He's holding, though. He's waiting. Has to be patient here. He hooks Karsa. It's a good look. He hooks 369. This fight could be over in an instant. Got very tanky. Power of Evil, of course, as well as Santorin are going to do good damage to him, but not going to burst him enough to take him out of the fight.
Look at the mid wave.
Oh! Going over the wall. He's going to get locked up. It looks like they might just have enough damage. Now 369 trying to sidestep, trying to make it out of this one, but they're not able to take him out quite yet. They burnt literally everything on the Urgot, but it looks like it was the right choice. Now they're going to have to concede a tower here from the side of FlyQuest, but in the meantime, they should be able to take down this third Drake uncontested. A good pick from FlyQuest.
Really nicely done from FlyQuest. Again, a lot of patience, especially around Santorin and Ignar. Woo! Santorin securing the dragon right there. Ultimately, it was Ignar's hook, but Santorin also had really good position with the Lilia over the side, trying to fish again for swirling seeds. And also the fact that they just patiently sat and they looked at the dragon, they looked at the mid wave, and they said, the longer that TES sit here, the better it is for us because they're losing waves to mid lane tower. So us just standing still because of our wave state is actually advantageous for us, as well as now putting them up for soul point.
very good situation to be in overall. And when we look at this composition from the side of FlyQuest, they're in a position where now that they've built a lead, as long as they don't walk blind into Fog of War, it's a pretty good composition to play out. You've got pick potential with the Ashe and the Lilia, both of which also bring some pretty solid team fight power. Pick potential for the Blitzcrank, which when you're behind feels useless, but when you're ahead like this, you are able to blow up the tankier members like 369. And for the side of TES, you can see that they don't really get to start fights on their terms. They kind of have to wait for FlyQuest to start it for them.
Solo finds with the boomerang that someone is in that brush. Ignar says, why not? Goes ahead and pulls Urgot to his death now. 2-for-1 special.
Look, I said that they might not be able to kill 369. They obviously wanted to prove me wrong. That's 2 in a row. FlyQuest finding the picks that they need to. Now it's 1955. Baron will spawn in about 2 seconds now. They could just go for the coin flip here, and they are certainly favored if they do so. But they're not going to risk it, instead focusing on pushing out here. And Lilia still has the sleep up and available, so if they can catch out Karsa, they could look to find an uncontested Baron.
And now, I personally have gone for the Baron, but I understand FlyQuest's reasoning right now. Like you said, they already have a lead, they already have a win condition in that Soul, an Ocean Soul to cap it all off, so might as well just take the free reset. We'll see what happens though while TES have first move onto the map. You can see they already walk into Topside River. They've now placed defensive vision around the Baron, so it does get a little bit harder. At this point, FlyQuest are going to be using those pick tools that you talked about, Dracos, you know, throwing arrows. They should have priority over contesting mid-wave because they do have things like an Ashe Arrow and a Blitzcrank just sprinting at you. And JackeyLove, even though he has Flash, needs to be much more careful. He can't be as far down the lane as Wild Turtle and Ignar will feel free to be. So that means he's going to have to wait till the wave gets shoved into him before he can test it, meaning that FlyQuest should have first movement in both sides of River for the rest of this game.
Which is extremely powerful, especially because we're now coming up onto the point where TES might be put in a tough decision. Now, of course, FlyQuest can find a pick and take an objective cleanly, not risk any kind of 50-50, just want to fight straight out. But even if they go for it, they put themselves in a 50-50 situation, there's always a chance that they can just force TES to choose. Do you contest the Dragon? Do you contest the Baron? And while TES are certainly an accomplished team, they're going to need JackeyLove to bring in that clutch, in-the-moment shot calling to make the right decision, because if they don't, we've seen so many teams fall apart in this decision-making process.
The issue is that FlyQuest have put Top Esports on a timer. You know, the Soul is going to come out, and JackeyLove went for a very expensive build. You are now in the Power Trough for Caitlyn. This is the traditional build outside of the Storm Razors, so going for that Infinity Edge. So they need to funnel in way more gold for JackeyLove before TES actually have a strong enough composition, I think, to actually 5v5 FlyQuest.
Yeah, and the good news now is that 369 is back to the TP. He cycled through enough spells. Had clarity there for a moment. A long time since I've seen that one. But now we'll have the TP to join the fight. Knight's TP is not too far off. 1 minute and 40, of course, until that Ocean Drake spawns. And for now, we're chilling. We're taking a break. Everybody knows round 3, round 4 about to start in a few minutes. So grab your popcorn, grab your drinks. This is the time. For now, it's about farming. It's about laying down vision. It's about using your pressure to set you up for success in the long run. Or if you're Ignar, it's about hiding in the darkness with your big robot fist, looking for an opportunity to grab that Caitlyn.
I don't know who's hunting who, though. JackeyLove stepped down the ward and just immediately stepped forward, and Ignar's like, ooh, okay.
It's the bluff. She lays down the ward, you're like, do it. Then she autos you, she's like, I'm kidding, there's no one else here, leave me alone.
Please, officer, please! Oh. Dragon going to be spawning in 1 minute. Like you said, we're just going to be in a lull state, farming till then. This is kind of the make or break or do and die situation for TES. My personal opinion is that this is FlyQuest's game to lose from this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, certainly with a 3K gold advantage and 3 Drakes up, they are in control. They get to dictate the pace of the game. It's really TES who has to respond to them. And while TES have certainly fought back to a certain degree, finding the 4 kills that they have, it has not been enough to put them in control. Now all it really takes from FlyQuest is a single arrow, a single hook at the right time or in the right place to grab this Ocean Soul and set themselves up really just to end the game, as now the TP is coming in.
Yeah, and TES recognize kind of the stakes here of this fight. You know, pulling 369 in, they're sitting in the river. FlyQuest very smartly like, okay, you can sit in there. We're going to shove the wave, so we're going to make you choose. You're going to lose something here.
Play this one slow, though. Have to still be careful. JackeyLove doing a good amount of poke damage to kick the fight off to Power of Evil.
Look at Knight, trying to set up for a flank. If he can get a massive CC taunt, that obviously would be ideal for Top Esports fans. But FlyQuest, again, just need to play this one slow, pick their target perfectly, because, again, they shoved in that mid-wave. They're denying TES farm on the tower. Okay.
Knight's still on the flank.
TES are going to wait out solo on his Mega Gnar form, and then they're probably going to step back in and try to contest here. So the Fury Bar is going to be really important management for this fight.
Yeah, and of course, I believe 15-second cooldown until you can get range again. So they have this window of about 30 seconds, let's say, give or take, where they know that the Gnarl will not come to bear. The question is, can they win the fight anyway? They poked JackeyLove, they maybe just kicked it off, but that's Knight on the backside looking for the taunt. Wild Turtle now locked out, but who's going to get it in the end? It looks like the Ocean Soul has been secured by Karsa. FlyQuest now running for the hills, but they'll find 2 kills off the back of that. TES may have saved themselves from an Ocean Soul, but it still looks like they're going to lose the fight. The scoop back in. Wild Turtle says, give me another. And that's looking like a triple as it comes through in the end. Clean fight from Fly.
And that should be the Baron. FlyQuest is going to feel so confident to walk across the mid lane, to pick up the Baron. Yeah, they didn't get the Ocean Soul, but they got more than what they came here for, and they'll be able to set up for that again and again because their composition still scales so wonderfully.
And that's the thing. As good as it was for the side of TES to secure the Ocean Drake, it does to a certain degree right now feel like they're delaying the inevitable because now it's a 5K gold lead. That's going to grow again when this Baron drops and all that extra money goes into FlyQuest's pocket. And now they have to survive the siege of the Ashe, Lilia, Gnar, Blitzcrank, Azir, and those are not easy champions to survive against.
Taking another look at this one, I do want to give out credit to Solo. As soon as he saw that Knight was coming in, he tried to immediately jump onto the Galio. You actually can't see it on the top of your screen. Knight does ultimately get into the back line, but it allows enough time for Wild Turtle to reposition. He's got Solo in front of him as well as Ignar, and then they just allow their AD carry to push through. JackeyLove at this point, just trying to go hero mode. Can't get it done as Power Lethal has moved all the way around the pit and then finds him, tosses him back into the team, and just really wonderfully played, I think, from minute 1 from FlyQuest.
This is a fantastic game from FlyQuest. And as said before, there were a few hiccups, but I was skeptical when I saw that Gnar pick locked in for Solo, but it did well. This feels like the first time that Solo has not only weathered the storm, but also flourished in these fights. And now finally, we get to see Ignar, Wild Turtle bring all of that power to bear for 369. He is slowly going to get chipped away here. They have to be careful, though. They're using the sleep a little bit early, knowing that they can't fully commit to the Urgot quite yet without anyone else there to do damage. But that's big damage coming in from JackeyLove. Lux ult to follow. Will get sidestepped. But obviously, FlyQuest still need to be careful. The damage is there for TES. The setup, not so much. But if Fly walk into the wrong part of the map, they will get popped off on.
Yeah, multiple crits coming out of JackeyLove, just taking chunks out of Wild Turtle. You can tell that Top Esports do have some teeth in their bite right now, but still, FlyQuest should just play the map with this Baron buff, continue to snowball their own gold lead, closing in on 10K now.
How much longer before they're gumming it, Frosco? How much longer before it's dentures left for TES?
I'm going to say Power Evil or Ignar just gets one good punch.
That's it. How many teeth can Ignar knock out with this one? Now, the good news is Karsa has that Edge of Night. Early lethality purchase certainly going to help him out a lot, as well as stop this hook from really being a massive threat. Solo on the bottom side. He is just the chauffeur for this minion wave. He's just driving it in. He's just poking down, but he knows his only job is to protect his cannon minion because there's another point of pressure in the mid lane as well. Well, I already have access to the tower. Wild Turtle laying down a bit of poke as well. You can see it's all about just weaving in and out, trying to get free autos without giving anything up here from the side of FlyQuest. Now, they do have Mega Gnar on the bottom side. If they wanted to pull the trigger, here is a good opportunity. And as stated before, once it fades away, it will be a small window before they can try to activate that one again.
I mean, I think at this point they're just trying to get as much chip damage as possible with Ignar kind of fishing for a hook. If he gets a good one, that's obviously going to feel really nice, but FlyQuest should be sitting on a bunch of gold because of the towers that they've taken. So I don't think they're going to try to force their hand too hard here. If they go wrong, they would give a lot of shutdowns over.
Big arrow, Mikhail's fall out.
Oh, deep teleport.
This flank could be massive. Keep in mind, it's a low health bar for JackeyLove, so they're going to have to play this one out a little bit slowly.
JackeyLove has reset his position. Knight has flanked. FlyQuest have spotted him out, and now Knight actually might be in trouble.
Oh, hawk shot. They're retreating.
He needs to use his Galio ultimate reposition.
Ult to poke.
He's just going to walk around.
That was not the heroic TP flank that they were looking for, but you can see how much FlyQuest have TES on the ropes because that Galio TP play might have been the only way they could get a clean fight started off in their favor. And it's a minute until the next Ocean's Dragon. And when you're on Soul Point, they have to come and fight you. And right now, FlyQuest, they've played well, they've played so good, but they might not need to in this last fight. They might just be able to beat TES down with their wallets with all of these itemization advantages you see across just about every character on the side of Fly.
Yeah, and it's not even just the wallet, it's the map pressure that they can have. You know, they have super creeps that come in through the mid lane. FlyQuest can play the same move that they did last time, which is hard shove the mid lane wave, allow that to funnel in, and then just stand at the dragon and wait and say, TES, you know, are you going to come at us? Because you got to take care of your base.
Ooh. Flip it. Flip it for the NA fans, because that's NA hope right now. You might be knocked out, but you can go out looking good after a game like this against TES. Arrow going to connect on 369. They're going to pull him back to the middle of the team. The follow-up is there, but they can't quite get it done. Carson now leaping into everyone. Wild Turtle going to be isolated, taunted off to the side. That's going to be massive. Maybe, just maybe they can turn it back. But Fly say no, not today. Chasing him down. Solo, bobbing, weaving, moving forward in the fight is Power of Evil. Looks for another opportunity to throw a few more autos down, but they've killed Wild Turtle, but not Santorin, and that means Cloud, or Ocean rather, an easy pickup here for Fly. That's going to be Ocean Soul, and while TES is starting to throw a few more punches, Fly still coming out on top.
Yeah, it's just the shutdown bonus. I believe it was Knight who got the shutdown as well. So on the Galio, I'm going to say not going to make that big of a difference here as we take another look at it. I was just going to talk about, you know, the strength that Ignar and Wild Turtle will have right now because 369 is so vulnerable. Now, as soon as 369 is caught, Knight immediately sprints into the backline, forces the flash out of Wild Turtle, so maybe they capitalize on that because he is much more vulnerable now, but picks up that 1,000 gold bounty, but still only sitting on 2 items.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, now there's the QSS to contend with as well. Blitzcrank building towards a Righteous Glory, and of course, Ocean Soul. So if you're hoping that your kind of low damage Galio at this point in the game was going to burst through Wild Turtle, you're probably in a tough position.
And I like the sentiment that Yamato brought on the analyst desk the other day about Galio and, you know, some of the incredible mid laners that we have on this tournament, and that it kind of masks your strength. You know, you don't get to shine as bright on the Galio as you would other champions, and you know, I'm kind of tired of teams picking it.
You know, the list of mid laners that have played Galio and the list of mid laners I never want to see play Galio are almost the same list.
It's a circle.
Chovy, Showmaker, Knight. And look, I'm not going to knock TS's draft. Like, clearly they had some good plans. Now, FlyQuest's plans looking like they were a little bit better, but it does feel like TES have hampered themselves a little bit by not putting one of their star players on a champion with a little bit more agency in this game.
But right now, FlyQuest looking for perhaps the kill shot, as they have Ocean Soul, they have Scuttle Crab, and they are now on the Baron.
This should be the FlyQuest victory lap. 7K up. Absolute control. They're going to grab another Baron. Deluxe Halt. A sad attempt at a steal there, but we might as well try it. The cooldown is going to be low enough at this point in the game. Now it's 3 items for JackeyLove, so maybe, just maybe, TES, 3.5 rather, can try and find a fight, but pushing in on the top side is FlyQuest, and with 5 members strong, they look all but unstoppable here in this game versus TES.
So what you're looking for is, again, Ignar is going to be fishing for a lot of these hooks, whereas where's the desperation going to come out of TES? Are they going to decide to sack 2 inhibitors before they mount their final stand? The Rage Bar is full, so engaging now would be quite dangerous.
Still a good little bit of poke. Obviously, the frustration of sieging against a Caitlyn is you can do what you can to protect that. But oh, there goes Karsa. We were waiting, and they found it. That's 1 hook, and that might be all it takes. Clearing out the waves, though. TES are still holding on. Not afraid because they lost a single member. Bot lane inhibitor is exposed. Solo can start to zoom down there as the next wave will crash in the top lane. Ignar with a Hex Flash over the bush, but it's 369 in the middle of the entire team. He goes golden, and now Knight's in the midst of the backline. Santana pulled in and snared by the trap. It's clean play, but it's not nearly enough because it's Solo on the backside. Solo looking for redemption, and TES getting torn to pieces. FlyQuest, where were you in week 1? You might have showed up, and it certainly looked good. Here it is, FlyQuest taking down TES. What a sight to behold.
And what they couldn't do against DRX, they do manage to do against TES. So North America sends its regards.
And that's what we talk about. Anytime teams are out, they can always play spoiler. They can always make someone else's lives harder. And this is what I sincerely hope. I hope NA fans can look at that and be proud of that performance, because to me, that was some clean League of Legends. That was some fantastic individual performances coming out across all of FlyQuest.
It's kind of one of those bittersweet moments, you know? It's like...
Are you mad that you didn't see this every game, or are you happy that you did at least get to see it?
At the end of the day, though, FlyQuest, like you said, taking their victory lap. They should feel very good after that initial game. And TES really need to go back to the drawing board. You know, the pressure is now on to show up to secure that first seed.
Definitely a more difficult path now. Last game feels like a do or die, and for TES, assuming all things go as according to plan, which they will in our final game, they're no longer going to get that, let's say, best of 3 experience because they lost a game here. It will just be the best of 2, winner take all in that final game. But of course, let's check out FlyQuest Mercedes' drive to victory, the fight around the 4th Ocean Drake. There was a lot of victory for FlyQuest before this, let's be honest, but this certainly felt like the knockout blow.
This was the around town from Power of Evil, walking around the back of the pit and also managing to get massive chunk off of Karsa. So between a rock and a hard place for Karsa as he walks to the back of the pit and just gets slammed. And then it's solo Ignar and Wild Turtle to clean out the rest of the fight. Just a beautiful pincer maneuver from FlyQuest and their team fighting.
Yeah, very well played overall. And again, we see another Caitlyn Lux lane fall.
The Observer just really doing built over dirty.
I'll be honest, right? They love their death shots. They love their really brutal death shots.
They're just like really focused on this guy and his hopes and dreams being crushed.
This is like, get the camera on that corpse. After the break, we've got FlyQuest returning to the Rift as they now aim to keep that momentum and look to take down the Unicorns alone. Don't go anywhere.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete, seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
We can always be
back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone. FlyQuest and the Unicorns of Love are hitting the Rift for the last time here in groups as they look to finish Worlds 2020 on a high note. We wrote that introduction before we saw actually TES versus FlyQuest. And FlyQuest just demolished TES and the first team to beat Top Esports at Worlds 2020.
Who'd have thought?
No 6-0 groups this Worlds.
I'm actually so happy for FlyQuest, and you know, you can't say, okay, a couple of things in draft maybe were a bit interesting, but they straight up played a fantastic game.
So I think the biggest thing was the solo question mark was answered. They managed to get a winning topside matchup, which actually just enabled Solo so much more so that he wasn't put at a massive deficit. That meant that the rest of the map could kind of get their comfort. We saw Ignat on a playmaking, roaming support champion that could find picks. We saw Power of Evil on a comfort, stabilizing mid laner, and like everything that we talked about at the beginning of the day just kind of came together so that they could continuously punish and look for these picks against top.
And we finally had Ignat on Blitzcrank.
Yeah.
So that also worked out for them, especially in the Caitlyn.
And hitting some skills.
Yeah, that is always
That
important, I would
helps.
say,
Yeah.
especially on Blitzcrank. No, but especially against Caitlyn's bot lane, that's so important to have that playmaking support coming in and actually performing. And now we're talking about Power of Evil too. Like, this guy has been so crucial in every single one of the games, and even this game, like, he has performed beautifully.
It's really cool to see. I want to frame it as a bit of a victory lap. Of course, it's not a victory lap, but just kind of a last chance for both of the teams to enjoy.
Yeah.
For the Unicorns of Love, also a great story. The fact that they have made history and being the second LCL team to make it and still make it from the play-ins to the group stage. And for the Unicorns of Love particularly, who is an organization who have fought to get to Worlds so many years and now made it, which is super awesome. And I do feel like I'm missing something from the Unicorns. They had some really competitive games and plans. They were quite convincing in some of that, and I haven't seen that much of that in the group so far. Why do we think that is?
So for me personally, it's kind of surprising that they haven't kept inventing afterwards. The innovation has kind of stopped, and they honestly just regressed to the point where, I mean, obviously the individual ability is kind of lackluster compared to the other teams, which is no shame in that. There's no shame in that. But the innovation has carried them throughout the play-ins, and I think that is something that I would have liked to see. Maybe a couple more picks coming out, especially in the mid lane. We didn't see the dark technology, as you call it. We didn't see a Vayne pick anymore, and I would have liked to see more of that.
I think that for the UOL, a lot of things have been going wrong in the early game. And it's very difficult, largely because of their drafts, to be able to like stem the bleeding when in an ideal world they would have liked to have slowed the game down a bit or draft in a way in which they can try and snowball the lead. In any case, I think one of the biggest things is that we do see moments of brilliance from them. We've seen it from Ananasic on his Lee Sin. We saw it against Top Esports where they stole a Baron, they got another Baron, and like, oh, maybe they can actually get this win, but then they ended up falling short. And even last time they played up against FlyQuest, I felt like that it was a hyper-competitive game, very back and forth, could have swung either way. So like, I think that they've shown some promising things. Unfortunately, as Maurice said, it's just they haven't quite met up to the bar needed to get those wins.
Yeah, they just need a bit more. It does seem to me that FlyQuest is also still the favorites again in this match, and I'm hoping for FlyQuest's sake that they don't let it come down to kind of the 1v now PoE they needed on Syndra in that last game. Amazing. What do you think FlyQuest's cards are going into this game?
I mean, what I would say, and I guess the hopeful part about it is simply the fact that Solo has now shown up, and Blitzcrank, Ignat on Blitzcrank is also there, so they have multiple tunes that have kind of shown up in the group stage now. So it's not just on PoE, it's not just on Wildturret to kind of outlane Deft and JackeyLove as he actually did in both games, which is incredible to me. So they have multiple tunes now, and yeah, there's so much going for them right now.
Was just trying to look at what they were looking at, but they seem in good spirits, and of course they should be. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to kind of build it up because you don't want to make it seem disingenuous because unfortunately they are out, but I still think this can go a long way for FlyQuest and for kind of the fans watching to see that they have some fight in them and they've beaten Top Esports, a favorite now in the game, and they could now walk away with 3 game wins, which I think is a lot of what was expected of them in this group with kind of the level of competition they're up against.
I think that when we look at past Worlds, normally these performances would happen in week 1. The upsets would happen, and then the stronger teams would bounce back. Or at the very least, we'd see North America in tiebreaker situations.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate that for both Team Liquid and FlyQuest, like their first game of the day mattered so much.
Yeah.
They ended up falling short, and then they start bouncing back immediately after. And if they could have made that upset happen earlier, like it's all the ifs, the buts, the maybes, right? Yes, they came close, but unfortunately, in a best-of-1 format, every single game counts, and they couldn't quite make it out. But hopefully, FlyQuest can still have have a good send-off here in that final.
Yeah, I mean, they do seem to be in good spirits, so that's pretty good to see. And honestly speaking, I mean, what you want when your region is kind of failing to a certain extent, you want them to have a fighting chance at all times. And so obviously the first game was kind of unlucky for them, but like the swan song that they're kind of putting out right now in terms of like performing and trying really hard to actually get games, even though they're out of groups, is just a sight to see. And I think it's really, really important for the region.
It is, and I hope it's going to be a fun game for the fans of the respective regions as well. And in terms of stakes, we said nothing would matter. Well, in fact, something did matter, and that is Top Esports dropping that game to FlyQuest now means that the last game of the day, DRX versus Top, is a direct match for first place, meaning Top Esports could end up as a second seed if they drop to DRX, and DRX could snag that away. Crazy. But after the break, we will first see the last game for both teams at Worlds 2020, FlyQuest and the Unicorns of Love, and we'll see who comes out on top when we return.
Unicorns of Love, through all their plans, they've impressed me so much with their drafting ability.
Both of these teams are looking at each other as their opportunity to try and turn things around.
Another twist of the night, the turn of the screws, it's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Well, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today? Make it out alive. You gotta call the monster in your head, and then you don't fly like Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your teammates, then tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing. Go now, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today? Make it out alive. You gotta call the monster in your head, and then you don't fly like Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your teammates, then tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly.
Welcome back to Worlds 2020. I'm still Dracos. This is still Frost, and we are here to bring you Game 5 of the day, FlyQuest versus the Unicorns of Love. Now, unfortunately, this game will not have any effect on standings. FlyQuest are locked in 3rd, and Unicorns of Love are locked in 4th. But this is the last time at Worlds 2020 that you will see both of these teams. So it's about giving them a proper send-off. FlyQuest looking to double down on the performances that they had earlier today, and UOL looking to change their story so far, not looking to end winless in this group.
It's a swan song. So let's take a moment, chat, and everyone wave goodbye to Unicorns of Love and FlyQuest and just appreciate the accomplishments of their 2020 season. Get used to the name Unicorns of Love. Get used to seeing this squad. Since acquiring and merging the squad from Vega Squadron, Unicorns of Love, as Sheepy put it, thinks that he is the best 5-man team, or Russian team from the LCL, and that groups was the bare minimum for this team to make. So as we continue to see them rise up through plans, repeatedly make it to Worlds, we should get to know these guys fairly well. On the other side, you know, there was a lot of question marks around FlyQuest over the course of the year, and then had that run to the top as everything started to click together. And I think that while it is a shame that North America hasn't gotten any teams out of groups, they now get to hold high their heads of taking down the LPL first seed, as is tradition. It feels like NA might actually be the kryptonite for LPL. LEC should take some notes.
Yeah, they're not prepared for it. But as we enter picks and bans, of course, it's the blue bans on the blue side. We've got Ashe, Volibear, and Shen, whereas the Lucian, Nidalee. Last one is going to be an interesting one here. The Swain taken away. Now, this seems to be one that most teams do not want to deal with, and it's the most respected of the Unicorns of Love wheelhouse of wild picks. And as you heard on the analyst desk earlier from Amazing, he feels like the creativity is kind of stalled out a little bit, that we've kind of seen that everything that UOL can bring to the table. But as this is their last chance to throw a punch, we'll see what kind of punch UOL are looking to throw. Is it going to be a wild one?
Now with the Graves priority pick, this does mean that Lilia is left open and available, so Santorin, yep, snap grabs that one very quickly, while the Jhin is picked up for Wild Turtle.
Yeah, Lilia as well.
Syndra has slipped through.
Some other good options. Syndra's always one that's going to be interesting. Double AP feels like a clear sign for Nomanz to bust out that Kassadin. That said, though, Power of Evil on the Syndra previously really mid-gap Nomanz. How that was a massive performance from him individually as a player. The electrocute Syndra in mid lane. Maybe hoping that he can repeat that today, but now we've got the immediate Kassadin lock in the call out. Lucian is the only AD mid in the meta. You have nothing left, Power of Evil. You must pick an AP champion.
It's also the Nomanz special. Famous for his Kassadin. We saw it pop off into plans, and again, if this is going to be your last spotlight on the world stage for 2020, you might as well go out with a bang. We saw Power of Evil pull off the Azir last time around. Kassadin has a decent matchup into it. His ability to rift walk around the wall, kind of find himself back into position. So Power of Evil holding that one for now, as it's Renekton locked in, so a very strong AP jungler, AD top laner. If Santorin does want to gank Solo's lane. Definitely. It's also a strong pick for Boss, so denying him that one.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Of course, last time we saw this game, of course, at the end of the day, it did go in favor of FlyQuest, but early on, it was a lot about the mid lane for FlyQuest getting a lot of attention and the top side for UOL. Solo suffering a little bit as Boss and Ananasik kind of repeatedly look to find a 2v1 in that lane. So we'll see if it's a similar story today or if the strategy adjusts a little bit. Hard to know with Renekton. You can leave him alone. You can gank him. You really got a lot of options with the pick, but the Ornn is not going to be one of them this time around. The Aurelia banned as well. Potentially trying to limit some of the AD mid laners left up and available. Power of Evil, notorious for his creativity. Much more control mages these days than in years past, but can obviously always bust something out of the back pocket.
The true Mad Scientist game. You have the Mad Scientist of UOL, and they're drafting versus Power of Evil.
Yeah, to be fair, I wonder what coach encouraged him to be a mad scientist, Frostgren. Is it perhaps the Sheepy? On the opposite side. So yeah, history between these two teams, and Sheepy, I think, well aware of all the champions that he can bring to bear.
You have some really fun facts about Sheepy, Dracos. You were telling me the other day that Sheepy is really obsessed with micro interactions in team fights in particular, and a lot of the teams that he's coached for really excel in those team fights. And you see that from UOL. They are willing to flip on everything. Not only are they very talented players, all making Master or Challenger on the Chinese Super Server, attending Worlds this time around, but their attention to detail in team fights, I think, really is a hallmark of what you were explaining to me about Sheepy and what he prioritizes as a coach.
Yeah, it's how they utilize their VOD review time. Often the frustration of many European teams previously with the Unicorns of Love is it takes a long time to break down everything that could go right in a team fight, but also shows you how some of the best team fighting players have come in from the LEC. Players like Hylissang obviously training under Sheepy, players like Vizicsacsi as well. Two obviously big team fighting giants, but now we have the Vayne locked in, and I suspect going into the mid lane in the hands of none other than Power of Evil. And Nomanz, again, was absolutely bodied horribly. Orianna versus Syndra, Power of Evil smacking him down, and sadly, I don't think it's going to be a different story this time around. For UOL, it's going to be about weathering the storm here in the early game.
I feel like Lulu is a solid pick here, not only because it synergizes really well with Gadget's Twitch, but also if she can get close enough to Vayne, can just ruin a Vayne's day. You chain a polymorph into an exhaust, and you can hopefully slow her down long enough where the enemy or where your team can find her and pop her like a balloon. But ooh, this could be a big yikes, big send-off for UOL. See a lot of firepower coming out of FlyQuest.
This is definitely one of those compositions where if it ever gets online, it feels pretty unbeatable, but it's going to be difficult to get online, and FlyQuest certainly have the tools to dismantle it at every turn. The final pick here, what is it going to be? Another Blitzcrank game for Ignar, perhaps? And there it is. Doubling down on the good level 1 from their previous match versus TES has to be riding a high. You know Blitzcrank's a confidence champion. If you believe it, you can hit those hooks. If you're doubting yourself, you're going to miss every one.
It can also be a little bit challenging to play Blitzcrank into Lulu. Now, obviously, the hook range can give you a slight advantage, but again, Polymorph as he Blitzcrank runs up to you to try to set an angle for a hook can ruin your entire day and allow you to just zip to safety.
Yeah, polymorphing the carry too as you get pulled in and your Twitch unloads with that ultimate. It's certainly not as easy as just pulling in on the hooks, at least in the laning phase, but we'll keep our eyes on it regardless. Now, so far, the story for Worlds has been and will continue to be the importance of level 1s. Jungle control is very important. The slightest edge to either laner could mean a lane advantage, which turns into a jungle advantage. The slightest edge to a jungler means a jungle advantage already. So at the end of the day, level 1's really important.
Dracos, that is all valid. And yes, we can talk about this till the end of time. But I'm telling you, I want to party.
Yeah.
NA, LCL, the rocket up to the airport, we're meeting in the Starbucks above. I want a full fiesta here. Like, if we're gonna go out, we're gonna go out swinging. I want like the bar fight, the fiesta. I want the circus in town.
You're over the like MMA and the octagon. You want the wild west out here, huh?
Yeah, I just want everyone to be shooting from the hip right now. Just very reactionary League of Legends. Like, I'm here to style on kids. I'm here to make you remember.
That's what Power of Evil did last time. Again, see if he could do it again. See how Solo's feeling in this game as well. Obviously stepped up big time in the previous match. Boss, though, continues to be a force to be reckoned with on the top side of the map. And I'm looking at it, Frostkern, and this music just filling me with tension. Because I know, level 1, if anyone's going to fight FlyQuest, see, TES backed off last time, looking to pick a better avenue to fight, ultimately still losing out on the level 1, but picking a better timing. UOL feel to me like a team who are going to take the fight head on.
I always like to say they're one of those teams that when you smile, they smile back at you.
Yes.
And it's this idea of like, you down to dance? Because I'm down to dance with you.
Surprisingly tame metaphor for what Unicorns of Love do, which is, again, bar fight. Bar fight, just constant, scrappy engages.
Feels like you say one bad thing about one of their players and suddenly the other four
like,
are just like,
excuse me, what'd you say?
They're flying out of the woodwork.
Like, calm down, he said he didn't like my tie. Who doesn't like your tie? Just bam.
Look at those uniforms. You have to like everything about that.
I missed the full tracksuit, though, I will say that. The tops are cool, too. There it is. Woo! Boss looking fresh. Unicorns of Love, FlyQuest, final games we get to see from both these teams. Let's make it a wake, not a funeral. Let's see what both these teams can bring to the table, how they can perform in their final moments.
Today is about celebrating what we have accomplished this year. Unless you win the World Championship, everything will end in defeat. It is only one team that gets to end their 2020 season on top of it all. So for now, a swing and a miss to start it off, but I like where our brain's at right now.
I also just caster cursed them because I was like, they're gonna fight. They're all gonna fight. They're gonna put everything on the line at 30 seconds into the game, and I was completely wrong. They're chilling, they're waiting, they're playing back, they're respecting the Blitzcrank. They saw what happened to TES in the previous game. They're painfully aware that they do only have a level 1 Kassadin here against a lot of champions who are much stronger at level 1. That said, maybe they 5-stack in the bush and wait for a late
Oh no, they're coming, it's coming.
Here we go.
Surely it's coming.
Oh, here we go.
round 1.
Now remember, chat, the first rule about Fight Club is that you don't talk about Fight Clubs.
Everyone be
don't
quiet.
clip this no matter what happens, okay?
We're in the bush. Can the 5-man stack save this? Okay, they're going around the corner. Keep
No.
inside to the wall.
They don't even know. They don't even
Surprise!
Wild Turtle, 4-shot, now coming out. Santorin's gonna be in trouble. He gets the smite down, but now he's running for the hill. He's ticking away. That's some deadly venom, but it's not quite enough to finish the job. Santorin's still grabbing the camp, and No Man still has to run for his life. FlyQuest, they avoid disaster, and at the end of the day, I think they come out on top because Power of Evil just won lane.
Yeah, lane is a pretty big yikes for No Man's right now. No Man's, you cannot walk up to that, sir. Good sir, please, back away. And like you said, Santorin, he got the Raptor camp. He's already level 2. He manages to hop his little butt all the way to his own Raptors, and he's now double Raptor into red buff. He's going to be feeling very good. And No Man's is just waiting for mercy for this wave to crash into his tower and hopefully farm safely.
I mean, to be fair, this is very thematically accurate. Vayne is basically Lady Van Helsing, right? And No Man's is playing Vampire.
How are you going to make this one work?
No, I'm just saying, this is just thematic. Like, we've got the theme, the lore matchup in the mid lane. Because as you know, the audience's favorite thing is to hear about the lore of League of Legends in the midst of a very highly competitive esports.
Take the tower shot, Power Evil. Yes. Okay.
All right.
Now, Power of Evil is going to feel really confident to do this because he knows that Anonysik is going to be on the top side of the map. He's got a nice little board on his top pixel brush, so he can be as aggressive as he wants here. Now, with Solo also crashing this monstrous wave topside, he can either get a cheater recall, which I expect he'll do. He should walk into this brush. Oh no, he's actually going to go hunting for Anonysik.
This is, of course, going to be a pretty easy game for Santorin to play out. He has 2 lanes of pressure working in his favor. While Power of Evil does have to back off here, so maybe they have to concede something elsewhere. The good news for UOL is they are sustaining pressure on the bottom side. The range advantage of that Lulu, as well as her early poke damage, makes sure the Gadget can at least push in for now. Will get harder as more levels get under the belts of FlyQuest. The potential of an all-in starts to grow. No Man's is dead. Happy B.
Sad B for No Man's. Other good news for Unicorns of Love is they did manage to get a Scuttle Crab. They got the bottom one. However, they were chased off of the top one as we trade Crab for Crabs. Now Santorin is starting his bot lane jungle, and No Man's is back in the lane and ready to go.
Yeah. Of course, one of the Kassadin builds historically was blue Kassadin, and you could opt for tier into things like the Frozen Fist or Frozen Heart, which made him nigh impossible for AD champions to kill. And it is triple AD on the enemy team, so the dream of late game scaling Kassadin is certainly not dead, and its itemization, I expect that No Man's would be willing to bust out if he wasn't only at 16 CS at this moment in time. Oh, Snare connects, that's going to be big, because now Ignar gets to waddle forward. Not going to look for the follow-up, though, as Wild Turtle's burned all of his ammo. The fake Hex Flash, you gotta respect it.
That's very cute. You think he's going to Hex Flash, you're thinking, like, what angle is he going to come at, and he just throws the Q?
That's the real mix-up. Not throwing the hook, potentially better. Solo flashing in, though. He wants a solo kill of his own. Boss gonna make it out, though.
Obviously, Boss without his flash. Oh no.
No Man's is gonna make it out in the end, but that's his flash now gone.
Obviously, No Man's without his flash. Boss and No Man's, they're in a bit of trouble if these waves get frozen on them. Boss has had his wave frozen on him by Solo, and now he is might be left out to dry if he doesn't get that to crash and reset back towards his side of the lane. And Power of Evil can do the exact same thing for No Man's. And it is going to be really rough for UOL to try to weather this storm.
And remember, the last time we saw these two teams face, it felt like a lot of trading blows in the early game. This time around, it feels like complete and total dominance from the side of FlyQuest. 38-24 in the top lane, 30-24 in the mid lane. Kassadin doing a decent job, all things considered, if he hadn't already died. In the bottom lane, even though Gadget and Santos are able to get that push earlier on, they are already down 11 CS. So, big win here in the early game for FlyQuest. It looks like they are not willing to give up that high they rode in the TES game. They're looking to double down.
So, Boss with his time had walked over into the Krug camp and has placed a ward. You can see that it's spotted out by Santorin now. So, I would expect that Anonysik will make his way towards his bot side camps and maybe try to trade for a dragon, knowing that Santorin's probably going to finish Krugs and then grab top Scuttle as it spawns. The issue is that he doesn't have priority in any of his lanes.
Yeah, this is a ludicrously difficult game, I think it's safe to say, for UOL to play out, as there's a little bit of bluffing here around the control ward. but Santos, good enough map awareness to know where the enemy is going to be, so doesn't have to be too scared of the rocket grab.
Yeah, and because Ananasik took his back and didn't pick up a control ward, usually if he had the control ward, I would assume he'd try to go over the back of the pit and then control ward and try to sneak the dragon away, but because he doesn't have that, it's, again, as I like to say, the white flag has been waved as UOL are just going to have to sit tight for a little while, try to get, the TP probably back up on boss, and at least more levels for this Cassian before they try to make moves on this map.
Yeah, and so far overall, while it is a 1,000 gold lead for FlyQuest, level 6s are now starting to come in for No Man's, for Boss, so things will start to get easier, maybe not in individual lane matchups, but with a little bit of jungle help they certainly could, as Ananasik continuing to give up jungle camps here and there, hold that thought, that's going to be the lockup, that's going to be the snare, now the Lulu's going to be in trouble, but they're chasing down Wild Turtle, only level 5 for Gadget, he has to kill this Jhin, if the ulti comes out, Lulu is probably dead here, Ignar now in trouble as well, Santorin on the way down, that's going to be another trap locking it up, Gadget trying to run for the hills, the sidestep just barely against the wall, and it looks like Santos is going to drop here, clean kill pickup for Wild Turtle, but Ananasik ready with the punish, doesn't look like it's going to work out.
Ananasik has to be really careful here.
It's going to get locked up, the flash forward, that's the pull back. There's not any mana for anything else. Ananasik trying with the fancy footwork, but he's not going to be able to dodge out on that one. Gadget has to be careful here. Wants desperately that CS. That's about 3 waves worth of creeps, my God. He's going to give up so much if he can't CS here. He has no mana either. If he takes over to level 6, maybe he gets to ult, or maybe he just immediately dies.
And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's not getting better at all on the top side of the map, as Gadget might die here.
Oh, No Man's in the mid lane.
Oh, look at mid lane.
They've given up 2.
Look at
they're diving the Cassian. The Cassian's dead. Yeah, a little late there, but we got it in the end.
Okay, so for those who missed Solo's adventure, not only did he dive mid lane and kill No Man's with Power of Evil, he proxied 2 waves on top side. Look at the CS difference.
This is an absolute clapping.
This is a lane kingdom if I've ever seen one. This is the lane empire.
Yeah. Oh man.
The trade routes have been set up.
It is the lane empire. This is out of control. They got everything they need here. And all I'll say is, North American fans, if you don't want to take this victory, because I think you should feel good about this. This is a damn good performance for FlyQuest. The trees in the ocean will. Shout out to FlyQuest. There's going to be some good donations today.
Oh.
Oh. You got to respect it. Solo making full value of both sides of the camper emote between these 2 games.
Okay, surely. Oh no.
X flash, hook, waiting. Oh, not quite able to get to predict.
So we didn't get to see the replay of what happened in the bot lane, but I do want to give special shout out to Santorin. If you guys use YouTube and go back and watch that one, from downtown, that Squirrel Seed to just tag Lulu in between the incoming creep wave and then immediately procced the Drowsy on the ultimate was just very nicely.
That was a chef's kiss sound, if you couldn't tell. And now we've got an engage on the top side, though. Big ult coming in. That's going to be traded back, though, on the Dominus, trying to one-shot the Twitch before he can use the Expunge. Leaping in, leaping out. Solo, just a little bit of healing. Gadget in trouble. Minions! Oh, cast level up. Are you kidding me? Oh, baby. Gadget, a little bit of luck on his side.
Can we talk about Gadget just planting his feet and just like...
What? Crime City, baby! Get out! Let's go! All right, Gadget, I give you that. We wanted a little style, and that certainly was stylish.
Oh, no.
And the emote. It did Swirl Seed? No! Oh, that's a clutcher.
Wait, look at Ignar!
Oh, Ignar's not done.
This observer is trolling me.
Hex Flash. The seed. All right, there's no Twitch in the area. Gadget has made it out. No Man's has not. No Man's is dead.
It's the saddest icon behind the tower.
I feel like if it's like a horror movie for the UOL fans. Like you're looking top, you're like the Twitch got out, and then suddenly it's quick pan to the mid lane where your mid laner's dying, and then it's quick pan to the bot lane for another death.
It's absolute whiplash here. What I was about to say is that I think he had flash the entire time. Maybe it had just come up, but Gadget was sitting on his flash when I checked, and the Renekton was on top of him, and he was just like, nah, not even close.
This is where we hold them. Well, you gotta respect it. Twitch damage output is pretty crazy. All right, we look back at this one. Oh, Santorin, just dancing on him.
Get back here.
That's right, his Gadget kills. And then, oh, this one too, okay.
I mean, I have a feeling that he's
Boop.
just gonna
Oh, no. Yep, that's, That man took half his health bar in the space of Kassadin's E animation. Whew. Oh, here comes Gadget.
Go, go, Gadget,
The
Twitch.
righteous fury of Crime City Twitch. Let's go.
Ignar is still level 5.
Yep. Yeah, that's a trend. It's level 8 for a long time earlier in the day.
Okay, guys, let's take stock of what's happening on this map. If you're just tuning in, FlyQuest are dominating, just gapping everywhere on this map.
Yep.
Now, I will say that their composition lends them to do that. They got a lot of very strong lane champions. So UOL are trying to get something back cross-map, particularly getting this Twitch snowballed ahead. They drop the Herald on the top side, which Gadget's still away. That's going to feel real nice in the bank. And this is like, if you're an LCL fan, right now, Gadget is your hope. He is everything for you guys. No Man's, he's not going to be relevant for a very long time.
They're running for their life. Power Evil wants the 2v1. The rest of the team now coming, though, and ooh, it's not going to connect with the ults now coming in. They need to sidestep. Santos needs to body block, but he's been pulled away. It's Gadget all on his lonesome, but they're still there. Boss on the backside, that's a big shutdown. Now they have to give the respect. Now they have to back off. Ignor's going to be in trouble. Santorin over the wall with the swirl sleep can sleep and Anasik, but he might want to wait on the cooldown there. Good damage now coming in. That's the snare as well. Solo so powerful, but now Polymorph. He needs to heal up with the Cold of Meat. Coming in just in time, but not nearly enough. Wild Turtle taking down No Man's. Fly still on the hunt. They're at a man disadvantage, but their pockets are filled with gold, and they're looking to make it work.
Gadget needs to be really careful.
7-4, that's 4th shot. Yay! All right.
He didn't do the math.
He didn't do the math.
That face, look at Gadget.
Cut the tape here, folks. On to the next one. Wild Turtle having a fantastic game. It's also for those who, let's check it out one more time.
Okay. This is your man, LCL.
That's peak Chad Power of Evil, knowing the team will come in time. And
credit to Santos. You know, blocking the hook right there, flashes away. Wild Turtle doesn't get the snipe, and then gets a nice shutdown on Vayne. And it's just pure chaos from here. No Man's does manage to get on the board by killing Ignar. And then it's just Gadget, Boss, and Santos slowly whittling everyone else down. Cut the tape here.
This is where we stop the replay observers. Thank you. Okay, now nothing else happened.
Nothing else went wrong.
Just a 5K gold lead for FlyQuest. Disgusting lead at this point in the game. Now keep in mind, this is the glass half full, so bear with me because I know optimism probably shouldn't be what I'm
okay, I'm buckled in, I'm ready.
Now.
Let's hear it.
But what you saw in those fights and what we're seeing on our screen is a 3-1 Twitch with a man immune stacking.
Oh, we know all about this one.
We do know all that. This is a ton of AD. And it's going to proc on everybody when the spray and pray is up. Why does it work that way? Apparently coded as intended. It's ludicrously strong. And so what this means is if we see more fights where Gadget keeps being the beneficiary of some gold, a little bit of extra XP, a little bit of extra time, then UOL may find a way back into this game. The Solo now running for the hills and already some good damage going down. Boom, boom. Graves Alt not even going to connect, does not want to share that gold.
Listen, we saw the Merman Twitch build in the LEC. If you're a Crown Shot fan, shout out to you, Crowny. It does, as Draco said, ludicrous amounts of damage because of its ability to proc off of each one of his ultimate attacks. So you can already see Gadget is starting to make some nice shoes out of Solo there. And it will only get stronger, so...
Oh, No Man's trying to pick off Ignar. Has to be careful, though. Oh, wow. Good footwork. Keep in mind, FlyQuest still with a 6K gold lead. For them, it's just about keeping it as clean as possible while they snowball this advantage. While you could say they're fighting against the clock of Twitch, right now it's really just about leveraging the massive lead that they do have. And you can see Power Evil trying to do that on the top side as he starts to take down this tier 2.
It is kind of one of those nice things, though, for UOL, how strong Twitch can be on a side lane, because obviously FlyQuest can split up the map and feel really confident doing so because of how strong Power Evil is on this Vayne. But you could try to assassinate him, which is why I like what Santorin's doing, which is just playing Peter Pan, shadowing underneath Power of Evil, and escorting him around. And it feels like you have President Power Evil being escorted by Santorin on one side, and then you have President Gadget being escorted by Santos on the other side.
He's the boss, you know what I'm saying? He's the Don. It's Don Gadget, en route, looking for the opportunities. Skulking around here. Ignar, zooming out. He sees the Lulu, and he's like, wait a second, you're never not next to the Twitch.
Listen, Lulu is walking the dog right now. And even if you can't see the dog, you know it's there. Long leash.
We've gone way too deep into mixed metaphors. Shout out to you if you can keep up.
It's the specialty. You keep getting more and more precise on a meta until
vague.
There's like 3 people in the chat like, I got that one.
I got that. We're getting more and more niche.
Okay.
And again, if you're here and you, just as a reminder for overall stakes for the day, this game is just for pride. There's no standings effect here whatsoever. We have one final game after this between DRX and Top Esports to see who will be first seed, who will be second seed. That is a winner-take-all final game. There are no situations where there is a tiebreaker to follow. So this is, you know, this is our opening match. This is a little something to get the people hyped up before the big hype stakes.
The appetizer.
It's the appetizer. And it's a good appetizer.
Yeah.
Mighty fine.
Okay, so what we're going to be playing for right now is going to be this Mountain Drake. You can see that with the superior vision that Ignar has set up here for FlyQuest, that they may have a good position on Boss. Now, Boss is waiting for this Twitch to wiggle his way over here.
So that they can go for
Surprise!
Now, Ignar is just going to go for the knockup. They're going to back off, and Unicorns of Love seem pretty set to contest this one. Keep in mind, Solo's still on the top side, and he doesn't have a TP. Jinalt could try to steal this, but they are going to grab it. There you go. Clean Dragon pick up for the side of Unicorns of Love. Now they have to get out scot-free. This is the tough one because two of them are asleep. Malphite, though, unstoppable as he makes it out over the wall. Solo now coming in.
He has Flash. He can Flash engage. He's not going to. They've got the inside track, and they're instead going for the tower. Nice patience from FlyQuest.
Oh, Gadget.
Oh, no.
There it is. Big ulti, Solo trying to step forward. Solo slowly getting chipped away at.
Just play for the tower, FlyQuest.
And here's the thing is, Unicorns of Love really have the shotgun composition. They leap in, they do a lot of burst damage up front with that Twitch ultimate, but if they can't finish the job, Power People can tear UOL to pieces. Now they're looking to break open. And if they're smart here, they'll take the tower, but not the inhibitor. They don't want to give any more gold or funnel further into the Twitch when there's not a Baron to potentially use to push and end the game.
Yeah, now at this point, FlyQuest can try to get maybe some chip damage, find a pick here on this tower, but want this wave to obviously hit, so there's no potential freeze here, but they should reset and start playing again top and mid until the Baron or the next Dragon spawns.
And this game is getting wilder by the minute, and while the gold numbers for FlyQuest certainly make it feel like it is an inevitability for them to win, Gadget is getting stronger, as is Kassadin. And while a behind Kassadin is certainly not the normal level 16 death sentence we like to look at, it is still a big threat.
It's also really dangerous for certain members of FlyQuest to step too far forward. You can see Gadget trying to see if Wild Turtle will overextend for one of these minions. And if he does, that's a very fat shutdown bonus on that 4-0 and 2 Jin. We saw the gold graph a little bit earlier, and Turtle is very wealthy.
Yeah, Turtle has 3 items now. So if there's a world where Twitch can kill you emerging from the darkness, certainly it would happen because even if you flash away at that point, he simply ults and then outranges your flash away option. But it's still going to be very difficult to pull off because Wild Turtle, if he has a force shot, probably takes 50% of Gadget's health and can definitely take him from 50 to 0, no problem.
Literally. He'll hit Gadget and Gadget will explode into shrapnel.
2 hits. You hit Gadget, Gadget hits the floor.
It's about who finds who first.
Yes. Good news is Twitch can be invisible. Bad news is Jin just drops traps and he'll find you.
It is, of course, then very interesting in the pressure game. We often talk about, you know, who has better contest on mid lane tower. Not only do FlyQuest have the tower, but, you know, Wild Turtle can't push the wave past that anymore. Good thing is he doesn't necessarily need to because they pushed in all the way to the inhibis.
Oh, they found Malphite.
That's a rock.
Where's he going to go? He's sleepy. He's
Here comes Power Eagle.
He's going to make it out. A well-timed ultimate, but not nearly good enough to turn the fight. That's going to be a pick for FlyQuest. Question now is, what are they going to get done with it?
Well, they can grab the minion wave behind them and continue to fish for picks off of this tower, especially because Solo is actually shoving in the wave topside.
Now moving in.
Solo backed into Fog of War and does have TP, so he can join his team and TP on one of these minions if he wants, or if he sees everyone, he can try to push the top tower.
Flash forward from Gadget, though. That's big. Wild Turtle now. 30% health. The follow-up. No Man's Cell looking to get some kills. These shutdowns could be massive. Power Eagle going to dissuade with the down. Well on the chase. Gadget very quick, but they can't go for anything else. And in the meantime, as you said, Solo will grab a tower, so close to disaster there for UOL, but still able to walk out all lives intact.
And this is something that I do want North American fans to take away from kind of the last 2 games that we've gotten on FlyQuest. It's how well they're actually playing the tower and the map game. This team played really well around mid lane wave and constantly forcing TES to make decisions between, you know, are we fighting the dragon, are we picking up minion waves? And they're doing the same thing to UOL.
Oh. But now the Jin can follow up. They need to speed on out of there. Alt coming in. Oh, Solo off to the side. They're corralling him. They're going to have to walk away. Santos is just going to be a name on the list. He's going to get knocked down. taken out. FlyQuest, very strong Baron taking potential with this Vayne.
I think they're going to go ahead and force it right now, knowing that Gadget is also relatively low health and doesn't have his cooldown available for ultimate. Boss is just about to get his, though.
That's going to be big. No Man's also reasonably strong if he stacks up that ult a few times. Santorin not in the pit. No Man's now sleepy. He is going to ult out. He gets a little bit more space, but the watch out eat goes a little bit early. Santorin, though, burning a stopwatch. FlyQuest not able to take the Baron off the back one, but they will find a pick. Boss now in trouble. Ulti going to be up just in time for him to use it to get out again.
Oh, the silence from
not
Ignar.
in time. Holding on to it, opting to give his life instead, knowing the 40-second death timer lower than the ultimate cooldown.
I mean, he had like a small window where he could have used it to get away, but FlyQuest did manage the CC really well. Ignar using the silence, and then he was immediately kind of shoved into a wall and stunned up.
Oh,
you know,
TP.
Maybe if he's just hard smashing the button, he gets it.
Oh no, Gadget's been caught out. Croc versus Rat. Croc wins every time in melee range. Solo now going to return to safety. FlyQuest taking down the Baron while Solo and Ignar start to zone. Play a little man-to-man defense here. They're going to back away. TP now coming in. Solo making it out as well. No Man's trying to hunt for something, but FlyQuest have already gotten the Baron. They're just trying to find a single pick, a single denial here, but Solo is still alive. He simply refuses to go down. No Man's will grab the kill in the end, but now it's Turtle on the backside. Again, 2 shots left. 1 going to find it. 2 looking for the finish the kill off here. 1 more auto. Turtle can taste it. He's so close. The shield just barely going to stop it, but there's the dancing grenade and the double for Turtle. Boss now running for the hills. FlyQuest absolutely dominating here in these last few exchanges. Boss barely able to make it out this time.
Oh, the minion, the hero minion, blocked the hook for Boss.
Gadget's still coming back.
She's just gonna ult the bush. No, just gonna walk slowly into it.
Here we are. This is gonna be the final stand for Unicorns of Love.
Okay, it's an over 10k gold advantage for FlyQuest. They have the Baron.
Yes.
They have a Vayne. They've got smiles on their face. They are clearly enjoying themselves right now. As we take another look back at this one, we're starting very deep into what felt like a minute-long team fight. Like you said, No Man survives for a really long time, does manage to pick up another kill. Oh, he's going to feel a little bit good there.
And it feels really good as Jhin when each of your shots is a kill. Now, unfortunately, there's a Lulu shield to deny that one from being a kill, but the dancing grenade is there. Easy double kill pickup for FlyQuest. And now they're going to grab their second Drake of the game. Of course, no Drake Soul for you all to contend with, but as mentioned, I'd probably take the 12k gold lead over the Dragon Soul at this point if I was FlyQuest.
Yeah, especially because it feels like whatever Ignar catches, he kills. Checking in on Kassadin, level 13. Still not great.
Definitely still not great. 40% CDR is the option for this particular build path, but now we see the trap being set. Ooh, Ignar's so used to hooking people. He might not used to a little too comfortable there. Oh, pull back though, but of course interrupted by the dash from Namasek. It looks like.
Yeah, FlyQuest, I think, actually just wasting a little bit of their Baron right there because they were trying to grab picks and no one was responsible for grabbing the wave, which means that you will get a nice safe reset for Unicorns of Love while there's nothing left to take onto the map. Look at Power of Evil. That's a really long trek to go back and get that wave and walk it in.
Yeah, a little bit time consuming. Of course, 2 items there with the Ginsus, as well as the Blade of the Rune King. Half an item on the way, so feeling pretty comfortable. Oh, there it is. Thank you, observers. 700 out of 750. We also have the Seraphs now finished.
Now, one of the things about this build is obviously Twitch is going to want to try to build it off of CSing rather than just spamming his abilities. He can, you know, ambush kind of back and forth from lanes, but he can't stack it as quickly as things like an Ezreal can by spamming abilities just due to the length of his cooldowns. Fastest that we've seen a stack, I believe, was 14 minutes with Crown Shot.
Yeah, that one was a little nutty.
That game got very quickly out of control.
Yes, it did. But for now, FlyQuest looking to make this a victory lap. Had a dominant early mid-game performance so far, and they're going to play this one slow. Maybe not what you'd expect from a team with a 13,000 gold lead, but they respect the Twitch, they respect what Gadget's been able to do from Fog of War, so they will just chip away at this, not looking to risk anything here when they don't have to.
Okay, Gadget got it.
There it is. All right, big 3-item Twitch. Really the only person you need to keep your eyes on, that and the Malphite. Casting with maybe some cleanup potential, but if Gadget's not doing most of the damage, nothing's gonna happen.
Also, it just takes Ignar just catching Gadget once. Yeah, he's got a Lulu, but
big
one misstep and he can pop him like a balloon.
He was coming out, but now the flank coming in from Solo, and again, with Twitch all down, a lot of that threat is gone.
We talked about how FlyQuest kind of wasted a lot of their Baron buff because they were trying to set up picks in the red jungle side, but no one grabbed the wave. You can see that the Baron has now fallen off. and they have yet to crack anything farther. We're looking at Ignar to find a hook, as Unicorns Love actually have a lot of time.
Trying to clap on Solo, but you got to keep your eyes on that hook coming in from Ignar, trying to pick him off, and Noman still going to be able to cancel that grab and make it out. So that's a clean pick. 41 seconds till Solo's back up and alive, but it doesn't mean giving up their bottom lane tower. No, they're able to clear the way fast enough. Even the third shot there from Wild Turtle, not quite able to close it out.
Yeah, this is kind of the thing, you know, Jhin, at this point, takes towers very well, but traditionally one of the slower AD carries are taking the towers comparatively to other attack speed ADCs. And Vayne has a relatively low attack range, and especially against a comp with a Malphite on it, needs to be a bit more respectful. So FlyQuest have actually really been slowed down as they're attempting to siege this, either through their own setup of wasting time by not setting up the waves and playing maximum effort around the Baron, or just kind of in the nature of their comp into UOL. And we're now starting to get into a situation where the time is ticking, and I know it's like that very, very long light at the end of a very long tunnel for UOL, but I can see it. I can see the little glimmer.
Tiniest glimmer of hope here for the Unicorns of Love. Again, do not want to leave winless.
I do want to point out specific items, however. Wild Turtle, A, all of his items, B, his stopwatch. That one for the next team fight, especially when Noman thinks that he can assassinate Turtle and jump onto the back, and then maybe, you know, gets punished for overreaching. That's what we're going to be watching for with that stopwatch.
Definitely something to keep track of. Additionally, a little bit of armor optimization in the Zhonya's coming through. Of course, really only one magic damage threat on the side of FlyQuest. True damage coming in from Vayne means any fight that is long enough, she should be able to find a bit more.
It's also the fact that she's level 16, where Boss and Noman's are level 14 and 13. The sheer EXP advantage that FlyQuest have is huge.
It's so massive, and they're not really willing to give it back. Like, I feel like they could have just taken mid lane inhibitor, but they just refuse to do it because they do not want to funnel any more gold into the side of UOL. Looking to find a pick and just end it in one fell swoop.
Our observers showing us exactly what Ignar could see, what he's fighting for there. Choke points are not going to be the friend for FlyQuest. You do have flash on Ignar though, so maybe there's a reality where if Gadget doesn't respect how close he gets to the Blitzcrank, not necessarily even pulled, but just like a flash knock-up into silence.
Waiting with bated breath here. Both teams spending a lot of time hiding in the darkness, looking, fishing, trying to find these picks, trying to find these opportunities.
They're going to trade third Dragon, or at least attempt to trade third Dragon for the Baron, but nice control would spots them out, so FlyQuest are now racing over here. Maybe we get our fight?
What does it cost them to try this? Wild Turtle can just grab this when anyone. Dragon tries to reset. Wild Turtle can finish it. 6K getting lower and lower. Solo on the way in Sandstorm as well. That Renekton can do massive damage if he gets into that fight. Are they going to hold on to the Drake? They're now flashing forward. That's going to be a big knockup, but really only connecting on Ignar. Power of Evil meantime in the back line. They pull through, and that's going to be it. Massive fight coming in. Gadget getting isolated, getting picked off. Anonisic trying to get anything back, but it's not going to happen. Quadra kill for PoE. Oh, and he's on the hunt for the Penta. That's the TP out. Wild Turtle wants to cancel. And he'll do it. It might cost him the pentakill, but they'll get there in the end. And this is what we're talking about. One fell swoop for FlyQuest here, wanting to end it instantly, and they'll find the opportunity to do so. Unicorns of Love bet it all on that Baron, but this time the coin comes up tails, and FlyQuest gonna finish their tournament in style. Take down TES, take down the LCL and the Unicorns of Love. FlyQuest end the 2020 World Championships at 3-3.
You feel good about that one. The sad gingerbread man coming out, Turtle was like, I didn't want to take it. He was going to TP to safety. I had to do it.
It's true.
Quadra kill for PoE.
And I mean, this is the thing, is that obviously there's a little bit of hope that springs up in your heart as a UOL fan when you see Twitch, you know, be able to like pretty much 100-0 somebody. But then you remember, oh, the second Twitch's ult is gone, Vayne's going to kill everybody.
I'm sad that we don't get a replay. Did he flash forward over the wall and just get immediately checked by Vayne?
He might have. I'm going to be honest, I lost it in the heat of the moment. My only goal was to keep my eyes on Gadget, and then he was just kind of in this pile of bodies much larger than him. So yeah, I hope maybe we get the replay. Maybe it could be the Mercedes drive to victory production.
And again, this was our final goodbye for Unicorns of Love and FlyQuest. Unfortunately, the journey ends here. But you can see some smiles left on the players' faces for both sides. I think, you know, some Some pretty big takeaways. The first time you all played FlyQuest, it looked much better. You know, it was a come from behind victory and heroic performance from Power of Evil to allow FlyQuest to pick up their first win. Second game, that was a bit of a lane kingdom.
Yes, it was. That was third one. Second game was also beautiful level 1. I mean, FlyQuest have shown us a huge variety of ways that they can succeed. But of course, our Oppo player of the game, none other than Power of Evil himself, winning lane before lane even started. He was absolutely out of control.
And just really catching people off guard with how much damage he was going to do as Happy Bee comes out through there. And I think this is the moment. Okay, so watch Gadget. I think he flashes forward. Okay, no.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
He had a choice.
Either stand there and die or flash over the wall and
Die a hero to Valhalla with you.
Is he yawning?
No, I think he's blown away, and then he's sad that he doesn't get the pentakill. But a fantastic game from all of FlyQuest. Really 2 bangers to end the day for the team overall. Yeah, I'm not sure what else to say about this group. I think it's really... I'm sad that we didn't get to see more from UOL, and I'm happy that we got to see FlyQuest show up, but it is a bittersweet as ultimately it will not get them out of groups. And of course, we are saving the best for last here in the World's Group Stage as the fight for first between Top Esports and DRX is up next. Don't go anywhere. You do not want to miss this one.
So you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Look at you loving my name, you ought to know by now. We're taking over. We're taking over. Maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. Take a lap now, don't be mad now. Run it back, run it back. I got bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come and get your spoiler up ahead. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you loving my name, you ought to know by now. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, 炸以后，除了是傻子还有其他吗？我左右，键盘琵琶在时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的挑逗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all, I had to weather the storm.
And welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone, where we are closing out the World's Group Stage in style with DRX versus Top Esports, and the winner secures first place in Group D. It's for all the marbles. It's for the full chocolate cake. LPL versus LCK. And, well, at the beginning of the day, we thought maybe this will be one where there will be a tiebreaker afterwards or whatnot. But Top Esports did drop that game to FlyQuest, and now we're here.
Who'd have thought?
Who'd have thunk it?
I did, 100%.
You knew it before?
Yeah, no, I always knew. I think that we're seeing a pretty interesting trend here, though, where the top seeds seem to be dropping pretty random games. I think the only exception was Group B, where Damwon actually ended up losing to JDG, and of course still securing that first place spot. But still, we've seen a lot of like surprise upsets kind of come out of nowhere that didn't necessarily influence the groups, but this one today could be huge. So
and that NA Week 2 meme
that
is
NA
actually
Week
not
2.
alive anymore.
Yeah,
it actually died.
Exactly. We'll talk a bit about that at the end of the day, I am sure. But let's look at it from the focus of these two teams. First up, DRX, who has been having a great group stage, but did drop that game to Top Esports last week. And I think they'll be looking to prove that they are an even more serious contender than what we take them for by taking down Top.
Yeah, so last game, they actually had a really clean game. They were ahead 2 to 3K throughout the game. They found the place, especially on Nocturne early game. And suddenly it swung with multiple dice. I mean, with this play going wrong. And then suddenly you're also on the opposite end of a team fight that you wanted to win in the mid lane. So DRX actually had an overall clean game, and there was nothing wrong with their approach. I just think they should have been a bit faster with the way they were playing.
I felt like that DRX, though, were always in a bit of a draft disadvantage, because I felt like that everything that Top Esports picked for themselves had a really good answer to what DRX wanted to do. They had the Nocturne mid to deal with the Quinn. They had the Nocturne mids to deal with the Twisted Fate. They had Nocturne mids. Like, but also, I think the way in which the composition built around that Nocturne mid, enabling Knight to really carry in team fights as well, was a really strong setup. So I honestly think that the draft kind of gave them an opportunity to fall a little bit behind, to then bounce back later on in some of the fights.
Well, Maurice, you talked about what we see on screen here a bit earlier as well. The fact that Top Esports is such a caliber of a team that even if they're a bit behind, they will take those opportunities where they have even just a small window and keep pushing and get that victory.
Yeah, simply because they have the ability to do so. All of their team members are actually pretty fine in team fights. They all know what their role is. And obviously speaking, like especially when you see JackeyLove approaching a team fight, he kind of knows what he has to do at any point. So they're really behind him, especially when it comes down to it. And they have the confidence to actually execute any team fight when it comes down to it.
So we talked about the DRX perspective and wanting to prove that you can go toe-to-toe with Top Esports. But what about Top Esports now? Ran into the LPL Kryptonite, which is an NA team. And all of a sudden, for me, knocked down a peg in terms of kind of what is surrounding them, in terms of mythos and in terms of how good they can be. And I know that's maybe unfair because it's only one game, but I think that they're going to want to prove that that was just a blip on the radar.
I think so as well. I think that what we saw there was a bit of a draft step mistake with the Urgot and some of the other picks they drafted for themselves.
Slight mistake, yeah.
Yeah, just a little one. But I also think that it goes to show that if you can get an early advantage against this team and keep the pressure up, they're a beatable team. Like, again, we've talked about how they are a team that's willing to go and fight you, even when they're at a deficit. They will take some of these gambles that many teams don't often take, and they will push you to the limits, and they'll challenge you to test you to see if you will actually be good enough to punish them. And I think that when they're in advantage, sometimes they don't get as punished as hard, but when they're at a disadvantage, you can see how that can quickly snowball, and I think FlyQuest demonstrated that beautifully earlier today.
A bit of ego, I heard, when this came out in the draft. This is, of course, from last week. We had the Draven pick coming out, the Nocturne, which was then perfect, according to Vedius as well. The Quinn in the top lane. So something tells me they won't go as daring in this one specifically, just because what's at stake. Amazing. What do you think?
No, I don't think so either. And I don't think they have to, because we talked about the DRX baseline, but the TS baseline is also there. They're obviously like higher up there. They know what they have to do at any point in the game. And I don't think that them especially the game against FlyQuest, if we think about it, what the mix-up of the champions that they put into the comp suddenly made it so they didn't quite have the routines come in from practice, and it felt like that was disrupting their play. And I don't think they have to do anything cheesy against DRX.
They don't. Let's look at a couple of matchups then. Knight versus Chovy in the mid lane. And I was informed by the stats team that Knight's stats actually don't look as like as incredible as you thought they would. But I think that also factors into how TES likes to play.
Well, it's also the Nocturne mid pick. It's
Oh,
not
yeah.
Actually, it's not a great stat booster, I will be honest. It's a great champion, not great for the stats. But I think that Chovy as well, he is a bit of a statistical mastermind
He
too,
is.
given that he is so dominant in lane.
Call him a KDA player?
Yeah, well,
oh god.
Yeah, look at it, so high, 8.8. like, but I think that whenever you see these two mid laners meet, it's always going to be a treat because of how highly skilled both are. And I think that both in lane, out of lane is where you're really going to get to see their impact. And I think that they're just so talented, and it's always fun to watch.
Yeah, but I remember saying that a lot, and I like the Nocturne also, but I really want to see it be all about them because we know how crazy good Knight is, right? We've seen all the highlight reels. Chovy, in my mind, is so a bit more reliable in that sense, where he's going to just play his lane and do what is needed for the team and do it expertly. But I want to see a pop-off Knight game. I really want to see it. I want to see something crazy. I want to see an Aurelia or something, or an Akali, and him go in. And this is just a fangirl and me talking in terms of, you know, what we could see in these matchups. Maybe it's not time yet.
I think the only problem for Knight is that he doesn't need to step up.
That's
because
true.
He's in a roster with Jackie Love, who, whenever the chips are down, he's often that player that elevates the level of the team. So the day that Knight has to step up is when things really start going wrong, but you know that that's also going to be an incredible day for him.
I think he's a lot more comfortable just having the action come to him. I don't think he brings the action to other people. Chovy does this, for example, especially with Galio picks and everything like that, where he's more comfortable facilitating for others other lanes. And I think Knight, as long as he plays lane, he's going to be fine.
Yeah. So let's talk about the junglers also a little bit. It's a lot about the mid laners, but we haven't actually shut up about the junglers yet this tournament because of the way the meta is falling amazing. So where do you land on this one?
Yeah, so for me, Karsa is kind of the Jankos, I guess, of the Chinese region, because what he does for the team is kind of facilitating at all times. He's not someone they necessarily play through, even though his Grace play has actually picked up recently. I think PureShick is more or less quite different in a way now, where he's someone that they independently from interact with one another. So none of the lanes actually require him. He's just farming out there, making himself strong. Whereas Karsa is more or less like, as I said, the Junkers of the Chinese region actually facilitates for the lanes.
I think Karsa is probably the one of, if not the smartest jungler at this tournament. I know there'll be some debate around like whether you can introduce Canyon and be like, Canyon is probably right alongside him, but you think about the experience that a player like Karsa does have, especially when you compare it to a player like PureShick, it's quite the contrast in two styles. And I think that the point that Amazing makes is a good one, because I think that what DRX have showcased is they're willing to play around PureShick, make him the primary carry, put resources into him, whereas I feel like for Karsa, he's still willing to gank on the Graves, he still very much plays for his lanes, and he's kind of independent in how he's able to build up his own leads. So I think that you have two slightly different jungle styles, but one is significantly more experienced than the other.
I'm so excited for this game, actually. I mean, it is the finisher of the group stage, and we hope it's going to be a banger. Quick prediction, and yeah, I don't know what you're going to say. I feel like I know what you're going to say, but motivated.
Do you?
I don't know. It's for first place.
I'm going with top esports. I still have faith in them coming to top.
It's because they play Nocturne mid. Yes, whatever.
Yeah.
Amazing.
They're also good.
I'm going to take DRX.
Okay.
I think top esports dropping a game to FlyQuest really rattled my opinion of them. So at the end of the day, like DRX has shown great promise in the way they've been playing, and I do think that they will take this game.
Oh, lovely. Let's see what happens. Who will take first seed in Group D? The LPL champions Top Esports or the LCK's DRX? Find out after the break. This matchup has some of the best players on the planet facing off as the teams are looking to take control over Group D.
There are some matchups that are just so incredibly exciting.
Yes.
Knight versus Chovy is probably what everyone's eyes are glued to. A Paranoia coming through here as Knight showing his prowess. Chovy grabs the kill onto the Graven. There goes your Baron power play. Jackie Love versus Deft is another incredibly hype matchup.
It really gives us a look into what we can expect when the two teams collide yet again.
do what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last strife. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last strife. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants?
Welcome back to Worlds 2020, and we're dropping hot into this draft. DRX versus TES. We have 8 teams remaining in Worlds 2020. DRX and TES will be battling for first seed in their groups. We'll talk more about stakes later because we are already into the thick of the draft. It is Syndra, Renekton, and Lilia banned out on the side of DRX. For TES, it is Lucian, Twisted Fate, and one final ban.
A reminder that this is the fight for first. Last time that these two teams faced, it was Top Esports that got the better of DRX. And now, winner will secure first seed and potentially dodge out on facing a strong team. This could also be a semi-rematch, depending on what side the brackets get drawn in on. So I'm just frankly excited. These are two giants that are taking the Rift right now. For me, TES, I think, sits as a heavy favorite, whereas DRX are kind of in that dark horse category. And if they have a strong showing here, they can really stamp their name and say that we deserve to be in the conversation of favorites for the tournament as well, with a priority pick on Caitlyn of all things. We've seen Deft grab this champion multiple times throughout the tournament, and that is someone that I really want to talk about as we get into game. Deft and JackeyLove's stories and journeys to this point, even in a best of one, is just so hype as we're going fast through this draft.
And right now, it looks like we might have the Chovy Galio now locked in. It may not be the biggest playmaker in the world, but Chovy certainly comfortable on it. Pyosik with his namesake there, of course, meaning Mark in Korean. He was former Kindred One Trick, coming up on the ladder. Certainly loves to play the champion, and given his choice, he is now going to bust it out.
And the analyst just talked about kind of the different styles that these junglers bring. The fact that Pyosik can be that carry of the team, whereas Karsa will be a bit more of a facilitator. And while he is on something like a Graves, he'll still take a lot of his time to gank and help out his team. Now with Chovy on the Galio, that just empowers Pyosik even more, that he can go deep, that he can farm up, that he can be this hyper carry late game. And with Caitlyn, Galio, and Kindred, you already have a very strong late game from DRX.
Yeah, getting some frontline as well as 280 threats picks for your backline. Now the Camille immediately going to be banned away from Doran. See what else they want to do to try to set 3-6-9 up for a comfortable matchup on the top side of the map. With the Ashe already locked in, support is going to be the big follow-up question. Blitzcrank has been taken away. Now, generally so far in the tournament, it has been a little bit more of a defensive options for top esport, a lot more Senna, Tom, Kench in the bottom lane, whereas the side of DRX, the more aggressive picks like the Dravens, the Caitlyn's paired with champions like the Pantheons have come out. So while both these supports certainly can play anything, we'll see if those stylistic trends continue.
And that's also the big thing is Lux being taken away now. Naturally, Thresh has also slipped through as well as Nautilus. Both those champions can still work very well with Caitlyn here. You go maybe the traditional route of the Morgana, although I don't think Morgana's that strong, but that's also one of the big picks that we see teamed up with Caitlyn.
And debating their final option here, the final ban, they've taken Lux away as well. So respecting the battle for early lane domination, and instead it'll be the Morgana banned out by the side of DRX. Obviously a lot of pick potential on that champion, as well as the Black Shield to mitigate any potential engage.
Now, two of the big tanks that have slipped through have been the Ornn and the Shin. Now, normally we've seen more of the traditional bruisers coming out of Doran and 369. It would be a bit risky to blind pick a tank here just because Doran still has plenty in his wheelhouse that he could try to punish one of those champions. Had a phenomenal Jace performance just earlier today. And I like this, it's ambiguous. It's got the flex potential of being the support Lulu as well as being that top Lulu that Nuguri pulled out later on, or earlier on.
Yeah, and it's a difficult bet now because at this point you can opt for something like the Karma and try to match the lane pressure that essentially TRS are threatening to put on the table. Now you may find yourself up against an engaged support, and some aggressive early action could also limit your impact. But now DRX, after some aggressive early picks, are balancing it out with a little more safety on the top side of the map. It will be the Ornn for Doran. Of course, this matchup would not be fun if it was the Lulu top coming in for 369, but would be survivable. And Ornn, of course, notorious for the scaling that he can bring. And so now Bard looks to be the final pick. If it's a melee support, Bard can little bully out with the range advantage, and if it's a range support, he can always just wait for that ult to come up and available. So generally, again, it feels like a safe pick, and I like the way the TRX have rounded out their draft here. Just feels very stable.
I feel like this draft is just absolute draft kingdom from DRX. This feels so potent and powerful. Now we have kind of the Hail Mary for 369 to grab the Vladimir, but you know, your two big carries, Knight and 369, are magic damage. Doran's going to be able to itemize very strongly for that, as well as the Galio. So those champions should lose a lot of their kill pressure. And while a lot of the eggs are in the Deft and Pyosik basket, you know, there's a very real world where top esports' composition just runs out of steam and can't damage the itemization from DRX.
Very true. Lots going to come down to this early game, as we've seen. Games very often decided early on, not always brought to the point where it's scaling, although these two teams known to trade blow for blow. Level 1s is always going to be crucial here. No more bar fights, I think it's safe to say. Although these teams could surprise us, it's got to be about finesse. It's got to be the cleanest game of League of Legends you played, because again, the stakes, first seed and second seed, is a big difference in terms of what opponent that you will face. As we have, oh, here we go. The clean fist bump. There was some debate. They didn't know if it was time to shake hands yet, but they get there in the end.
DSYY looked like he was about to face off there, pulling him to the front of the stage, but strong fist bump as we say goodbye to our coaches and we say hello to entering on the Rift. And what you were saying, Drakos, is a very important match. This could be a preview of a best of 5 that we will see later on in the tournament. And for me, it's about solidifying top as a favorite for the tournament and solidifying DRX as a dark horse for it. Kind of some inconsistent or volatile performances, but when they shine, when they brute force through teams, they look absolutely brutal.
Looks like we didn't miss out on too much of a level 1 as we are now 40 seconds into the game. Calm for now, but late invades have been the story so far. Pyosik already putting his mark onto Karsa as is standard with the Kindred here. We'll keep track of where those marks are spawning in the jungle to see how Pyosik does for getting them early on. Of course, reminder, first seed, and you're drawing up against the other second seeds. That is JD Gaming, G2 Esports, and Fnatic. If you get second seed, you have to play against either Suning, Damwon, or Gen.G if you're coming out of this group. So those are pretty much the options ahead. And I think at this point, as much as I love the LEC, first seed is looking like the safer bet.
We do have that delay invade. Keria spotting it out there on the Bard right there as a ward goes down on the red buff. So trying to get information about where Pyosik is going to start and how Karsa will path around that. Also another very defensive ward from top coming on the Dragon Pit. So trying to check if Pyosik did start red and then would use his Q over the Dragon Pit wall to then invade blue buff, which means that Karsa can actually feel really confident to just slowly full clear his top side camps.
And for now, Chobi's going to have pressure advantage in mid lane, but of course he's trading his own life to secure CS and wave pressure. Eventually that will turn against him, so has to be careful about that one. Deft and Keria holding on to lane control. Early range advantages, and of course the notorious Bard level 1 are going to make things easier, but as level 2 starts to come in, Lulu is going to be more of a threat in terms of relative damage output than the Bard.
And I do want to take a moment, as we're kind of in the lull state as junglers farm and laners are fighting. Deft is such a powerful laner, and now being really empowered with this Caitlyn, this Bard combo that you just talked about. And the fact that it was a priority pick for a Caitlyn, a champion that had kind of disappeared when we came into play-ins. Keria on record said that he wanted to get the world championship for Deft. And this guy has had such a long career. Samsung Blue, EDG, had that short stint in China, then went back over into Korea. And he's now looking across at JackeyLove, who in his first year picked up a world championship. And now is one of the favorites to win 2.
Difficult position to be in, for sure. Deft feels like one of the greats who never quite got there, whereas JackeyLove feels like he's one of the greats because he did.
It's almost an Ambition-esque storyline for Deft at this point. And while everyone is looking at Damwon and Top Esports and JD Gaming, you know, DRX has fallen a little bit down on that list. And so I really want Deft to have a breakout performance. You know, he pulled out a bit of the ego, picked the Draven into JackeyLove, and kind of had some egg on his face. But this time around, on more of his big comfort pick of the Caitlyn, I want to see this guy shine and really say, no, I am here to lift the championship. Because like you said, probably one of the last greats that doesn't have the title to her name.
Very true. And of course, for many players, it always feels like a timer playing against your own age, and Deft definitely one of the older players on stage today. But we'll see how long he wants to continue stepping forward, continue trying, and certainly a win here would feel good heading in as that first seed. We check in on the jungle matchup, however, and the lane priority paying off. We got 1 Scuttle Crab, now we got 2 Scuttle Crabs for the side of DRX. You did see Bard walking up, conceding a bit of pressure on the bottom side, giving up Deft to be a bit more vulnerable in lane so that they could make sure that Scuttle Crab would go over to Pyosik.
Yeah, and obviously mid lane priority is super important when you have a Kindred, especially for those early levels, because your first mark will spawn on Crab, and making sure that Pyosik already has a mark to his name off of that top Scuttle Crab. So next mark will spawn on one of these smaller camps, so hopefully Pyosik wants it to probably spawn on the bottom side of Karsa's jungle and then use the priority that Deft and Keria can acquire down here to walk in and steal that one away.
The good news, of course, for TS is now that they are getting they are starting to get bot lane priority here, as JackeyLove is winning out in these health trades. And of course, once Ashe gets a push, pretty easy for her to sustain it. That said, they are still battling back for now, as constantly we see Keria roaming up just a little bit just to threaten. But it's Deft who's paying the prices. That's a big chunk of damage down onto the Caitlyn. And you can see he was ready for it. He has Endurance to start it off, so just mitigating the damage that he can. He wants to catch this wave, but it does mean that we'll probably get a free back here for JackeyLove. Could get cheeky and stay for the plate. Of course, not sure if they saw that Kindred had already backed and reset, or if it's just the confidence of Karsa being on that side of the map that means they want to sustain this pressure. But the difference in itemization, once Caitlyn gets that big BF sword, it is going to get a lot harder. So maybe JackeyLove just trying to take this window of opportunity.
And it's also always going to be a really nice thing for Ashe to take hyper-aggressive trades, especially when JackeyLove has the Biscuit advantage, so knowing that he can trade health here. And they do have a ward on the Raptor camp, so they knew that Pyosik, if he was bot side, it would be in the Krug camp. But Pyosik has now gone over Q on the Dragon Wall. We talked about how his next mark would be spawning in TES's bottom side jungle, and that's exactly what happened. They've unlocked Keria, and boom, 2 marks there for the Gromp. The next one can spawn on a lot more camps, so it should be a little bit harder to predict where his 3rd mark will spawn.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, getting 2 marks this early from Kindred without any actual conflict, just getting it from PvE feels good, and fantastic use of the pressure from the team to set him up to do so. That said, obviously, Ashe now going to get her first back for JackeyLove. Boots 2, trying to weave in and out a little bit more on the autos, and we're still waiting to see what the first back will hold for Deft. He's going to be back in with a lot more money, however, so BF should be pretty easy, and if he's able to grab Boots as well, it is going to make this lane phase that much easier.
Yeah, especially because JackeyLove already got that back in, now has the Zerker's Greaves to his name, so really making use of the attack speed. Wants to try to keep Deft locked into this lane as quickly as possible.
Chovy hovering in the darkness. Of course, they are going to spot him out. They have to be careful. Chovy pretty comfortable in the 1v1, but not nearly tanky enough with the Predator option to survive much past that, so we'll use the Predator defensively here.
Oh, Pyosik's going to get another mark. He is flying through this jungle right now.
And they're pulling a Bard as well. This is so fantastic. Meanwhile, JackeyLove is just catching a wave. Lulu has opted to reset. And what we're witnessing right now is PvE genius as Pyosik going to grab his 3rd mark already. And again, 4 marks is a big deal. It's an extra 75 attack range. Of course, from that point on, you're getting diminishing returns, but that's the big break point that you look out for. And that's going to make Kindred so much stronger in these fights, whereas normally your low range is contending with Graves. An extra 75 makes it much, much easier.
And I really want to compliment all of the resources that DRX have put into covering Pyosik there. You know, like you said, pulling up the Bard to help invade on the Raptor camp or be there just in case. Chovy constantly contesting for pressure, moving with his jungler. Just really beautifully done in the first 7 to 8 minutes of this game, even though it feels like no action has happened, to put Pyosik on such a huge advantage.
Yeah. Of course, as we check in across the map, CS numbers are relatively similar. No one giving up massive lane advantages quite yet. The big difference on the top side is going to be the Cole for Vladimir. 369 taking one from the book of Nagri on that. And obviously, Vladimir is always going to be this massive late game scaling threat. When he's strong, it feels like there is no room to interact with that champion. But that said, you are going up against the incredible gold value that Ornn can bring to the table with some of those item upgrades.
Now, the initial resets have come in. Dracos, you were talking earlier about the BF sword for JackeyLove. He now has it, and you can see that they have much more control over here. But I do want to compliment JackeyLove. Walked over and actually peeked in on the Gromp camp. Pyosik was in a reset. He checked his red buff and is now on his own Krug camp. So finally, Karsa will slow down some of this mark stacking by denying the 5th mark away from Pyosik by taking this Gromp, and now handing the blue buff over to Knight.
Solid so far.
Pyosik does have a control ward, though. If Karsa peeks in, like if they get information that Karsa moves to topside when his camps spawn, Pyosik can try to go over the wall and solo the dragon, which is why I think it puts pressure on top to try to get mid-priority here by pulling Karsa into lane and rotate into Infernal.
Thing is, his carry's only level 5. That arrow still connects. Wow, big hitbox. Definitely go over the wall, though, to make it out of this one. Clean portal to take him out to safety. The sidestep to dodge the stun is big, but they can't quite finish the job. Are they going to push more for this one? It doesn't look like it. Good pressure coming in from TES, but the fact that Deft survives that is a miracle.
Really cleanly played from both teams, and this is what people wanted to see when you have such superstar-studded rosters take the Rift. You know, the Bard portal was so nice, but the sidestep from Lulu to make sure that Bard couldn't connect the Q on the stun. The fact that the arrow didn't connect to start it up. And now we have a trade, a handshake on these objectives. Infernal for top, and Herald now for Pyosik.
Immediate trade back. Of course, Deft not really able to win out on the sustained damage trades. Here is, little Lee Sin BM there, knowing he wants to fight out on that 1v1.
Look at Knight. He's standing on the Raptor camp. I think he was denying the Raptors themselves. So now, thank you, Observer, showcasing that Pyosik decided to handshake on it, took the Herald, knowing that the fight was lost bot side. He did his Raptor camp while the skirmish was happening, then rotated immediately up into Herald, checked over for the Raptor camp, and Knight brilliantly stole that one away, so denying now 2 marks away from Pyosik.
And I'm just double checking that we got the number on the marks right, because the fact that it's continuing to spawn on Gromp and Raptors indicates to me that it might still be mark number 3 that we're waiting on, not mark number 4, but we'll keep you updated.
Ooh, it is
that
mark 3.
Yeah. Get the confirmation though before we go too hard on it. So not quite 3 marks currently, actually. So the 4th mark's still spawning on.
Now
Raptors.
I'm less excited.
There you go. No, it has 3 marks. It is on mark 4.
Yeah.
So not quite. It's not the 5th mark, and it's not the 3rd mark. We're both a little off on that one. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, we're going to continue to see. It's not a wet noodle fight, but it's kind of like a flex off. Like, no one's really doing any damage. They're just looking for some style points here. They're just looking for these small incremental advantages. Pretty impossible to extend any really meaningful lead here at this point in the game in the top lane.
And I think at this point, DRX need to be a little bit more creative about how they're unlocking Pyosik. Because right now we're just sitting in solid farm lanes, and while this does really well for the scaling options that DRX still have, Kindred is no longer getting the same access into the jungle that she once was. So I think maybe you try to play behind Deft and 3v3 this bot side, and then use either a kill by placing a mark on one of the enemy champions, or then using that to snowball in. But Carson knows that Pyosik will be bot side, has denied another mark, and arrow goes wide!
Goes wide. Ooh. Unfortunate. That certainly would have been a kill on the Keria, and I think the big response is obviously an option. We'll hold that thought as maybe we see a bit of action here on the top side, but just looks like a little bit of a health trade here. The Vladimir will bring 369 back to about full. I was waiting to see if they would use the Bard to try to force a play of their own, but definitely Keria playing with fire there. That could have been really embarrassing to walk up and immediately get one shot like that. Could have been a big difference, but now the whole team playing on the bottom side. They're a little bit late for that mark. But Pyosik here for a little bit more pressure is level 8, matching Karsa pretty well at this point in the game, about a 2-camp advantage.
Yeah, he's got the Herald behind him, so they want to drop this for plates for Deft. Usually when he's on the Caitlyn, it's just about putting as much gold as possible into him.
And of course, Stormrazor is an incredibly oppressive laning power spike. If they are able to extend this lane phase, maybe why they are dropping it in this circumstance rather than trying to use it to eliminate a tower entirely.
We're racing for Raptor Camp right now. Karsa was hanging behind his bot lane, just making sure that Chovy wasn't rotating for the dive. And now he's going to Raptors, but...
Setup is there, but I don't think he can connect the stun. No, Lulu just close enough to the wall, and now the follow-up is coming through. Deft trying to do the damage, but JackeyLove exhausted, still free firing there. Chovy running his way in, but they'll get the TP. And they'll back off, not wanting to commit for anything else. But in the meantime, Karsa also got the Raptors.
It's an arms race right now. It's Karsa trying to deny and control this Kindred as much as possible. And they had this one window where he was like, I need to go to the Raptor camp. And then immediately Kindred changed target, tried to execute on the dive. It was Knight that caught it. So they've managed to slow down kind of the early farm scheme of DRX. And again, no one's died, but there's just been so much of a cat and mouse game, if you will, around these camps.
Interchanging marks, it looks like, aiming for the Graves. Karsa has to be careful on this one. Level advantage for the Kindred. Big damage now coming in. Ornn from a very long range away can help. It's going to force the flash out from Karsa. No mark here, but we'll still take the camp away.
I feel like Pyosik is down with this. Puts the mark on Graves, and it's like, I'm coming in whether you like it or not. There's either a mark or it's you. Like one or the other.
Mark's on you. Mark's on the camp. Meet me there at dawn. We do battle. And in this case, they're going to be doing battle for the Gromp. Again here. As Knight checking on the red buff on that one. They're going to donate the blue over as well. This feels like such a battle. These mid laners look like they're playing mid lane, but they're not. They are both supports for their junglers, trying to deny enemy junglers opportunities, trying to set up marks for Kindred. Of course, we will come to a head when it all meets in more of a team fight phase.
They are bringing the whole squad to this Gromp right now.
We've watched so many games where laning phase has ended at 2 minutes.
We are teleporting for the blue Gromp fight.
That's right. Oh, clean flash on the Knight. That's an excellent start to the fight, but it might not be enough. The immediate flash over the wall, but this does mean the Gromp for Pyosik, or should, as it is now respawning. But TES, they will not go quietly into that 4 marks. The flash over the wall coming out, though, certainly should mean that Pyosik can get it. You thought dragons were important, but let me tell you, this Gromp is everything, and Pyosik secures it. 4 marks for the Kindred, 75 bonus attack range, and that's gotta feel nice.
Not only that, but then also so much damage onto this tower and the Cloud Dragon that will be spawning. As long as Chovy and Deft just hold their lanes, you could actually have the Kindred solo this one away, especially because Knight doesn't have TP.
And this has been simultaneously very tense and also very weird. I have never seen teams fight over Kindred marks like this in my entire life. I have asked in every solo queue Kindred game I have ever played, and I've never seen it happen once. I didn't know it was possible, but here today we get to witness it, Frostcurrent.
I've been preparing for this, Dracos. I made a Kindred-only account. I've been grinding it. I got it up to level 20 so far.
Yeah.
And I've been waiting for this moment, so I'm glad it finally paid off.
There you go. Now 575 attack range. Good to have. Can hopefully cut out the Graves in the fights to come. That's what he's hoping to do. If you look at the gold, though, only about 1,000 different. Tower taking down a lot of that standing gold means TS will have opportunities to even it out, and it is 1 Drake to 1 Drake. Mountain Soul going to be the big deal here. And of course, very important. Yeah, you can see there it said 675 earlier. It's 575 on that Kindred range. Not quite that strong. But for the Galio and the Ornn, those Mountain Drakes are going to feel pretty good.
And reminder that our conversation about draft phase in terms of itemization against some of the threats that TS have, the fact that you can itemize magic resistance really easily on Galio and Ornn could potentially just stall out Knight and 369, depending if they fall behind the clock or how far ahead of the clock that they stay. So that's what I'm watching out. I feel like it's still a long ways away, but it is something to keep into the back of your mind as we continue to slowly roll through this game at 16 minutes and 0-0 on the board.
Yeah, crazy that there has not been a kill yet.
I do love that 369 is still going the Nuguri build and went for the Spellbinder, so his job is to fly into that backline and just delete Deft.
Yeah, you gotta respect it. The man knows. He's got 1 shot and he's gonna take it. Course of this game, looking for those big team fight moments. And the latest First Blood group so far was 11:57, confirmed by Marcus, our wonderful stats guy. So, yeah, we're about 5 minutes past that point now. So we now have simultaneously one of the most tense games of groups and one of the least eventful.
I feel like this Mark will either go top or mid lane. I'd like to see it go mid to push it down, but maybe they decide they want to keep the mid towers because it's a free farm lane to park Caitlyn into, and that way she doesn't have to overextend.
There's a weird handshake going on that this lane phase is just going to never end. We seem very committed to it at this point.
Yeah. I mean, both teams are... You look at both teams, you can see the scaling options that they have. It then comes down to execution.
Yeah, it's kind of the bet on the big team fight. Of course, things that DRX are going to be excited about, obviously the ability for, as you mentioned, Galio and Ornn to mitigate a lot of the upfront magic burst damage from the likes of Vladimir and Orianna. But of course, the additional fact that Galio can use that passive shield, will proc it on anyone that he is in the circle when he initially ults can be a very big deal, sharing that shield over. And see if that can be enough to stop the burst damage, or that on top of the Lamb's Respite. Create some opportunities here, but it looks like the dance around the laning phase is done. The second Herald is going to be set up to break down some towers as Pyosik wanders around in the jungle, maybe hoping to catch Knight and the roam over.
He's on him.
That's going to be big. Galio shield now coming in. Knight now running for the hills. They can't finish that one off. Meanwhile, the rest of the team looking for the collapse here.
Watch the arrow on JackeyLove. Deft being very confident, the fact that he has Caliber Net as well as Flash available, but no cleanse.
Ooh. Intense again, because you're waiting. You're waiting for that ult flash coming in from the Vladimir. You're waiting for that arrow to find purchase, but it won't come through quite yet. Ornn about to hit 13. He's going to grab both of those early upgrades. 14, he can start to look to teammates as well. JackeyLove has now been caught. Trap on the ground, but they don't have any follow-up, really. The arrow will connect over in the meantime, and they interrupt the 90 caliber net. That's clutch. Now they're on the run, but Pyosik leaping forward. He has the Lamb's Respite to buy a bit more time, and he can take the Bard Portal right back out. A lot of cooldowns exchanged. He's invulnerable in the timing. Oh, they just barely make it out to safety. Guardian proc saving the day there, but now JackeyLove is on the hunt. Pyosik needs to run for the hills. Raptors blocking a few shots.
Look at 369.
But not quite enough. Ornn pushing in on the top side. TES, I think they're just going to settle for the mid lane tower here, but they don't want to give it up. They're looking for a fight. Doesn't matter about the low health bars. They want to kick this one off. Chovy running in with the Predator. They refuse to give up any towers this game on the side of DRX.
And you could feel both team kind of flexing at each other, kind of calling some of these bluffs right there. We talked about, you know, the fact that you can snap grab Deft. He doesn't have the cleanse with an arrow, and Deft decides to roll it, now loses both his summoner spells as the Mountain Drake is about to spawn. Now, obviously, not the most important one. I think Deft will be fine that if DRX don't get a good positioning on this one, to let it go and continue to funnel farm into him. Now has 2 completed items to his name. But could be punished now. Needs to be a bit more respectful of that Ash Arrow, especially because JackeyLove also has his defensive summoners.
Absolutely. Of course, Ornn TPing in may mean that he has to give up the top lane tower. Of relative less importance compared, but the longer the lane, the more time Vladimir has to potentially bully out here. So we'll be able to take this one down. More money into the pocket of 369 as Deft will finally break mid lane as well.
So it's top that decide to give away the second dragon. Staggering, or didn't really stagger their recalls, decided to back for items and then just give pressure for 369 to push down topside. So you may find Doran here, but Doran is a very beefy boy.
Yeah, kind of just walk back to his tower at this rate. Of course, extra movement speed from the Crimson Rush, fully stacked there, but will not opt to use any item actives, will not opt to use any greater cooldowns. And Frost Current, here's your fun fact. We're getting closer. Never mind, we're gonna hold that thought. Carry it, immediate flash out. But once again, just an incremental advantage. No kills going over to either side. And that brings me to my favorite point. Latest first blood of the entire tournament, not just groups. 2104, that was in play-ins. And now that Deft just flawlessly got Mikhails out of that one, it looks like we're gonna beat that record in this game.
What's the longest a game has gone without a death at Worlds? Like,
I don't know.
What's the record that we're aiming for?
In LEC, it was 2017, 27 minutes, Misfits versus Vitality. Not that we're keeping score, not that anyone had to gas that game. Don't know what it is at Worlds, however. Marcus?
Do you want to talk about it, Drake?
Do this actually? No, never again. Anywho, here we are in a very tense, I feel like to a certain degree, game of chess, but just clearly both teams very highly valuing this first seed. And a completely different side of both these teams than we saw the last time they met. I think it's safe to say.
I like to think of both of these teams as kind of the muscle of their respective regions. Like, don't get me wrong, Damwon, a lot of muscle still. But usually when I think about Damwon, it's like the muscle, the brain, the discipline. They've got like everything going for them. Whereas it feels like when DRX get their victories, it's really because they brute force you. They skill check you, and they like to flip. And Top, to me, is kind of the same thing, especially in comparison to a team like JDG. They can just outplay you and make things possible that you didn't think were possible because of how talented their members are. So I really want to see fights because I want to just watch the micro brilliance and how these teams will out-execute each other. But instead, I'm sitting here 23 minutes in at 0-0.
It's 22. Because if it was 23, we'd be on the cusp of a record. Fun fact, latest World's First Blood, 23-38. It was in the finals between Samsung and SKT. So
surely someone throws an arrow and catches someone right on the chest.
We were on the edge of death so many times for so many different people. Def should have probably died bot lane. Keria probably should have died bot lane as well. The arrow just went a little bit wide. Maybe Knight will go down. Only one team can walk away with first seed, but they can both walk away with the record of latest First Blood.
This is how you really, you write your name in blood on the world's record stage.
There you go. Speaking of that, Vladimir now has the death cap, so he's going to be looking to write a lot more than just names down in blood on the next team fight, but still has to find the flank, has to find the execution, so we're right back to square one. Who can make it work? Who can find the team fight on their terms? Because so far this has been slow incremental advantage building for DRX, but not significant enough to mean too much in the greater scheme of things.
I think that it means things in the greater scheme of things in terms of that I still like DRX's composition better.
Oh, here we go. Big Ornhorn. 23-38. 23-38. Can they live? Are we going to get the latest First Blood of the world? Who's it going to be? Doran now getting caught out. Can they keep the fight going? This is it. The latest First Bloods of the world, but who is going to get it in the end? They're running for the hills. They're buying a bit more time. Chobi's got the extra shield now coming in, but it's Vladimir right on the backside. Big ulti, but maybe not big enough. Chobi seemingly going to be the first to go down here. The dash out, the Predator, not quite enough, but he goes through the portal, and there's Pyosik with the ult. Oh, boy! Nobody's dying! Oh, man. What? But TES are going to get this mid lane tower. It looks like never mind! Knight's done! He has shown up, and now the follow, the flash immediate from JackeyLove, and just like that, the game explodes. Knight with a clean shockwave, clean follow from Karsa, and now, potentially, Baron in the sights of TES.
And finally, we're on the board. You see the immediate on the way pings towards the Baron. DRX should know exactly what is up, but what can they do to stop this? Pyosik does not have flash. He is the same level as Karsa, but they are melting through this, and it looks like DRX are just going to give it up.
DRX accept the loss on that one. Gold was dead even after that fight, but will not be dead even when this Baron falls. This is the opportunity for TS to knock down so many towers. DRX just grabbing what they can in the meantime, but Top Esports, clutch fight there. Everything burned to save Chovy, to get him out to safety, but DRX stick around anyway, and it cost them so much.
Yeah, taking another look at this one, it was just ridiculous. The Bard portal, the Kindred ultimate, but the fact that DRX tried to plant their feet here, weren't keeping track of the cooldowns and decide to try to defend this one, group up on the tower, and it's just too easy for Knight. 3-man shockwave into the Graves ultimate. And like you said, Top just ripped this game wide open, just blasted DRX on mid-tower.
Yeah. Now so easy for them to push forward with his advantage. And of course, Vladimir got 100 stacks again. He's ready to go in at a moment's notice. He's ready to get a fight kicked off. Now they can grab a Mountain Drake of their own and really even things out. As they start to knock down these towers, take away this standing gold, we should see this lead balloon pretty heavily for the side of Top Esports.
What was a chess game has now had the board flipped, Dracos. And hopefully now the gentleman's agreement is off and we have a bit more back and forth here. Now checking in on itemization, Deft is so close to this Infinity Edge, and I think that's kind of the big power break moment for Caitlyn on this build path. And this still does feel like a composition that has a lot of room left to run in it for DRX, so they're definitely not out just losing this Baron. But now it's just chilling out, you know, trying to stop or slow down the siege that Top can put forward here, and then looking to fight again once Deft is ready with another item.
And you know that the second that Infinity Edge comes through, Dorn will immediately upgrade it, so we will have a Molten Edge coming in for Deft. That's going to be a big deal, extra damage. Of course, the fear in the back of my head for DRX is that Vladimir's just going to one-shot people. Because when you got a Lulu whimsy on you, and you can just speed past all that front line, pull through the taunt, pull through any kind of way to mitigate it, it's certainly going to be difficult for Def to survive. That said, that's if TES get to start a fight on their terms. So maybe some more room for DRX to find their own fights, especially with the power of Bard Ultimate.
Yeah, it's going to be watching the execution of these flanks as well as maybe even these picks from both teams as Chovy might get walked down here. Look at top. They're starting to collapse on him from the top side of the jungle.
Dip, duck, dodge. Taunt goes in. Excellent use of the Justice Punch to make it out, but he gets pulled back. Pioshik. Immediate lands spike. Fantastic use of the Mikaels once again. Carry is so incredibly clutch, but they're going to try to finish the job. Graves ult across the back of the team, but 369 not going to pull the trigger. Does not want to go in on that one.
So nicely done from Chovy there. Meanwhile, Doran is left to his own devices on the top side. Does have the teleport available to him, but didn't pull the trigger on that one. And we talked about how all DRX had to do at this point was just kind of slow down the siege of this Baron buff. Kind of minimize what top were going to pick up with it, and then live to fight another day. And it feels like they're going to do that. The Baron will fall off pretty soon. You now have the TP on this tower, so I think that this is it for the siege for top.
No, not going to be able to break the base, not going to be able to grab any tier 2s either. So remaining a very much controlled game. Neither team looking to overextend. Important to note, though, that was a very close play. 200, 300 health, maybe, is what DRX are able to walk out with on the back of that one. So a few more items. Pioshik won't be so fortunate next time, especially if he continues to opt to build damage here instead of any kind of defensive stats. Not that I think defensive stats are the right choice, but that's just kind of the reality of the situation.
And literally on a knife's edge is a perfect description of this gold graph in this game. It is such a small margin that this is swinging on, and now it's just about who's going to be powerful win and who can execute the responsibility in their compositions. I like how you already highlighted 369 on this Vladimir, and the fact that with the Spellbinder, now looking at his Haunting Guise and his Death Cap, that he can one-shot Deft. And there's very little to try to stop him from doing that. You know, he doesn't have the Lulu to slow down Vlad and to make him bigger. He's got the Bard that's like, I can give you some cocoa, but that's about it.
Look, it's tasty cocoa, but that man's gonna shoot you in the face with some blood. So you gotta take your pick. Which one of those, you know, the positive, negatives there, don't think they weigh out. I didn't really know how to describe what he's doing. He's taking your blood out, I guess, and then hitting you in the face with it.
Accurate. But it makes their flank wards that much more important. You can already see Keria is starting to kind of peek out, get those wards onto the flank, because you have to be able to see 369 coming, so at least Def can get a head start on wherever it is that he's running.
And good effort from TES right now to kind of systematically push their vision forward, knowing that Baron in a minute 26, Mountain in a minute 22. Of course, neither team set up for Soul Point quite yet, so we won't see that trade scenario that we often do unless someone falls flat on taking the Baron. I mean, this is way more tense than any of the battles for first I think we've seen in other groups, because they've always been bloodbaths. They've always been level 1s, or maybe one play where someone gets 3 kills and the game gets snowballed out of control. And well, someone did get 3 kills in that mid lane play, but it still feels very much dead even.
Yeah, and I mean, we said it multiple times. It's simply because both teams feel really confident that they can play a slow game. I want to talk about itemization. Azael talked about it earlier today, and I just think it's a brilliant point. The Warmog's completed now for Doran, so he can go ahead and take kind of extended trades or trades with Vladimir, kind of walk back, heal full of his health, and then step back forward. So it should deny any sort of side lane pressure. Like, he is truly a brick wall. He is an unmovable object. You can push the wave into him, but you cannot move past him at this point with his itemization.
And obviously the Leandries will help with that a little bit, but the Void Staff as well is, you know, 369 has just been farming up a Storm in the side lanes. The arrow now again going wide for JackeyLove. Not the greatest hit record on those arrows so far in this game. Maybe DRX feel like they can get something done here. Chovy, though, is going to take a lot of damage to the backside of this one. Meanwhile, JackeyLove has been caught out by Keria. A flawless stun into the wall, but 369 does so much damage, while Ornn is certainly tanky. Chovy, not so much.
Yeah, and I think DRX are going to go ahead and give that one up. Really nice positioning from 369 to get underneath with multiple control wards and find the flank point. That Bard ultimate was basically a disengage Bard ultimate as DRX realized that they did not have the high ground.
No.
And immediately walked away from that one. You already called it Draco Stove. That was not Soul, and Mountain Soul of all of them. As
Trying to make it through that one. Have to wait for some of the cooldowns to go down. Keria gonna be a little bit in trouble. DRX, of course, moving towards the Baron, kind of threatening for that objective. TES called a bluff and instead pushed down mid-wave and looked to break this one. But Karsa is in trouble. Pioshik now chasing him down. 1-2 looking for 3. Surely if he hit that last auto, Karsa would have been done. But he does manage to make it out to safety. Is forced to burn his flash.
And I do like the fact that Pyosik is starting to get a bit creative here. You know, if you can find one of the stragglers from Top Esports, there's still a lot of skirmish potential here. Is now playing from Fog of War. Boom!
Excellent shockwave to start up, but they don't have the follow-up. Bardal won't connect. They buy a bit more space, but that's Lamb's Respite down. A small window here for TES to find a kill with no chance to save that backline.
And I think it's just going to be the cooldown traded. Maybe if they had found a kill there, they go ahead and push onto the Baron, but instead staggering backs, getting deft into his items and blast cone over the wall.
We've played 32 minutes of very little action, of some trades here and there, some trades of cooldowns for some fights. DRX have been lulled into a false sense of complacency because that is going to be Baron for TES. Soul point as well. Ooh, it's going to be responded shortly after the Baron falls away too. This is a good look for TES right now.
And just the disrespect, you know, the Scuttle Crab is down. DRX just kind of forgetting split second about the blast cone, the ability for how late we are in the game, how many items we have, and how quickly either of these teams will shred the objective. Now 2 Barons to Top's name. And again, that just puts DRX on the defensive. Can they survive it? You take one bad fight, especially this late in the game with the Baron buff, if there's multiple members, you shred through the towers.
Yeah.
It's game over.
But right now, I felt like execution was just so easy for DRX earlier on in the game, but because we've now hit this late game stage, well, they certainly can just out-execute and win a fight. There's so much leeway when you have a level 18 Vladimir with 3.5 items completed, because if he ever finds an opportunity, regardless of what the team does, he can kill all of DRX.
We also need to talk about Chovy. He's got the Death Crown.
Knight. Did the ward spot them?
Shit.
They don't know. Oh my god, this is flawless play around Fog of War. Carry is walking forward. They think they have the bait. They don't know. They don't know. Oh, but the follow-up, I don't think that was a good Bardal. That might not have been good at all, but maybe they can get the follow-up fight as well. Now instantly Knight's going to get popped. He has to find a time to use the shockwave. 369's been zoned away from the fight by Doran. So far, so good for DRX. That's going to be the 2-man knockup. So once again, 369 trying to find his way to the backline, and he's found Deft. That's going to be huge. Can he take him out? Deft trying to heal up as much as he can. He gets the magic damage shield coming in from Galio as well. It's a close fight. DRX into Lamb's Respite. The break is all they need. The rest is all they need, and they find that one.
So beautifully done, and I agree with you, Dragos. It almost looked like disaster when Chovy is thinking maybe he can try to find the execute on Knight, because this is a big AP Galio, and the Bard ultimate kind of stalls everything out there, but brilliant zone control from Doran and Chovy, as well as a clutch Kindred ultimate, means that ultimately DRX kills some of the Baron buffs and take down the mid tower.
And again, get ready for more of those, because every fight is going to feel like that. Every fight is going to feel like at any moment the game could end. A small win for DRX at the end. They still traded back and forth, still 2-4 the kill score. That was only a 2-for-1 in their favor, despite everything burned. In a minute and 27 seconds from now and counting, it will be Mountain Soul on the board for TES, and certainly that should be enough to be the final knockout blow as we see this one more time.
And again, I'm thinking maybe some miscommunication, or maybe they intended that to be exactly as planned, but it does delay Knight, allows him to get his flashback off, and you think that could be disaster, but really good zone control from Doran. He finds 369, he manages to knock up 2 members, then immediately into stasis, and Deft then gets enough time with the exhaust on 369 to walk him down, not be under pressure. The Lamb's Respite comes in, Pyosik trades 1-for-1, dies on the back half of that, but does manage to allow Chovy to walk away.
Shut down to the Galio as well, and you saw in that fight big shield going on to Deft. That's a combination, it looks like, of both the Galio alt shield, where he's able to share the shield of Duran, as well as the Hex Drinker. So just, again, so incredibly close on the fight overall. A few less cooldowns on the side of DRX. It could have been disaster, but now they are setting up. They're trying to get ready for this fight as they push into their own jungle for vision control. All about vision until this dragon respawns.
Big thing is the flash and summoner spell check-in, so Chovy obviously not having his flash. Won't be the biggest deal. This guy's a pretty beefy boy, but Knight not having his flash on the Orianna could actually be massive. And you talked about the vision. Already, the Observer's doing a great job showcasing 369, using control words, getting underneath, knowing that both teams are going to be gearing up for this dragon, and trying to find someone out of position.
No. They've all walked face first into the Vladimir, but who's caught who? Who's going to be able to find it? Pyosik going through, the arrow's finally going to connect. They've held on for now with the Lamb's Respite, but Knight coming in over the wall. The Baron setting the sights. The Dragon, rather. Dragon Soul for TES. Can they secure it? There's no way to stop it. They managed to grab it. That's Mountain Soul. DRX. This isn't the fight that they want anymore. They're pulling away. Deft trying to throw down some last-minute damage, but big win for TES.
And 369 is just an absolute monster. That health back that he got off the Vladimir was absurd. It's also inside track now for top to push down mid lane. Maybe they just clean out this tower, kick it down, and Elder now on the board in 6 minutes.
And a 2.5 gold difference, 2,500 gold difference, but triple Mountain. It's going to be feeling pretty good when you have the Mountain Soul as well. Of course, maybe not the best users of it on this team, but still the extra shield to mitigate any kind of burst coming in will be good to have. And again, TES set a trap in the darkness, preying on the expectations of DRX. DRX, they think that TES have backed, they think that they've backed away, but instead they're taking the Krugs.
They're covering 369, who's also escorting a minion wave down into the bot lane as they continue to siege while they have an opportunity to play bot side since Baron's not spawning until a minute 17. Meanwhile, you can see Doran's immediately pulling the trigger and backing with his Bard as TES have called DRX's bluff. DRX were running up mid lane, and now they must respond to the charge that TES have on this bot lane.
Again, DRX thought that they backed, but they hadn't, and now the push is set up on the bottom side. The Bard ult will go wide. Ornn doesn't know where to throw the ult because he was blinded. So he throws it away from the enemy team. Now we have the rest of the damage coming in. Deft ult not going to do
Look
too
at the
much.
deep teleport.
The knock up onto JackeyLove. Vladimir now coming in. Galio on the backside as well. Deft with the immediate Mikhail's out to safety. Now trying to run, but that's going to be it once the front line is gone. The fight is surely over. Big fight for TES. Do they try to push their advantage here and just end the game? So many cooldowns are gone. There is no Lamb's Respite. There is no Galio ult. Deft doesn't have anything. Doran is dead.
But there's no minion wave.
How much are they willing to commit for this? How long are they willing to wait before this fight turns against them?
The wave just about to come back in.
I need to see how many stacks are on the Spellbinder for 369.
Yeah, watch 369. He's got flash and ultimate.
Shockwave's gonna miss though, and that's big. Pyosik healing back up. They need to get the wave clear down here. They don't have a ton of tools to do so, so it's gonna be at least one. That's gonna be the taunt in the middle of the fight. That's gonna be the follow-up. Pyosik now going in, but they don't really have a good option for damage. But JackeyLove taking so much back in return. Deft though, now the one in trouble, forced to flash out for safety. The flash into melee range, and the shotgun to the face. It's 369 now looking for a little bit more, and that's gonna be it. TES, they find the fight in the base that they need. Carrier will buy a bit more time, but TES now just get to have fun. They now get to enjoy it. It was a chess match for 38 minutes, but in the last 20 seconds, it has been an absolute brawl, and it is TES who have come out on top, doing their region proud. They flash RNG, they flash IG, and now they're looking to style on the opposition as they will secure first seed in Group D.
And it got a little dicey there for a second in some of these team fights, but just so much discipline from both teams. It was a stalemate for so long, but everyone was fine taking the handshake on that, knowing that they could execute when it came to the late game.
But at the end of the day, it's Top Esports who execute better. Top Esports now locking the final first seed out of groups. They cannot play against DRX in the first round, but they can play against JD Gaming, G2 Esports, or Fnatic. So it's going to come down to facing the LEC or facing their brothers from the LPL and JD Gaming.
Can see some solemn faces there. It's never going to feel good in a game that tense in a moment so close to perhaps dodge one of these strong first seed teams, but ultimately to be a world champion, which both these teams feel that they have the talent to walk towards, you got to go through everyone. Doesn't matter if you go through them in the quarters or you go through them in the finals.
True. Absolutely true. And of course, the favorable first seed now for Top Esports. Already mentioned that. For DRX, they can face Gen G, Suning, or Damwon. And obviously, they've tried some of those opponents before with more or less success. Maybe they're hoping for Suning, maybe not. But we now have 3 LPL seeds through, 3 LCK seeds, and 2 LEC. But it is certainly feeling like the LPL and the LCK are favorites for this tournament.
This is such a powerful top 8. Like, while again, there still feels like there's a cut above in terms of like the favorites to win the tournament, I've never seen such a strong collection of 8 teams in a world championship in a long time.
Neither have I. But let's take a chance to check out TES's Mercedes drive to victory with Knight's giant Orianna Shockwave.
And this was the tense moment. This was the fact where, okay, we think we're going to have the longest record for a first blood not happening. I want to give a huge shout out to Karsa, his sidestep around Doran there, as they then walk DRX back towards the tower. You called it, Draco, says it was happening. So much was expended to try to save Chovy. He uses the Hourglass. He then makes his way, waiting on his cooldowns, back to the Bard portal, into the Kindred ultimate. But then DRX just kind of, you know, lose focus for a second, aren't taking stock of the cooldowns that are available, and get rocked by the Shockwave into a Graves ultimate.
Oh, he just sneaks it in here. Whoop, don't mind this, it's just a little ball. Oh, wait! Bing, bang, boom. Easy finish. And it's just brutal.
Ultimately, it felt like the big problem, though. Like, while that play was really flashy, and that was kind of like the big taste of action, it was 369 on that side lane. It was the fact that the Vladimir couldn't be stopped and just did so much massive damage. So that's what's terrifying about 369 and Top, is that they're a Trident team. They can carry through any lane. They can carry through JackeyLove. They can carry through Knight. They can carry through 369.
They certainly proved it today. But we're going to step away for a brief moment, but our Worlds 2020 coverage returns right after this. Drip
Jake from State Farm. I would like to formally extend my gratitude for the Russell rate on my insurance.
Do you mean surprisingly great rates from State Farm?
I don't believe in accepting help, but I'll make an exception.
Here's the deal, Russell. There's no special rate. These prices are for everyone.
With the Oak and the Eagle as witness, consider us square. I made that from memory. I know your face that well.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor? State Farm is there.
Hey, Mercedes. Legends run wild. Each one unique. With astonishing power. Unstoppable. Master warriors. Ready to compete. Seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it. We have each other's back. Together, we become legends. Icons of a new generation.
It's invisible, but it's always with you. It's the defender of your decisions, the bodyguard of your buffs, the guardian of your greatness on the Rift. It's the Cisco network. Because when every click can tip the scale of an entire season, nothing less than the speed and dependability of the world's most powerful network will do.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself.
back, everyone, to Worlds 2020, where we just saw Top Esports secure first seed in the group after that Slobberknocker versus DRX, where nothing happened for a long time, and it is still one of the most interesting early games we saw.
A lot
hey,
happened.
let me finish. I know. I see too much more about the game. They did strategic decisions that you don't see because you're a host. I was about to say.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Put those words.
No. I was about to say it was so cool because it was a game of inches and because it was those strategic movements. So lay it down. What was so cool about that early game, rather?
Well, I think one of the coolest things we got to see was once again how well DRX played around their jungle.
Yeah.
They are a team that really does enable Pyosik, and you heard the casters actively talking a lot about it, how many marks the Kindred was on. The fact that he was able to get that many marks that quickly is because of how well DRX used their early game pressure, and that was really a sight to behold because it really was well executed.
Yeah, I mean, making it an actual objective in the early game to have as many Kindred marks as possible also bodes well for the mid to late game. So I think if nothing happens on the map, you can make something happen by doing invades, by getting vision, and having a Kindred on a team doing that too obviously enables you to scale pretty well.
And the beauty was, though, that everything was super even, and there was a fantastic disengage in the mid lane, and then TSA, and they pulled the trigger.
And it was that night pop-off that you were looking for.
Yes!
Like, that one shockwave in the mid lane, like, this was his opportunity, and he took it.
This was his first major error in this game, and it was immediately punished.
Yes, and
the
it was
entire
over.
game before that was like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, but as soon as one team made a mistake, the enemy team realized it and immediately pulled the trigger.
Yeah, it's a level of like turning it on and just winning the game that I haven't seen of many teams in this tournament. Maybe Damwon.
I think what Amazing said there just like really hits home for me because I think that when you look at how the game was played, it was a lot of trading. It was a lot of, can we do this? Okay, fine. If you're going to do that, we'll do this. And it was just constant back and forth movement on the map. And then, as you rightly said, like, oh, they've overstepped their immediate punish. And even in that extended team fight, the Kindred ultimate was so good from Pyosik. And then he realized, oh, you're all standing outside of it. We're going to punish you there. And, like, it really was a great example of how you can... how the smallest mistakes get punished so effectively by the best teams.
And even as you say it, DRX didn't win that game, but there were so many like little decisions still that they made and mechanical outplays that they made that were still like, whoa! It was really great to watch.
Kept them in the game, and Shobi also like with his dodges on the Galio.
Oh, it was crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, we don't have a lot of time. Of course, the group draw is coming soon, and we're going to give it over to Cooldown. First, let's throw the groups up on screen because I'd love to get some kind of holistic thoughts to go into that group draw with. Amazing.
I mean, I think we're going to get G2 against Damwon. I think it's going to happen.
the rematch.
Gonna have the rematch. And honestly, I mean, I would like to see Fnatic and G2 actually play Damwon on Top Esports because I want to have that matchup as fast as possible. And I don't want them to potentially go out against any other team and rather have that be early on.
I think that all 8 teams are very stacked. And I think that group stages, I've seen a couple tweets about it. It wasn't honestly the most exciting.
No.
I think that a lot of things were decided very quickly. And as a result of that, I think it's because of how top-heavy each group was, which means that I think we're going to see some very explosive quarterfinals. I think we're guaranteed 4 games minimum for every single best-of-5, regardless of the output. And I actually think that there are a few situations where there will be a straight-up 3-0. I think
do they include an LEC team by any chance?
I think that even in a situation where it's Damwon versus Fnatic, I still think Fnatic. I still think Fnatic take a game, or like it's 3-1 Fnatic.
I mean, check your bias. Leave it at the door. Yeah, it's going to be a tall order for the LEC teams, but I also think if you're a general fan of League of Legends, these are 8 very cool and diversified teams that we have that make it to the knockout stage, and we're going to get some banger best-of-5. So let's see what those best-of-5s will be in the quarterfinals right after this. It's going to wrap up everything from us here in Berlin for the group stage. Thank you so much for watching us for 8 days straight. We'll take a little break, and now you can see Dash and the group draw in Cooldown.
guys. Welcome to Worlds Cooldown, presented by State Farm, your one-stop wrap-up for all things Worlds. Today, I'm joined by Golden Glue, Raz, and Kobe to break down Group B, but also to look ahead at the draw show for the knockout stages. Golden Glue, thank you so much for joining us. Here's the results of Group D, but I just want to stop and talk about that last game of the day real briefly. What a treat, however low kill it may have been, two top teams going at it.
Yeah, and thanks for having me. And I can't think of the last time I watched a game of League of Legends. I was so intense, 0 kills, that it was really just, you know, any moment the game could be won, and we really did see that moment with Knight's Orianna's ult.
Yeah, high execution gameplay. Moments that I remember you pointed out one of the team fights that happened that started off with like Orianna getting picked, quote unquote, because she ended up surviving through Lulu ultimate and flashing away. Another thing, when Vladimir tried to come in through a flank, flash forward, instantly gets exhausted. Like, the execution was insanely high for both teams. I just want to see these teams play off in a best of 5.
I hear that. Kobe?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it wasn't like they weren't fighting over stuff, though. Even though there weren't kills, they were fighting over all these objectives. They were fighting over kindred marks for the entire game, and we kept having these kind of great escape moments. You know, Galio justice punching over to the Bard tunnel, then being able to get into the Kindred ultimate. Like, there's so many defensive cooldowns that I use to get this record, break the world record for the longest first blood at Worlds.
I'd love to see. You're like, what a great way to end. It's been a record-setting Worlds in a couple different ways. The draw show just about to begin, so as we head inside, I will hit you with a couple of the rules. Obviously, the teams will be randomly picked, first from Pool 1 and placed into the quarterfinals bracket. Nothing too crazy is going to happen there. The real fun is when we start pulling in those Pool 2 seeds, in which no Pool 2 seed can be placed on the same side of the bracket as the team that they were in the same group with. So don't worry, we'll walk you through it as it happens. But we're heading inside now to take a look at how it all breaks down in the knockout stages. And as they start pulling the teams, I want to get you guys' general sense on the 8 teams that have qualified through to the knockouts. Frosk said perhaps one of the closest and most contentious 8 we've ever had. I think there's no clear favorite, and it does feel like everyone might be a contender.
Yeah, for me, I'm really excited to watch Damwon and Top especially, but I do feel like there's just so many really good teams at this World event, and I think this is going to be quarterfinals is going to be when it starts getting really exciting, just because of how many top-heavy teams this tournament feels like. It's just all really strong teams, and then, you know, a handful of not-so-strong teams.
Yeah, and another thing that comes to mind are like sleeper teams in a sense, like G2, Fnatic, or even I would throw in JD. Teams that are on, you know, Pool 2, but for sure can ramp it up. Like you've seen world champion IG in 2018 is a good example of that. Even to a certain degree, an underperformer in group stage in Fun Plus Phoenix that ended up winning the same champion. I'd love to just point out that both Tien and Ning are the ones actually drawing in both finals MVP, so that's nice to see.
That's a great call out. Kobe?
We didn't have any crazy upsets. You know, all the favorites got through. There was no, you know, big moment where we had a downfall of one of these top teams coming from one of the top regions. Pretty much, you know, the only big downfall was North America not getting a team on through. So it should be, like they were kind of alluding to, some really tough competition here. Top and Suning on the first top.
I was going to say already that is a possible semi-final matchup then. Top Esports and Suning on the same side of the bracket as we look for the final 2 Pool 1 seeds to be drawn. But Raz, what's your take on that potential semi-final?
That always happens. Last year it was literally FPX and IG. The semifinals ends up being the LPL teams going up against each other. So that's always something to point out if that does end up happening. I want to see who they end up going up against.
Well, Gen G will be the first team on the lower side of the bracket to be pulled, which means, of course, that we only have 1 left to go.
Also, I mean, LPL got 3 teams through, so what are you complaining about? Have a fight.
All right, okay. I take what we get. That's fine. I'm happy with that.
Pretty good. If everything goes correctly here, this next draw should beat Damwon Gaming to fill out the Pool 1 seeds. And then I start to get really curious about the 1-2 matchups. Again, I'll remind everyone that the Pool 2 seeds are G2, JD, Fnatic, and DRX. So are there any 1-2 matchups that you guys are particularly hoping for?
I think one thing would be LEC's history versus the LPL. I know specifically Perkz gave that interview where he said they don't care who they match up against, but given their history, I think they might prefer one of the LCK teams rather than the LPL ones, because this current roster of G2 has only won a single game versus an LPL team, and that was the one game versus Suning this year that they took in the group stage.
Well, G2 is the first team to be pulled, but here's the deal. Because Suning is in the upper bracket, G2 must go to the lower bracket. You cannot be placed on the same side as your own group opponent. So they will dodge both top and Suning, and instead get placed into the first matchup in the lower bracket. Yes, Raz, tell us.
Is that Damwon? Am I correct in being able to believe
No, Damwon should have been the fourth team to be pulled.
Yeah.
So this would be a Gen G matchup. So Golden Glue, what's your take there? A G2 versus Gen G matchup.
That's exciting. I wasn't, I think G2 definitely lucked out that they couldn't go versus top. I think that's like really good versus. I think this is still gonna be a really close one. That's an extremely exciting game where there's obviously Gen G is coming in as a first seed into the favorites, but I could definitely see G2 taking them out as well.
Ooh, Fnatic the next to be pulled. So both EU squads coming out hot. Of course, Gen G is on the lower side of the bracket, so Fnatic will get slotted in right there at the top, gentlemen. Top Esports.
Oh my goodness.
Woo, baby.
Send the salute out. I want to point out the first thing. I actually think G2 going up against Gen G, that's great for them. I would actually say that Gen G is the worst of the Pool 1 seeds, because you have Top Esports, Suning, Damwon. It would be a bit of a tie for me between Suning and Gen G, but I think it's a really good matchup for G2. For Fnatic, good luck, man. That one's as hard as it can get. Maybe that one's a tough one.
I will say that for G2, I feel like the bottom lane is going to be pretty difficult versus Gen G. So it's not like they're going to have a free pass here.
Yeah.
JD Gaming just pulled, and of course Damwon being on the lower side does mean that JD will match up here against Suning.
That's the quarterfinals. That's what you don't want to see right there. You don't want to see that. Gives me vibes of 2014 OMG going up against EDG. Just team kill after team kill. That's the LPL history, my friends.
That's pretty crazy. All 3 LPL teams in the top half.
Insane!
If I recall correctly, this was the matchup that Lyric was talking about wanting to see. And so, while it will be an LPL team kill, as you mentioned there, Kobe, it is maybe something that some of those more hardcore LPL fans would be looking for. DRX, the final team to be pulled here.
Hey, that's another team kill right there.
That's well, you're gonna get a lot of those when there's only 3 regions in the quarterfinals, right? You've got two LEC and then 3 from each of the others, and so there you have. These are some sweet matchups, but again, I think this only reinforces the point that this is one of the most competitive top 8, selection of Worlds teams that we have had.
I think that last one might be the easiest to predict. With how Damwon ran through the LCK, Damwon versus DRX, that has got to be the overwhelming favorite there for Damwon on that bottom side. So I think that's the scariest draw for DRX, actually. We'll see, what they can show as far as evolution and what they've learned.
Yeah, you know what I love to see at these times is like what all the players, the coaches, how they feel, get their live reactions. Because you said like G2, you stated their record versus LPL teams, and then at the same time, I'm sure they're happy they're at the bottom of the bracket, avoiding all the LPL teams. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's. But I also love the mindset. I think it was. I'm gonna forget which of the G2 players it was, but in an interview said, at the end of the day, we do have to get through everyone, right? So we may as well start hard, get those 3-0s out of the way and then move on and then have an easier run at the finals. Why not?
One thing to point out that I just seeing these teams in these groups so far. I know we've seen LCK versus LCK finals in the past. That's no longer going to be possible. You're not going to be able to see an LCK versus LCK or an LPL versus LPL. The only real region team kill that's possible is a G2 versus Fnatic finals. Like if if that miracle run ended up happening, then that would be the only possible route for a regional finals.
Let's try working through, again, each of these matchups just real quickly, one at a time. First up, Top Esports versus Fnatic. Kobe?
All right, this one is definitely going to be tough. I'm looking at the top lane for Bwipo because Bwipo is a very volatile laner. He loves taking trades. He's been very outspoken about that. I think so far this tournament, he's been really good, especially with the Volibear into a lot of these counter picks on the top side. But Top Esports specialize in that. Karsa goes up there a lot. They save their counter picks for 369. So I think that is going to be a battle in the pick and bans and is going to determine a lot how the series does go.
Yeah, for me, this one's a really interesting style. Like stylistically, people would look at each matchup and would kind of struggle to find one for Fnatic. For me, it's jungle, which is a great matchup if you're going into Top Esports. If you're trying to strategize how you want to be able to beat them, for me, watching Top regionally, not even just this year, but like a lot of the times, the best way to be able to attack them is through Karsa. Because Karsa is a lot of the times trying to help out lanes. He's trying to go top side. He's trying to go and aid mid lane. So a lot of the times he's trying to facilitate for his laners. So if you have a strategy level 1s like we've been seeing from Fnatic that can target Karsa so he's falling behind, then you can start picking lanes apart. This is, I think, I would heavily favor it towards Top Esports because I do have them as the tournament favorites. But I think Fnatic, that is an avenue they can really take versus Top.
Of course, following that is Suning versus JD Gaming. So again, we've already talked about the LPL team kill here, but Golden Glue, thoughts as Suning was one of the teams initially coming into the tournament we didn't have a good read on. How do you feel about them now coming out as the 1 seed in Group A?
Yeah, my eyes are definitely on Bin when I'm thinking about Suning. I think he's a really fun player to watch, but at the same time, he's had moments where he'll just, run it down like 3 times in a row, and then he'll just like 1v9 the game. So in that matchup, I'm going to have my eyes on this player and just see like which Bin shows up and if he's going to be putting, JDG in the trash bin or, I don't know. We'll see.
Or if he's falling in himself.
Yeah.
I think, Bin in the playoffs, this is what I love about this, because it's going to be LPL fans really trying to take every piece of this matchup. Bin in the playoffs was not as good, and when I'm talking about playoffs, I mean like LPL playoffs, was not nearly as good as Bin in the regular season. So this is going to be a great matchup just to see how he kind of goes up against Zoom, because, yeah, top lane matchup for me is the most important one.
Especially with how people have been talking about Suning in scrims for this whole tournament, that, just coming back with all these stories, it kind of feels like last year Damwon scrim talk and really building up this mythos around this team. That's what I really want to see come out in the best of 5s for them, because with some volatile players that they do have, they have a lot of playmaking ability, like Grayson's kind of alluding to. I think SOFM as well could be one that this is now the biggest stage for him. Style of me, let's see what the style is.
Yeah, I love me some style. Gen G versus G2. Kobe, I'm coming right back to you. Raz said he thinks this is the best draw for the LEC 2 seed here against Gen G. Do you agree?
I would agree from the performances in group stage. Just going matchup by matchup, like I said when they're drawn, I do draw my eyes to the bottom side for Gen G, because I think Ruler for sure is going to be a big powerhouse. But I definitely agree. I think G2, as much as they're like, we'll fight anybody, we're going to beat everybody anyways, we're going to the top. I feel like, they're happy to start here.
Golden Glue, it's wild to me that we would say Gen G is the weakest 1 seed. When you look at that roster and you see people like former world champion Ruler, you see people like Clid and BDD still on that lineup.
Yeah, that's what I love about this, now that we're at quarterfinals, because I'm looking at all these teams we have. I mean, yeah, Gen G versus G2, and we're saying, this is the best that G2, this is the easiest opponent G2 could get, right? And they're still, terrifyingly good. I don't know. Every single game is just going to be so much fun to watch.
Yeah, and I think people can make the case that Suning is like, but it's we're talking about like the best that they could can get because they were in the same
they were in the same group.
as well.
Yeah,
and
totally.
G2, they definitely had high variance performances where they looked insanely good within their group and they looked very clean. I'm not even just talking about necessarily the drafts, but like a lot of their gameplay had great elements of how Mickey X was performing and how he was like his Alistar game versus Team Liquid is a great example where he set up for a long range Ashe arrow to kind of claw themselves like a little bit back into the game. And this is what you kind of expect with G2. I want to see that best of 5 G2 that we saw in the LEC playoffs and that we saw from last year that took the names off of just basically LCK team after LCK team.
Yeah, just a slightly different finals this time around. Golden Glue, back to you for the final matchup. And interestingly enough, this is almost the antithesis to the matchup we just talked about. Damwon versus DRX. I think it was Kobe who said he feels this might be the most lopsided towards the 1 seed. How do you feel about that?
I would probably agree. I think Damwon coming into the tournament, I already had my eyes on them, and then they really showed up in the group stage. And I'm really looking forward to watching Showmaker. He's probably my favorite mid laner at the tournament. I love watching him play, and he has such a good time, and he's so mechanically gifted, while also just being such a team player. Right? He'll play Set, he'll play Galio, but he'll play everything to the like 99.9% of its capability. It's so impressive to watch.
I just don't want to see another 3-0. I just like personally, because we've seen this finals already in the LCK finals.
What if they learned, Raz? What if they learned?
They've got to learn something. Going up against top esports is basically that Rocky montage. 2 times in that group. You got to have learned something. Bring it going up against Damwon.
There you go. Yeah, take some learnings from the group stage. We know that the World Championship is all about evolution, in particular from groups to knockouts. So many things that generally change. New meta, new picks, things like that. And so it is up to the teams to determine what those changes will be. But with our quarterfinals matchup now determined, it's time to make your quarterfinal picks for Pick'ems, powered by Alienware. In addition to the usual perfect pick prize of every ultimate skin, fans who guess every matchup correctly will also take home an exclusive Alienware Aurora Battle Station, the exact setup being used on stage at Worlds by all of our pros. Make your quarterfinal picks starting later today at 4 p.m. Pacific over at lolesports.com/pick'em. Good luck to the few of you that are still in the running. I don't think any of us can say that we are. Right now, we're headed for a break. On the other side, though, we'll be joined by Lyric to talk about next week's matchups. Stay tuned. Welcome back to World's Cool Down, presented by State Farm. We are now joined by Lyric to continue talking and dive deeper into these quarter-final matchups. So, Lyric, I'm coming straight to you. First, just on your high-level overview, I know you were kind of hoping for that Suning JDG matchup. You got it, but how are you feeling about all of it?
We were talking before, a bit heartbroken, a bit excited. I'm really happy that we got Suning versus JDG. It was a matchup we didn't get in LPL at all. But at the same time, no LPL versus LPL finals. I don't know.
Yep.
Heartbreaking.
Yeah, that is going to make that a bit of a tough one. But if we start working through each of these games one at a time, we'll just start at the top. Top Esports versus Fnatic is the draw. Give me your take there, Lyric.
So I really like that you guys touched on Bwipo's volatility, because I feel like that'll be massive against 369. But the other thing I really want to see is Knight has had a very quiet group stage, which I don't think is a big problem. But up against Nemesis, I expect and I really want to see him pop off.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to come out and say that I do want to see him take more lane-dominant champions. And lane-dominant, a lot of times people will think more of like Assassins, but Orianna, his Orianna play here was fantastic. And as long as they prioritize a great matchup for him, while still having like keep in mind the 2v2 and how he can play around Karsa, I think Orianna is a great pick for that. And I would love to see it in his hand.
Golden Glow, I wonder what your take is on Fnatic's chances against a team like Top Esports, specifically because of the way that this sixth game of the day played out, where Top was very clearly able to handle a game that was slow-moving and ultimately find just that one perfect moment to pounce.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can be like super confident as a Fnatic fan going into this matchup, but I do think, you can look at Selfmade and see if he can work with Bwipo, and if they have a really solid day, like maybe they can put up some games, put up some wins in a BO5. It's really hard to really be confident in that, but I do think Selfmade has been playing really well this tournament, so if he can pull up into this quarterfinals, then maybe they can get a couple dubs, and maybe they can even pull out the series if they really play out of their mind.
And there's something else that I wanted to point out with Fnatic too. I think Fnatic are a smart drafting team. They recognize how to kind of round out a composition. The Malphite pick for Bwipo is something that I think is really handy, because with Top Esports, there was one comp that I really enjoyed, the Nocturne comp. I thought that was really smart and how it worked together. I think most of the time though, they do pick for lanes. The one that we saw going up against DRX, where they didn't have like strong CC necessarily outside of the Ashe. Like those are the type of comps where I look at and say that can be really tricky to have and just nail down a pick. It took them obviously that long, like 20 or so minutes, to really find a pick in this game and get a kill. And I think they worked really well around it because they're talented players. But that's something that you can work around. I think Fnatic, if they can draft something that is easy to execute and is just generally a smart composition to run, I like to see that. And of course, like we already talked about Selfmade. Selfmade, I think, has been a star. For me, a top 3 jungler, performing jungler at the tournament. I would have SOFM, Canyon, and Selfmade.
Sweet. Now, Raz has already talked a little bit about Knight and specifically the Orianna play that we saw there in that 6th game of the day. But Lyric, how do you feel about his performance so far here at Worlds? Because he was talked about coming in #1 mid laner in the world. Is he living up to that as of yet?
I think no, but I also don't think it's much of a problem, because when you look how their side laners have played, 369 and JackeyLove, it's really been about facilitating them. They've had such outstanding performances. Even when you look at this group, I felt like the top and bot lane differences between teams was much bigger than mid lane. But coming into knockouts is when we do need to see that Knight from the regular split, from playoffs, even from 2019, kind of pop off, pick these things. The Orianna, he's a great Silas player. I mean, talking about champions is kind of useless because Knight plays absolutely everything, but up against Fnatic, I feel like mid lane will be their biggest strength, and this is where Knight can't just rely on 369 and JackeyLove to do the heavy lifting.
Yeah, and just to kind of piggyback off your point, I want him to build a comp around him rather than him building, like, kind of fitting the comp, because I remember 2 games in group stage where really, like, they picked him a bad matchup. Be it like the Galio versus Azir, or in a pretty like short range comp. So if they really couldn't get a pick, then he's just falling farther and farther behind. And there really isn't that much skill expression in that one. And the other one was the Akali pick. Now that game he stomped obviously, but like in the specific lane, they really couldn't do much and they had to wait it out. But that's something that I would want to see. I just want them to kind of unlock Knight going into that matchup.
Yeah, I kind of want to see what these mid laners are going to do with their picks. I think you're kind of seeing a divide between mid laners that are picking the more supportive type of team-oriented champions like Galio versus like Knight's previous game of Orianna. And I do think that the meta does kind of tend to have or promote more team-oriented mid laners right now with just how important carry junglers are and even carry top laners can be. There's not really always room to have a really hard carry mid laner that also needs a lot of resources in the game. But I think that last win in that really close game versus DRX, I think that will maybe that might make top esports be more willing to pick the Orianna, pick the carry mid, and have a bit more utility or supporting from the other roles.
Well, I like that you called out the fact that the meta, is trending towards more of those carry-style junglers because Karsa Self-Made has got to be one of the spotlight matchups within this one. So much of success, so much of Fnatic's success, rather, this year has been attributed to the young jungler in Self-Made. But he's going to have his work cut out for him here, Lyric, up against a player the caliber of Karsa.
The thing I love about this matchup is, to me, there's two teams in knockout stage that are very different from the others, which is G2 and TES, where they don't play for their lane prio to get jungle advantages, right? They play for their jungler to find advantages through ganking and facilitating lanes. But Fnatic, to me, was the best Western team at playing that jungle facilitating style. So I feel like that could definitely be the point of attack for Fnatic, right? Use their lane push, get Hilly out of lane, get into Karsa's jungle. They do kind of struggle to deal with it. But at the same time, you just said, I mean, Karsa's resume speaks for itself. This guy has so much pedigree that I feel like his laners are so strong, he'll be able to do what he needs. And then we saw Karsa in team fights is still an absolute monster.
Yeah, and I think Self-Made has these champions that you just have to ban, or at least like recognize that if you're going into it, you're gonna have problems. Like the Evelynn is immediately that, right? Yep. The AP champions, I think he really specializes in, and it allows Nemesis to pick up Lucian. So I don't expect them to ever have that in that best of 5. Otherwise, it gives them a huge advantage. So that's something that I wanted really to point out for. And yeah, like to your point, they're just completely different styles. Self-Made will kind of have already played against a jungler of that caliber or like of that play style when he's gone up against Jankos, regionally going up against G2.
Taking a look at the Fnatic roster that's got their work cut out for them against one of the teams that was considered a pre-tournament favorite. And within that, Raz, I think, again, that shouldn't be ignored. The idea of expectation coming into the tournament and what kind of mentality will be required to overcome it. But of all of the teams that I think might be capable of achieving that overcome mentality, Fnatic is one of them. They showed us time and time again at the World Championship an ability to overcome, coming out of group stages, making it to finals in previous years. I mean, they always impress.
The reason why I feel more hopeful for Fnatic this time in comparison to the last few times in international events in the quarterfinals is that there are louder voices, or at least like louder play that I haven't seen before. Like, for instance, right now, in the past, you would look towards Caps and you would expect that to be the major focus. This is like years past, right? Mm-hmm. Right now, I'm looking towards Self-Made, but what we've seen from the group stage has been Hylissang and Rekkles just having hard-winning lanes. And I'm not even just talking about necessarily the matchups, just them solo killing or having a huge advantage just off their laning phase alone. If they come into this best of 5 performing as well as they have been in the group stage, that's something that fans would not expect. Analysts wouldn't expect Fnatic to be coming into the tournament, not only having a strong jungle top lane in Bwipo and how he has been performing, but also just a stomping bottom lane. So that's something that Top Esports does have to give a lot of respect to.
Well, that's the first of 4 banger quarterfinals that are coming our way. And the next one that we've got to talk about is that Suning versus JD Gaming matchup. So, Lyric, I got to come back to you because, like you said, we've been hoping for this one for quite some time.
Yeah, this one's so interesting because I think had we gotten this back during LPL, I think it would have been pretty one-sided. I don't think Suning had really come into full form. Raz pointed out earlier that Bin wasn't playing as well in playoffs as he did in regular split, but I feel like Suning have really found their form at Worlds. They just enable SOFM so well. Sword Art's so good at getting out onto the map early on. And SOFM's jungle style about, prioritizing camps and like kind of even ignoring major objectives to a degree is so cool to watch. And then all of it leading up to Bin playing things like the Omni Stone Camille, which are just so crazy, but he's good enough to get away with it.
I just wanted to point out, like, that's what the biggest surprise to me was. And I want to ask you, I'm going to start. I feel like a lot of faith is now kind of coming into play with how JD has performed. Because coming into this tournament, I actually would have expected Kanavi to be the best jungler in the tournament. When I talked about the top 3 junglers, performing junglers in the tournament, I left Kanavi out because he's had actually quite a few poor games within the group stage. And for me, faith is that JD will come back to form like FPX came back to form last year. So I don't, Lyric, how do you feel about that? Actually, because this one I'm struggling with.
I actually feel like you made a great point when we were, here 2 days ago, where you said, JDG need to fix their level 1s, because I don't feel like we've gotten to see Kanavi play a game, because every game, either level 1 or their weird drafts, it's like, what can this man do? So there's a part of me that says, okay, JDG's not going to do that. We're not going to see like this Kale Karma comp. We're not going to see these weird Echo Silas mid-jungle 2v2s. We're going to see standard JDG. We're not going to see crazy level 1s, or they're going to be the one pulling off the crazy level 1. And hopefully we get to see Kanavi. And if that's the case, I think I do edge the matchup to JDG slightly. But the cool thing about this one to me is I feel like you can justify it 60-40 in either direction, depending on if you value World's performance or if you value how the teams have looked over the past few months. But either way, I think this one's going to be super close.
Yeah, Golden Glue, I want to get you in on this, but I actually want to now take the top laners and the junglers and smash them together and consider this 2v2 matchup, because again, SOFM, when we talk about performing junglers at Worlds, I think has taken a step up. So him alongside Bin, Zoom, Kanavi, how are you feeling about the 2v2?
Yeah, this guy, SOFM, has looked like an absolute monster, and not only his mechanics, but also his decision-making. I think he's making the right decisions to put himself in a place to succeed in these games, and he doesn't even need to rely on his insane mechanics to outplay people, and I think that's the most impressive thing about him for me, is that he just doesn't really seem like he's a really weakness player, and he's like the player to put the team on his back. The way he works with his top laner, but also the way he works with Sword Art. Sword Art's been playing Bard and roaming all over the map, and they've had such good synergy working together. And I'm really excited to watch that top jungle synergy, but also that jungle support synergy, and see what they can do with those Rift Herald fights, with those with all those objectives on the top side, how important it is to get your top laner snowballing. So super excited to watch those two.
I love that you called out Sword Art too, because just personally, I'm a big fan of this guy. He's a mainstay on the world stage at this point, as many people or longtime League fans will know, and so kind of in a sense rooting for his success as he has leveled up over the years.
Totally.
All right, from there, we go to Gen G versus G2, the bottom half of the bracket. Again, Raz, this is the one that you called out as maybe the quote-unquote weakest of the 1 seeds and or best possible matchup for G2. And so, Lyric, do you agree with Raz's statement?
Oh, definitely. I think just Gen G looking at how the other teams play is just, it was very sloppy, right? When LGD wanted to pull them into the mud, Gen G would always go right into the mud with them. I'd also say Gen G is the one team where with all the other 7, you could say, okay, they either play for lanes to jungle or jungle ganking for lanes. Gen G feels a bit like lost, like they kind of do both, but they don't really excel at either. So I still think Gen G is strong, like their player skill is very high, but this was definitely the best draw G2 could get.
Raz?
Yeah, and this one for sure is going to go the distance, because I gave a lot of credit to Gen G during the group stage. I thought BDD was performing really well. Rascal and same going towards Ruler. So like those are the type of players that you want to see, because they plug up holes where you don't have necessarily an easy strategy coming into a tournament to like pin down. But for G2, like their bot lane for me is a focus, because when Gen G went up against Fnatic within their own groups, sure, there was one game where Ruler had a really tough time. But past that, looking at the stats, it was pretty damn consistently positive. Like, Gen G can play towards both sides of the matchup, and both sides of the map, that is. They play towards Rascal a little bit, and Ruler still performs insanely well. He is one of the best AD carries performing right now, if not the best. And so it now puts a focus towards the G2 bottom lane that has been performing much better, and they need to be consistent at that. During the LEC, I felt like they weren't performing as well as the, people have expected them. I expected them. And then when they come into the playoffs, they've been having such great performance, specifically Mikyx. Mikyx was really good. His Alistar performance, I thought, versus Team Liquid, I already pointed out before, was phenomenal.
Yeah, and I definitely want to talk about the ball lane too. I think Ruler, when people think about Ruler, he's kind of like the staple for what just a great standard AD carry is. I think a lot of people can think about Ruler's Ashe, like just the auto attack spacing. But when you think of Perkz, you do not think of like a standard AD carry. You think this guy can really pull out anything. Large champion pull. I mean, he role swapped, and I'm kind of curious how that's going to play out. Right? Is Ruler just gonna, out mechanic, out a click basically, just have a different type of approach to the ball lane than Perkz, and which one will be better suited for each other, and will one of their play styles be able to really take over the other one? Because I do see Ruler as being kind of like one of the picturesque AD carries, and Perkz is kind of like the counter image of like, I'm a mid laner and I'm better than 80 carries. I'm coming in here just to prove that I can play this role too. So I'm interested to see how that plays out.
Rez?
I just want to say, Ruler's defending the role against the invaders. I know Grace, I know Golden Glue knows this well, because if you ask AD carries, FBI is a great example of that. Ruler's just on the screen at all times. It's just because like, he is that picture-perfect player. He's played the role for so long. He understands the matchups, the ins and outs of it. And I think that if we're going into this one, and if Gen G can play towards bot side, and if they can be a little bit more specific to bot lane, like I know that they can play to both sides, but if they play a cleaner game, if they play towards Ruler, I'm sure they will find success. It's just hard for me. I think this one's the matchup that I struggle with the most, actually, because I do think that G2 has an easier draw, but consistency for both teams have been a question.
Yeah, without a doubt. Lyric, in continuing discussion here, I think an interesting point around this matchup is the amount of Worlds experience and how deep into the tournament a number of players on both teams have gone. Obviously, former world champion in Ruler, but of course the entire G2 lineup in the finals last year. And so there is no shortage of experience within these high-pressure best-of-5s. And when you're looking at high-pressure best-of-5s for the side of G2, this man in the mid lane is who you're looking at.
I actually love that you bring up this experience, because Caps and just G2 overall have a quality that I think the only other team in this tournament has is Top Esports, that you can watch these teams that when the games go the distance, when they fall behind, they just have this like cleverness to them, this kind of like C9 high factor from like back in the day where, like the Zed ninja sneak around. They can make these types of clever plays because they've been on this stage before. They've dealt with the pressure. And that's kind of where I like G2 in this matchup. We even saw it against Suning when they started falling behind. And of course, Bin had the insane GP barrel, but G2 were going to take that game back. And I feel like even if these games, fall through the mud, they get to mid game, I value G2's experience so much higher than kind of just Rulers in isolation.
Yeah, I feel like in a lot of ways this could be the messiest series, but also one of the most exciting to watch in the quarterfinals. Now, in closing out the topic of G2, we do need to call out G2's Wunder, who is currently MasterCard's Minion Champion with the most CS in a single game at Worlds, topping the chart at 441. Ruler, his opponent in the next game, though, is in second place. So if we get some long slobber knockers in this one, we could definitely have a new champion by the end of it, Raz.
Yeah, I wanted to point out, like, of course, you never know how long the like CS per minute is always the one that you want to see. But Ruler has always been topping CS per minute. He's just been really good at being able to catch minion waves efficiently. Same with G2 players, actually. So I just want to see people playing the right way. Let's not overgroup. If there are side lane minions to be caught, take those minions, please. That's all. That's my PSA for today.
Yeah, in looking at the quarterfinal matchups, does anyone have an idea of which of the matchups that we have would give us the longest games, the bigger slugfest where it really is back and forth?
I think it'll be this one. I think it'll be Gen.G and G2. I think G2 will they like to get down and dirty in their games. They like to have high kill games, high death games, and I think Gen.G will match that. I think they're not gonna respond with just kind of like that last game we just watched of Top versus DRX. It will not be a 0-0 game at 25 minutes. I can guarantee.
Yeah, I just wanted to put in the simple point of G2 versus Suning as the example of that. The Elder Dragon fight that brought them back into the game. If they are behind, they will lengthen the game. They will draw it through. Like I think that G2 when they're behind, they're really creative.
Well, now keep in mind that MasterCard will be rewarding viewers with drops when Wunder is dethroned. So you're rooting for that, I guess, if you want some sweet loot. Make sure you have rewards enabled and tune into watch.lolesports.com to get those rewards. Final matchup to talk about. DRX, of course, going up against Damwon Gaming. Damwon Gaming has looked like a behemoth of a team throughout the group stages so far, so it is a scary look here for DRX as the 2 seed, I think.
Yeah, honestly, when I look at this matchup, I feel like I gotta be really negative, but man, I can't imagine any possibility where DRX win this one unless Damwon come in with a massive choke. Like, Damwon have just looked so good, and DRX actually have surprised me. They looked better than I expected them to. I really like how they play around Pyosik, but they're still just too up and down. Their drafts can be all over the place. And again, we've seen this matchup before, and the first time wasn't pretty.
Yeah, the one thing that I've been really impressed watching DRX play has been depth. I've been really impressed with his laning, his like ability to be really consistent in lane, dominate lane, do what he needs to do, and then still like step up when he needs to. I think what I was really impressed at, I think it was the game versus FlyQuest, where he like stepped past their base and like flash netted onto the Orianna and like one-shot power Vivo. That's just something that you wouldn't really expect out of someone who's like a really old player. That's something you'd expect out of someone who's like, oh, brand new, like really fresh fingers. I don't know, whatever you want to say. But he's still coming out just like it was his first time playing in Worlds. Like it's great to watch.
Yeah, he's their biggest strength, I would say. Chovy and him for sure. I want to bring out Pyosik as a player because he's someone that I think is kind of He's an incredibly talented player, and I think if he gets his hands on Kindred, that's like his champion, his namesake. He performs really well. He can control the pace of the game, so like he's getting his marks, and I think that is like perfect Pyosik. And then there are times I'm trying to remember which game exactly. I think it was versus FlyQuest actually, where he just has like a length of time, like a 4-minute length, where he doesn't perform well. And that's what I don't want, that inconsistency from him, being on this stage as a fresh face. I want to see him be able to perform at his best, and I think this series could go at least a game for DRX. Remember, like they played before already, and Damwon is just such a damn good team, so I still think Damwon takes this year.
I think that's the key, though, that you hit there, the inconsistency of Pyosik, because Lyric, I do believe that in group stage, games were won and lost based on his performance. Wow, the star and maybe the carry of the team would be someone like Chovy here up against Showmaker.
Oh, yeah, and this matchup is so fun, right? Because all the LCK mid laners that came to Worlds are so good, but these two definitely just over BDD for me. Chovy really is like the king of his castle. If DRX are going to win, he needs to put up big performances. But going back to what Golden Glue said earlier, is I really like how Showmaker has looked as a mid laner. Even though we've seen a bit of struggle, right? He actually did get solo killed by both Tank, and I think he also got solo killed by Yagao one game as well. There have been struggles. I still think he played team fights incredibly well. He's always playing for the objective, which is something Damwon have done as a whole. So I just really like how both of these mid laners have looked, and it feels like a bit of a stylistic mismatch as well.
Yeah, I think this is going to be really interesting. These two are kind of like the Titan mid laners coming into the tournament from Korea. And, I think in Korea, Showmaker is playing a lot of Set, playing a lot of Galio, like the famous, the 4-man taunt, like killing everyone. They're both playing utility support champs like quite often. And I do think that's where Showmaker has a huge edge of like his team just being, I don't know. I think his team just edges out a bit more or like uses Showmaker better. So I think it's almost gonna be more about which mid laner can almost humble themselves and make sure they're doing everything they can for the team, while also being that carry threat and having that Orianna in their back pocket, that Syndra in the back pocket. But which one are they going to pull out, and what are the teams going to draft towards, right? I would like to see DRX coming out with some carry-oriented mid laners, and then I think Damwon can kind of do whatever they want. I think they have the luxury of, you want to play the supportive utility mid laners, you want to play Galio or Set, do it. You're still going to be able to be dominant. But I want to see Chovy on carries.
Well, Raz, I'm bringing it back to you for today's State Farm Assist of the Day because it's going to Pyosik, who flashes in to mark 3 members of FlyQuest for the ultimate. Let's talk about this player.
Yeah, the 3-man, queue that he had on Lilia, like these kind of plays that you want to see, like these kind of plays that you want to see set up his team, it is incredible. Because if you find plays like these, and there's the confidence behind your own players, or at least like your teammates, to know that they can follow up instantly. This is what I would love to see going up against Damwon.
Yeah.
He's a great Lilia player. Lilia, of course, being a pick that I'm sure we'll be seeing. I think the weirdest thing that we've been seeing this tournament is the fact that we've been seeing Graves first pick and Lilia kind of be left off. I think that Pyosik was going to be the type that will pick up Lilia, and Canyon is more of the Graves player. And I think he should. I think Pyosik should pick up Lilia whenever he can, because he's doing so damn well on it.
I mean, that was a game-winning play right there, and that's what I mean when I say he could be the one who determines the results of the game while not actively being the best individual player on his team. There is so much to look forward to next week with the quarterfinal matchups. Thank you so much once again, Lyric, for helping us break them down. I'm glad we got to that Suning versus JD Gaming matchup. I hope you have a big smile on your face for the next couple days till we see it.
Yep, always a pleasure, guys.
All righty, thank you so much. We're going to head for a quick break. On the other side, we'll welcome Kobe back to send off FlyQuest and Unicorns of Love and close out the day. See you soon. Welcome back to World School Down, presented by State Farm, where it's time for us to send off the teams that were eliminated today. Let's start with North America's own FlyQuest, exiting the tournament at 3-3. Golden Glue, coming to you first. How did you feel about the showing here put up by FlyQuest?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's kind of sad that another NA team doesn't make it out of 3-3, but
they took down top. Come on!
To watch them take down top, like that was like kind of like a cherry on top on that ice cream sundae on your flight home to America. But it was really fun to watch. It was a really good game. It was like, you know, we had this game and our DRX top game, and like FlyQuest took down top. Like, that's awesome. They can go home feeling good about that, and although they're obviously sad that they didn't make it further, I'm glad that they put up a fight on their last day and they didn't just like give up when they had no hope.
Yeah, and I also thought it was a really well-played game, even though a lot of people are checked out, right? Because they are already eliminated, and so people aren't really paying attention. They're kind of waiting for the matchup at the end of the day, DRX versus top. I thought that FlyQuest really stuck to their style, right? They had the Blitzcrank pick for Ignar coming up huge, big playmaking support. Power of Evil is one of those scaling control mages for him, big plays for him, you know, carrying a lot later. Santorin invading in the jungle. They crafted a level 1. And I was just, you know, I was proud of this team, even though, yes, they are eliminated like all of the North American LCS teams got eliminated. But getting these victories, I think, was really important at the end of the day. You know, it's currently the only loss that Top Esports has sustained at the World Championship. And, you know, if we keep the legend going, you know, maybe it, you know, it will go down as one of the important ones.
No undefeated teams in group stage. Raz?
Yeah, like, I think just taking a look at FlyQuest, what I was really happy about was I thought their drafts consistently were really nice. I liked the draft, obviously, when they went up against Top Esports. I didn't like the draft from TES. But when they went up against Kingzone, or at least no, Dragon DRX, I thought that one was also a good game early on. Obviously, people are always focused on like that one play around Rift Trail that caused them harm, but like this is something that you can look at. Even in their losses, they looked good. And they rallied in their final day. So, yeah, FlyQuest should feel happy about how at least, you know, the last day performed them.
I mean, overall, I want to recognize FlyQuest's entire year, not just their finish here at the World Championship. This is arguably, maybe not even arguably, it might be a fact that they are our most consistent team in North America this year, making it to finals across both splits. Yes, finishing second, but then representing us here quite well at Worlds with a 3-3 record. And so, again, the journey of this new organization and their first appearance at Worlds, I think, should not go unnoticed and uncelebrated.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, they're dealt, you know, what people were calling the group of death going into Worlds. They had pretty much the favorite of the tournament, and then number 2 seed from LCK, right? They didn't get an easy hand. They went 3-3. You know, they showed some promise. They were able to beat top, but it just wasn't enough this time. But there's still things to feel good about.
Yeah, I think the one point that is a great lesson that really hurt them was more so like, they were a team that didn't want to play through topside at all, ever. It made them very easy. Like,
say that again, my friend.
They didn't touch that. If it was going bad, it was going to guaranteed go worse. 15, 16 minutes into the game, and the enemy top laner is at your inhibitor turret, right? Like, these are the types of things where they can incorporate top a lot more. Even if it's a weak side, it doesn't have to be the weakest side of all time. You give it some love. So, like, those are the type of things that I think is a great lesson. Of course, like, there were some moments where I didn't feel like Solo had a great tournament. That was just the case. So, like, those are two big lessons, I would say, that they can come out of. And, of course, it's playing slower. Recognizing that when you have a lead, being on the same page is more important than, you know, skittering for a fight.
Kobe, then Golden Glue.
I will say that this is Solo's first World Championship that he has been to, and there's been a lot of discussion for, you know, people that are new to this stage and, you know, how much pressure goes along with it. I know everybody's going to rag on him, and, you know, he did make a lot of mistakes during the games, but he also had a lot of big plays for them, even in some of the games where he had died a lot early. And he also got a lot of attention from other teams once other teams focused, and they're like, you know what, we're going to focus on top side because they feel like they can pry open that area of the map. You know, they did set a lot of attention there too. And I would just say, you know, it's his first World Championship, and he tweeted out, you know, it's time to drink now. He'll see you next year. So, you know,
Golden
cheers,
Glue,
my friend. Cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah. We'll see you back here.
Yeah. I just wanted to add in one final thing, just stylistically about how we're talking about they don't want to play towards top side, right? I think one of their strengths, FlyQuest strengths, when they're playing domestically in North America, is the fact that they could put little to no resources top, and he would still be fine. But just when you escalate that caliber, and then it's also a top-sided meta, it just becomes harder when you basically play this whole year of the style of, we're going to put all our resources into the mid laner, and then you go to Worlds, and it's a very top jungle carry-oriented meta, right? It kind of makes sense that they're going to be struggling at this, in that kind of situation.
Yeah, I agree.
I have heard from every player that I've talked to that has played with Power of Evil, by the way, that no matter whatever the team is, it's a team that plays around mid lane. If Power of Evil is on that team, that's where a lot of the resources are going. So he's a player that kind of does encapsulate that strategy and kind of does warp a team around it. I don't think that's a bad thing, though.
No.
It's one of the FlyQuest's biggest strengths. And Power of Evil also does a lot of shot calling for all the teams that he's on. So it's not just the plays that he pulls off. It's a lot of guidance, too.
Right. Yeah, I think absolutely. Power of Evil played quite well this Worlds. I think Santorin should also get a nod. But we do want to recognize Ignar, who proved that every second counts by using the last moments of Sweeper Vision to land a clutch blitz hook, made possible, of course, by the Cisco network.
Yeah, this was my favorite one. Ignar landed a bunch of hooks, by the way. 2v2 kills in lane later on. But I like this one because they're moving up. Santorin just had the sweeper on. And as soon as they caught the little radar vision from the sweeper, boom, he instantly pulls the trigger, hooks him back in, followed up by Wild Turtle. It just shows there's no hesitation on this FlyQuest team. They've gotten to a point with their synergy where they trust each other, they follow up on each other's plays, they then are able to kite out on the Gallia ultimate, and that's one of the reasons they were able to get a victory versus LPL #1 seed.
And we'll come back to wrap up FlyQuest in just a minute, but to put a capper on the FlyQuest discussion, let's hear from Lore, who spoke with Power of Evil about his Worlds run.
And thank you very much, Dash. Lore here, joined by Power of Evil after a fantastic day, actually, for FlyQuest on this last day of group stage. Piri, I hope there's some positives you can take away from this run.
Yeah, we are definitely happy that we had a strong finish in the end. Obviously, we are still all a little bit sad about not getting the most important win against DRX, but obviously closing out, winning against TAS and UL definitely helped us overcome it.
You came back to Worlds after missing for a couple of years. Last time, as I said, was with Misfits in 2017. So is there anything you can tell me on the level at Worlds and its evolution since the last time you were here?
Well, Worlds is always obviously from every region, the best teams, the best players. And I think especially Group D was insanely stacked mid laners-wise. So I learned a lot playing against Chovy, Knight, and Nomans. I think they were all really great players, really good mid laners, and you could really see that you're just fighting for every CS, you're fighting for midline power all the time, and there's going to be ganks from both teams. And I don't know, it was just a pleasure playing against these mid laners, and I guess just learning from these matchups too.
Yeah, I agree. As you said, many interesting mid laners that you faced here, and you will be back playing in NA next year for sure. So is there anything you learned from this Worlds run that can help you next year in the LCS?
We definitely learned as a team, since obviously the mechanical level is a lot higher, so you get punished in lanes way faster. As a team, they won't give you much leeway, so instantly if you give up a few dragons, they're going to be there for the third one, the fourth one, they won't give it up. Same way for just trading objectives really fast. So they're just overall better, obviously, as a team. So mistakes get punished really fast, and I feel like we learned a lot as a team, trying to avoid these for the future, and obviously doing and adapting these good traits for ourselves.
That's a very good insight here. Thank you for sharing it. But how about you on a personal level? You've been playing for years now. Again, you got to face very interesting mid laners. So any personal learnings through this experience, maybe?
I don't know. I was really, really happy to make it back on a personal level because I struggled in Optic and CLG 2 times. We couldn't make it. And obviously you start... even if you're performing individually good, something is missing, something is lacking, and then making it back-to-back finals, and then going to Worlds is obviously a huge achievement. It helps you for your own confidence too. And yeah, I don't know. I was just really happy being back here, and I'm happy that we won against a top team and we showed a good performance, because I think going to Worlds as well and then kind of like just losing is obviously really sad. And I feel like we had a pretty good showing, and sadly it wasn't enough.
You fought until the end, and like you said, you were not in an easy group. So honestly, I'm very proud. I hope you're proud of the performance you had here, and all the fans who've been cheering for you also, because they've been very vocal through this World's Quest, on socials especially. So is there anything you would like to say to the fans who've been watching you?
Obviously, there was a lot of fans who were like somewhat trashing on NA, or who were really vocal about NA being like not as good. I think the main thing I want to say is that for all the people who cheered on us, all the people who supported us and were loyal, I guess, in a sense, just a big shout out and thank you very much. I feel like we all tried our hardest. I know that all of my teammates were practicing all day, every day, and I think we were somewhat anxious going into today because there was like a lot of pressure on us, especially after the two teams didn't make it out of groups, because like we all read social media. But I'm really proud of everyone on my team that we just stepped up today. We tried our hardest, and hopefully we could make some of you guys proud.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You managed to make NA fans smile after all, and that's what counts. But Piri, thank you so much for the interview, and I'm looking forward to seeing you again next year.
Thank you very much.
And back to you, Dash.
Thank you so much, Laura, and thank you to Power Vivo. I will say, at least for myself, I take great pride in the performance that FlyQuest put up on the world stage, showcasing greatness, as is their team motto. Finally, we have to give props to the final team in the group, and the first CIS representative to advance to the group stage, Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, I don't want to take this because UOL, for me, they were a very smart team. I really enjoyed their drafting style. It felt like you always had to respect the AP mages that can go in either mid or bot lane. But you have to respect No Man's Kassadin, like in the way that he would be able to pick it. And just remember, it's just the culture of LCL teams. If you're in the CIS region, you're getting out of play-ins for sure, and you're going far. At least like in terms of like contesting these groups. And for me, you can already take a look at the champion pool. It's actually crazy how many champions Gadget has played throughout the entirety of Worlds and has taken bans for. Consistently banning his Karthus has been a big one for me.
I'm loving the focus on the bottom lane. I was just so sad that this replay was 3 replays in a row of their bottom lane getting focus and dove over and over, because I'm right there with you, Raz. I fell in love with Gadget in the group stages of play-ins, when he's busting out these mages, but then he's not just this, tricky, oh yeah, I can play mages in the bottom lane, it's this, extra fancy stuff. He pulls out the Twitch and he hard carries multiple games for them, getting them to the main group stages here. I just really thought that flexibility was super useful. And then the individual players you're talking about, No Man's had one of the funniest clips where he is able to run the entire team around on Kassadin in group stages and come out with a big victory for them, as well as Anonasek stealing a lot of Barons in the games that they had today to try and keep them in it. Even though they didn't have nearly as much success once they got to main stage, group stage as they did in play-ins, I really enjoyed following them the entire time.
Golden Glue, we also heard Power of Evil shouting out, all the mid laners in the group, including No Man's. But I think what's so intriguing to me about this team is it really does continue to push the narrative that, sticking to your guns and the ingenuity and the creativity that has gotten you to the point you're at now, I think in a lot of ways is still the right move, even when you get to the world stage.
Yeah, definitely. I think that was the one thing that was nice to watch about UOL, even though they didn't get as many wins as they would want to. They were still sticking to what gave them wins in the past, and that's really how you can learn and improve. And they weren't just trying to copy paste comps that the better teams were running without knowing why they run them. So I do really appreciate that, and I think that's a good choice for the long term and just on how to improve, right? Keep doing what you're doing until someone punishes you for it, right? Wait till you blind pick Kassadin and you get a main mid into it, right? When I saw him blinding Kassadin not getting punished, I was like, I want him to continue doing this because I want this man to get punished for blind picking Kassadin. And he did. So But hey, that's how you learn. That's how you.
That is exactly how you learn.
Change.
I like that. As a mid laner, Grayson's like, that's not allowed. You need to get punished for that.
He got away with it. He got away with it over and over in plans. And I was like, this is not okay. It's not all right.
One thing I really liked about their plans was then they tricked teams into thinking the Orianna was going mid, get a mid blind out of them, and then they would go Kassadin, and that didn't happen afterwards. I was like, all right, well that's interesting. But yeah, just kind of taking away what Coach Sheepy has said for this team. Remember, like even though they were an insanely successful team in the LCL, like the second best team is not even like there's no contest there. So the lessons that they would have if they're trying to play and learn off performance has to be in these international events.
Right.
So I love the fact that they were able to learn as much as they could, soak in that information, and then hopefully, I always say this, and I really hope that offseason works out well for them because I want to see this team stay together, come back stronger, and kind of like when they go play domestically, that they can work off the concepts that they've been kind of hammering in since the last international event.
That's a competitor's mindset, and that also brings us to the conclusion of our day. Worlds 2020 continues next week with the quarterfinals starting on October 15th. Keep your eye out for the matchup schedule that will be released tomorrow. That's going to do it for us here, though. So for myself, the casters, and all of the remote broadcast crews from all around the world, thank you for watching, and enjoy a look back at Groups Week 2 with our Axe highlights. We'll see you next week for more Worlds.
Hello and welcome to Worlds 2020.
Suning is going to probably be considered the heavy favorites coming into this.
Yeah, I might be looking for it as he flashes. Oh, does manage to grab the kills. Now Gemini trying to fight him off, but the rest of Suning turn up, and Big gets out alive. Suning say they're moving to 3-1 as we have two teams at 3-1 now in Group A.
Here comes CoreJJ. He can set it up. He can make the play. He can find the ult, but he only manages to hit one. Angel simply next on the list. Now the ultimate coming in for the Jin. That's the curtain call. Suning 1, 2. He's looking to make it 3. That's the finish out. TL, what a turn. In North America, if you're not awake now, it's time to wake up. Can you feel it? The Team Liquid Miracle Run Dream. The tactical sweep for Suning because they are just cleaning house. G2 nigh the chance for Team Liquid to play their way out of this group. Oh, but as they back out, they're not put together. You got Gangplank on the flank. Gangplank, one big shot, Ben! Can you do it? Huge! My God! One moment, one shot, one barrel. That's all you need, Suning.
Third seed of the LPL will take first in their group and take down the first seed of the LEC.
Inspired is taken down. Canyon goes godlike. Valkyrie coming in from the side. Piercing Darkness fired off. And look at all that damage. Goodbye, Finn. Goodbye, Rogue. Goodbye, hopes and dreams. Dom1 Gaming just absolutely shredding them.
Canyon is here, and he is darn angry. Collateral damage goes in. The base call lands Bell on the back line, and he gets the shutdown onto Kanavi. And this is an incredible fight for Dam1 Gaming. As the Hexa Ultimatum has the engage, dives in, 3-man stun. There's the Hexa Ultimatum, and Ghost is done for. The bullet time rips Dam1 Gaming to absolute shreds. Gods can bleed, and JDG showed us that today as they will defeat Dam1 Gaming in the final game of Group B.
Going for the kill, they might pick him down. He's gonna try to get away, and he cannot. Plus the steal made Fnatic get everything. Send them home with even more deaths for good measure. Fnatic eliminate TSM from the quarterfinals.
Movement speed, but it's not going to be enough. Millsap is eventually able to lock him down. Shockwave's going to come through. That picks up 2 kills. And Millsap's not done it. And Fnatic are smashing this game. Them are Fnatic. And now the Dazzle comes in yet again. Clint dives on top of Reckless, unable to lock down that kill just yet. Self-made in trouble as Ruler. Oh my God, the AoE and Gen G. They say